Burning Vows, written by Gianna, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Chapter 1. Chiara, 1 espresso, 1 sugar. Ciao Bella, how's your? 2, I said, and held up the fingers. Sal stopped mid-pour. 2? Is there an echo in here, Sal? Somebody's got a friend, he said in the tone that meant the entire block would know by lunch. Somebody's got business. My hands were shaking. Since the warehouse. Since Carmine. I gripped the cup tighter and Sal didn't notice because nobody notices. I'd been up since 4. The zip tie sound again, the one that comes right before I'm conscious, and then the locks, front door, window, bathroom window that doesn't open, and then the shower too hot, because 3 seconds of scalding is 3 seconds the warehouse isn't. For months after the warehouse, I checked those locks because Carmine was still out there. Nobody knew where he went. He knew where I lived, and every night I went to bed not knowing if he'd come back to finish it. Then they pulled him out of the bay, and I found out he was dead the same way the neighborhood did, from a funeral announcement, and my body still hasn't caught up. The locks are checked, the wine is poured, the light goes on at 4. He's dead, and I'm still bracing for the door. Get it together, Chiara. The wine glass from last night was still on the counter. 2nd glass. Sometimes 3rd. By 7, I was in the cardigan and the mascara looking like a woman who sleeps. And I'd said you're fine to the mirror the way I say it every morning. Not a fact, a decision. But I wasn't here to think about that. I was here because 6 days ago I'd spotted a man at my cousin's funeral who didn't belong. I carried the 2 cups up the long block past the closed pork store like a woman bringing communion to the sick. Except communion doesn't come with questions, and I had a list. 6 days, a man leaning against the light pole in front of the dead pork store in a gray jacket, standing through a full requiem mass without once looking at the casket. Zia Franca had my wrist the whole service, her grip, her nails, the aunt's tenderness that lands exactly where a zip tie lands. I'd counted the candles on the altar, because counting anything is better than the thing that happens when I stop. Every civilian on the block had stopped to gawk. A Castellano funeral is free theater. The one man not watching was the one man worth watching. I'd snagged on him mid-sentence on the church steps and spent 6 days being a maniac about it. Best I'd slept since the warehouse. Hypervigilance with a target turns out to be almost restful. Changed my routes. Spotted him Tuesday outside the bakery on 20th Avenue, 40 yards down, holding a newspaper. Thursday, I didn't see him and nearly put my fist through a wall, which should have told me where this was headed and didn't, because I'd already picked a lane. Friday morning, I took the long block walking slow. Gray sedan, parked across from the empty storefront, a man in it being furniture. Got you. His window was already down before I got there. I shoved 1 espresso through the gap, and he took it on reflex, fast, but not before it sloshed over his knuckles and onto his thigh. I didn't apologize. Sarah's wedding, and now my cousin's funeral. 2 family events, 1 man nobody can name. So who the fuck are you? Nothing moved in his face. Up close, he was older than 40 yards had suggested. Silver at the temples, lines at the eyes, a small scar through the tail of his left eyebrow, old and white and thin as thread. My body clocked him before my brain caught up. The warehouse gave me that. I read men faster now. His hands were too still on the wheel. He was too calm for a man with a woman at his window. Mid-40s, maybe past it. No rings. Sleeves pushed back, forearms thick through the wrist. 1 knuckle set proud from a break that had healed without help. He filled the window frame of that car, solid and immovable, taking up exactly as much space as he intended. I made myself stop looking at his hands. The funeral, I said. Last Friday, St. Finbar's. You stood there the length of a requiem mass and didn't look at the box once. My uncle's men walked straight past you, and they're good, and they didn't even blink, which means you're better. Nothing. Not a blink, not a shrug. A wall in a gray jacket with coffee on his pants. I saw you at Sarah's wedding. You caught my Zia Nunziata on the church steps when she tripped, moved faster than anyone I've ever seen, and disappeared before she could thank you. I asked about you. 400 guests. Nobody had a name. His jaw moved. You asked about me, he said. Twice. Bride's side, groom's side. Nobody claimed you. That was a mistake. His voice hadn't changed, but the temperature around it had. You changed your routes. You checked a pharmacy window for reflections. You walked this block 4 times in 6 days. He looked at me straight. I caught all of it. And the people I work for pay attention to patterns. Stop making them. Is that arithmetic? And you need to stop. I'm terrible at arithmetic. I leaned on the window frame. You said the people I work for. So you work for someone. Someone interested enough in my family to send a man to a wedding and a funeral. Who? Nothing. Who do you work for? Nothing. Fine. You won't tell me who you are. You won't tell me who sent you. You won't tell me why you're parked on this block 6 days after my cousin went in the ground. My voice was climbing. I've got nothing but questions and a man who won't answer a single one, and I have been lied to and handled and shut out by every man in my family for months, and I am done. Lower your voice. Sharp. The first thing he'd said with any heat in it, and it wasn't anger. It was concern. His eyes went past me to the stoops, the windows, the block. You're standing at a man's car on this street yelling. Someone's going to remember that, and the people who'll hear about it aren't the ones you want hearing. I shut my mouth. Not because he told me to, because he was right. And being right about my safety was strange from someone who wouldn't tell me his name. I was shaking. Not fear. Rage, the kind that starts in your teeth. Months of being told nothing, and I was so done being handled that I'd walked up to a strange man's car with 2 espressos and a death wish. The cup shook in my hand. I gripped it until it stopped. You won't call them. You're very sure. You've had 6 days. No pushing it. You wanted me to see you. Then you brought coffee. He looked at the cup in his hand, the splash on his thigh. Why? Because I have questions and you're going to answer them. No, not like this. Not at a window, not with you standing in the street making yourself a target. What's your name? Nothing. You won't even give me that. Nothing. Here's what you should know about me, I said. Every man in my life has decided what I need to know and when I need to know it. My whole life. And I am done being the one who gets the version. I leaned on the window frame. So whatever this is, whoever sent you, I'm not going away, and I'm not going to be quiet about it. He looked at me. Longer than he'd looked at anything since I'd walked up to his window. His jaw moved, but his mouth didn't open, and he didn't look away. They don't know, he said, what they have in front of them. No, I said, they never have. He looked at the cup. He looked at me. Then he drank it, all of it, unhurried, watching me over the rim. The line of his throat when he swallowed went somewhere I was going to be angry about for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, I said. Same time. In your car, since you don't like windows. I'll stop asking about you. I'll stop making patterns, but only if you're here. Because if you're not, I smiled. I have a very good smile. Nobody ever checks what it's bolted onto. I do a lot more than ask. He started the car, pulled out slow, signal on like a citizen. I stood there grinning at a closed pork store and called Sarah. She picked up on the second ring. Hey, I was going to call you. Any word on who did it yet? Nothing. Marco saying anything? Marco says no one's copping to it, which is weird, right? Since everybody and their uncle seem to want to do it. What the fuck is going on, Sarah? Should we be concerned? Marco says no. She was quiet for a second. But you know, Marco is always going to tell me no. He doesn't want me to worry. Dumbass. Tell me about it. You tell your father yet? About? Her voice went soft for half a second. No, not yet. Soon. But then everyone's going to start treating me like fine china, and I've had enough of that shit. Tell me about it, I said again, and meant it different this time. Lunch tomorrow? Absolutely. You okay, Chiara? I'm fine. Fine like actually fine, or fine like the way you've been fine for months? I didn't answer. Sarah's silences give you exactly enough room to hang yourself. Tomorrow, she said, I'll make Marco's espresso machine do something useful for once. Deal. I hung up and walked past the pork store one more time, past the spot where his car had been. I was still carrying him, the silver at his temples, the scar through his eyebrow, the forearms and the knuckle that had healed wrong, and his throat when he drank my coffee, unhurried, watching me over the rim. A dangerous man in a gray sedan who wouldn't give me his name and wouldn't answer a single question, and still noticed more in 5 minutes than my family had in months. He'd be there tomorrow. I was sure of it. And I was going to sit in that car and ask him every question I had, and he was going to answer them. Or I was going to take him apart piece by quiet piece until I found whatever he was hiding under all that stillness. I hadn't felt this awake since the warehouse. That should have worried me. It didn't. Chapter 2. Rocco, I drove 4 blocks with her coffee on my pants and the cup in the console. The phone would ring tonight. It always rang on schedule. Bath Avenue on a Friday night. Light from the pizzeria falling across the sidewalk. 2 men smoking outside the barber shop. A woman with a shopping cart on the steps of a walk-up. Nobody looking at the gray sedan. Nobody remembering the driver. I parked and sat with the engine off. The stain on my right thigh had dried to a shadow the size of a palm. Her coffee. 10 hours since she'd shoved it through my window and asked me who the fuck I was, and the stain was still on my pants because I hadn't wiped it off. I noted that. This morning, 3rd in line at the bank on Montague Street at 9:04. 3rd is the position nobody remembers. 50,000 into the account with Marco Sorrentino's name on it. Same as every quarter. Same as 15 years. The receipt went in the envelope. The envelope goes where the envelopes go. The report I'd written Wednesday in a parking lot, longhand in the old code, engine ticking, the terminal's new shift manager, the camera on the brownstone, Eddie Caruso's sfogliatelle for 6. And the last line, the one I'd sat over with the pen before writing it, Sarah is expecting. Visible now. He reads everything twice. That line he would read more than twice. 11 weeks ago, I'd put 4 lines in a report about the cousin. Talking to strangers in Atlantic City, about the family, about the warehouse. He is a mouth now, and mouths travel. He read 4 lines and sent me. It took 9 days to find him. A rented room over a body shop in Keensburg. He talked before I asked anything. They always talk first. The ones who tie women to chairs go soft the second the chair is theirs. He gave me routes, names, where the money slept. And then he gave me the warehouse, because he thought it was currency. The chairs, in detail. The gasoline, where he'd poured it, how much, how close to her feet. The 2 women who heard every word he said about Adriano, start to finish. 400 photographs, and I learned about the gasoline from the man who bought it. I don't make jobs last. 15 years, and not one has run a minute past what it needed. That one did. I made him tell me the warehouse again, slower, and I was not gathering information. She was not his to kill. I left the sentence there. It's still there. Carmine went into the bay. The neighborhood decided it was family business, and I let the neighborhood be smart. And in the debrief, when the voice asked what the room had given up, loose ends, I answered. 15 years of answering, and it was out of my mouth before the rest of me voted. The 2 women in the chairs, the wife, the cousin. I marked her, not the machine, me with the truth, which is the only tool they ever trusted me with. Her patterns are in my files, all of them. The light at 4 a.m., recurring since the warehouse. The wine bottles in Tuesday's recycling, 2, sometimes 3. The lock ritual I can time from the street, 3 clicks in sequence, the front door last. 6 routes to the school, varied daily, each one checked and rechecked at reflective surfaces. She thinks she's unpredictable. She is, to everyone except the man who memorized all 6. And this morning she had walked up to my window with 2 espressos and asked me who I was, and I'd sat there and drunk it. The phone buzzed against the underside of the dash. Right on schedule. Twice a month. A voice I've known for 15 years and never met. The funeral, the voice said. No hello. There's never been a hello. He wants to know how it sat. It's in the report. He wants it in your words. He likes your words. Says you'd have made a priest. Paper moving. Somewhere on the other end of the world or around the corner. Go. Closed casket. Full church. The Don sat front row with a face like a man at someone else's table. Marco did the work, handshakes, the widow aunts, the cars, took communion for the room. I paused. Nobody asked who gave the order. The neighborhood decided it was handled and moved on. Nobody's asking, he repeated, writing it down. Beautiful. You want to hear a thing? The flowers alone ran $4,000. For a man they fished out of a bay. This family. A dry sound, almost affection. How's Marco carrying it? Jaw tight, hands busy, hasn't sat down in a week. The shoulder? Still favors the right, he compensates. Left hand does the heavy work now. Grocery bags, the gate, Sarah's coat. So he's domestic, he sounded amused. The kid who used to break thumbs in parking lots is carrying grocery bags. He'll like that. Thinks it makes them predictable. A page turning. Speaking of settling down, the wife, she's showing? It's in the report. Humor me. 4 months, maybe more. Boy or girl, that's not in the report either. I'm asking what you think. You've been on that family for 2 years. You have an opinion on everything else. I don't have opinions. I have facts. Sure you do. He laughed, short. He circled that line twice, drew a little box around it like a gift. The papers shuffled. The camera on the brownstone, still feeding Marco's phone only, just his. And he's checking it? Most nights he's out on the stoop around 11. Phone in his hand, looking at it a while, then he goes back in. He hasn't called anyone about it, hasn't brought it up with Eddie. How do you know he hasn't brought it up with Eddie? Because Eddie would react. Eddie's routine hasn't changed in a year. If Marco asked him about money showing up on a dead man's phone, something would move. Nothing has moved. Fair. A pen tapped something hard. He ever try to trace it? If he has, there's no sign. No calls to his guy at the precinct. No late nights on the laptop. He checks the feed and puts the phone away. See, that's the thing about Marco. Smart enough to find the answer, disciplined enough not to look for it. He called that when the kid was 17. Said, that one will make himself useful because he'd rather work than ask. And look, 15 years later, here we are. His voice dropped half a register on 17. I noted it. Everyone has tics. He sounded proud. Not of Marco, of the prediction. Eddie? 6 sfogliatelle on the counter Wednesday morning. 6 people through the door that night. The whole table? Mark, Sarah, Eddie, the Don, the cousin, and Franca this week. Rosa the week before. Rosa's the one with the mouth? That's Franca. Rosa's the one who stands on the stoop crying after. And Eddie, 81 and slower about it, takes longer getting out of the chair. The hand on the espresso machine shakes now, mornings more than nights. He still opens the club at 6, closes it when he closes it. The bakery order hasn't changed in a year. The old man asks about Eddie every time. You'd think Eddie was the operation, not the operation. A pen clicked. Anything else? The cousin's been quiet. Which cousin? The one in the bay or the one at the school? The one at the school. She runs the front office at the school, eats lunch with her pregnant cousin, walks the same block every day, and nobody's watching her. A paper shuffled. That's about it. One more thing, then. A page turning, unhurried, going down a list between bites of a sandwich. The warehouse. He's been rereading it. The cousin who was in the chairs, the loud one, she heard all of it, every word the dead man said, start to finish. Yes. And she hasn't said anything? Not to the family, not to the wife, not to anybody. Not that I've seen. She goes to school. She goes to the brownstone on Fridays. She goes home. All this time. He was reading it off my own debrief. Every word she heard, he had from me. Mouths keep is the thinking. He paused. And? Anything unusual? No. The street outside my windshield stayed exactly where it was. Everything else moved. She's been quiet since the warehouse, I said. True. Everything I said from here on out would be true. The lie was behind me, and it would have to hold. Sure, and the dead man was quiet 11 weeks, and before that he was singing to a crew in Atlantic City. Mouths keep, that's the thinking. A pen clicked. The wife heard it too, before you ask. But the wife is family arithmetic now. You saw to that this week. The cousin's just a loose end. A beat. So she gets handled, he said. Not a question. A line item. You saw to that. 4 words. My pen had sorted the 2 women in that warehouse into columns. One line about a coat cut generous had moved Sarah into untouchable and moved the other one to the top of a list. The other one who this morning had leaned on my window frame and told me to watch her. Handled how? I said, flat. You know how. No hurry, let the funeral noise die down. Quiet, clean, accidental if it can be got. You're the eyes. Sit on her, her days, her doors, her hours alone. When it's time, it'll be quick. The papers evened themselves with a tap. He said to tell you he trusts your thoroughness. He doesn't say that about anybody. What's the window? No window. When it's ready, but he'll want to look in 2 weeks. Something to read. Habits, schedule, who she sees, where she's alone, the usual. And if it can't be got clean, then it gets got unclean. but he'd prefer clean. He's sentimental about that neighborhood, doesn't like mess near the family. Plus, she's a Castellano, and the Don still has uses. Clean means the Don never asks questions, and the Don is very good at not asking questions. The Don's already not looking. Exactly. Let's keep it that way. He shifted registers, dropping the death and picking up the ledger. The money while I have you. The quarterly went through? This morning. Good. The terminal. The new shift manager. Problem? No, he counts containers, doesn't ask what's inside them. That's the only kind of shift manager worth having, Sheepshed Bay. The permit? Filed Tuesday. Should clear by the 15th. He wants it by the 10th. Then he should have filed it himself. A silence. Then he laughed, longer this time, genuine. I'm going to tell him you said that. He'll love it. He really does think you'd have made a priest. More papers. All right, 2 weeks. Make it thorough. It'll be thorough. It always is. That's why it's you. The call ended without goodbye. I sat in the dark with the dead phone and the stain on my thigh. Loose end. He'd set it between bites of a sandwich, the way someone says pick up milk. And my body had done what it does when an order comes in. Nothing visible, pulse flat, hands still, the face I've worn for every order I've carried out. The difference is that this time, underneath it, something was already saying no. I don't refuse. The old man gives the order through the voice, and I execute. I am the thing they send when it needs to be done by someone who won't flinch and won't talk. The last job before Carmine was 3 years ago. A Corsetti associate who pulled a thread in the Cyprus accounts. I built the accident in 11 days. A wet curve on the Gowanus, brake fluid that doesn't survive a toxicology screen. The memorial ran 4 inches in the Eagle. I read it standing in line at the bank. The Sorrentino brothers break thumbs in parking lots. I make people disappear from paperwork. The brothers are loud. I'm the reason the loud ones sleep at night. And now the machine wanted me to hand over the days of a woman I've had 400 photographs of for 2 years, who this morning had walked up to my car and said, "Who the fuck are you?" with a smile nobody checks the underside of. Loose end. Her name is Chiara, and she is not a loose end. Here is the arithmetic I did in the dark, and it only came out one way. If I go dark, the job goes to other hands. Younger, cheaper hands that will do it on schedule and get the accident wrong. If I stall with nothing to show, he reads the stall because he reads everything twice. The only version where she stays alive is the one where I stay exactly where I am. The eyes. Close enough to feed the machine her days, curated and corrected, always a week out of date. Lie by lie, to a voice that has never once heard me lie for as long as I can make it hold. 2 weeks. He wants her days. He'll get days. Her school and her Friday lunch and her walk home, and none of it current. It will look like thoroughness. Not the first paper I've built for a machine that kills people, but the first I've built wrong on purpose. The light at 4 stays out. The wine stays out. The locks, the hands, the pitch her voice hits when the damage is worst. Every soft place stays out. They get errands. The job says get close to her. The want says get close to her. For 15 years I have kept those in separate rooms. He just handed me a life where they agree. I went upstairs. The dog was at the door. The dark room was waiting. I stripped the film from the funeral roll and worked the trays in the red light, 60 seconds per tray, the clock on the shelf. The print surfaced. The Don folded in half behind the composure. Marco's jaw set, Eddie with his hand on the widow aunt's. And in the 6th frame at the church railing, a woman not watching the casket, dry-eyed through the requiem of the man who zip-tied her to a chair, poured gasoline at her feet. The aunts were bent double. She was upright, jaw set, voice carrying. I'd heard it from across the street, that pitch she hits when the damage underneath is worst. Not one person in that church was reading it. She was watching the street, watching the exact piece of it where I'd been standing, 400 photographs in 2 years. And this was the first one where she was looking back. I took the print down. It went into my jacket. In 15 years, I've burned everything I was told to burn and kept nothing I wasn't. This one I kept. Tomorrow she would be there. She'd said same time, same block, in the car. She'd bring questions I didn't know how to answer without telling the truth, and didn't know how to deflect without losing her. I didn't know which would end me first. Chapter 3. Chiara bought 2 coffees again. 1 sugar each. Sal didn't even ask this time, just held up the second cup and raised an eyebrow, and I took it without explaining. He was parked on the same block, same spot, window down before I reached it. I opened the passenger door and got in. His car was spare. A phone charger wrapped around the gear shift, a parking receipt under the visor. The steering wheel worn smooth where his hands sat. In the closed space of the car, those hands were harder to look away from. Broad across the knuckles, still on the wheel. Not relaxed, closed, ready. I set his espresso in the holder on his side, set mine on my side, started talking before the door was shut. "Who do you work for?" He pulled away from the curb. Before he moved, his eyes swept both mirrors and the cross street in a single pass, fast enough that if I hadn't been watching his face, I'd have missed it. Not how a driver checks, how someone checks who's learned the hard way what sits in the places you don't look. What do you do with what you see? He turned onto 19th Avenue toward the water. The car smelled like coffee because I'd brought it, and underneath that it smelled like him. Nothing sharp. Fabric and cold air, whatever soap he used. "How many other people are you watching?" "I'm right here. I can hear you." Flat. The same voice from yesterday. And none of those are the question you actually want to ask. You don't get to tell me what I want to ask. You've been watching me however long it's been. That doesn't mean you know me. You're right, I don't. He kept his eyes forward. But you're not here for answers. You're here because this is the first thing you've done since the warehouse that you chose. The warehouse. He said the warehouse. I hadn't told him about the warehouse. The car went quiet. You chose the car, you chose the coffee. You chose to walk up to a man you don't know and demand he talk. Nobody told you to be here. That's why you're here. I hated that he was right. I hated it like losing at cards, like being late, like having the thing underneath the thing you thought you were hiding read straight off your face. And I hated that he knew about the warehouse without me telling him, which meant he knew more than he was giving me, which meant the questions I had just doubled. "You don't get to talk about that," I said. "No, I don't. And you don't get to be right about why I'm here. That's not how being right works." "Fine." I picked up my espresso. "You owe me answers, all of them, now. 1 question. Excuse me? 1 question, today. No. You answer my questions. I've got about 400, and I am not leaving this car with one. Then you'll be in this car a long time." He looked forward, jaw set, hands on the wheel, and he wasn't going to argue. He was going to sit in silence until I ran out of air. We passed the seawall, and the Verrazano sat through the windshield, gray cables holding gray weight. "Where are you taking me?" "Around the block." "That's not an answer. It's not a question day yet. You haven't agreed to anything. You're serious." "1," he said. I folded my arms. "I'm not leaving with just 1. You're not getting more today." "Today? You said today. So what about tomorrow?" He didn't answer. The scar on his eyebrow was closer than I'd ever seen it, a white thread through dark hair. Up close, it looked like it had been stitched by someone who knew what they were doing and didn't care if it looked nice. A field stitch, a patch job. Because if I come back tomorrow, is it another one? And the day after? Are we doing this every day now? Because I will. I will get in this car every single day until you run out of silences or I run out of questions and you're not going anywhere. So we could be here a while. That's not what I'm offering. I know. I'm negotiating. This is what it sounds like when someone negotiates with you instead of the other way around. Is it uncomfortable? Good. Get used to it. 1 per day. Every day. I show up, you answer, we both pretend this is normal. He turned onto Shore Road, and the water opened up on our left. The heater hummed. His breathing was audible. The car was that quiet. I was that close, and I hadn't been this close to a man's breathing since Matteo, and Matteo's breathing had never once made me pay attention to my own. Every man in my family would have caved by now. Half an answer wrapped in a lie, a pat on the hand, a let me talk to Marco about it. This one sat in the quiet like he could wait longer than I could talk. I wasn't sure he was wrong. I thought about it. 1 was crumbs, but 1 per visit meant he had to keep showing up. 1 per day. He looked at me. First time since I'd gotten in. Something crossed his face, fast, gone. A man realizing a door he'd closed had just been propped open. He put it away, but I caught it. No, he said. Then pull over and I'll go ask Marco instead. You won't. Pull over and find out. We looked at each other. If this man wanted to hurt me, he'd have done it 6 days ago. That's what my head said. My body wasn't as sure. Something in the way he sat, centered and still, said he knew exactly what the space between us was for, and I didn't. Fine, he said. 1 per day. He said it like a man agreeing to 2 days, maybe 3. He had no idea. And if I'm in danger, I said, real danger, not the kind my cousins invent to keep me in the kitchen. You tell me. Yes. 1 word, no hesitation. I have a condition, he said. You're in no position for conditions. You want the questions. This is what they cost. Don't say my name to your family. Don't describe me to anyone. Don't give them anything they can use to find me. What's your name? His grip shifted on the wheel. I didn't look away this time. Yesterday I had. I was done with that. Rocco. His eyes stayed forward. That's your one. You did not just count that. I hate you. No, you don't. You don't know that. I do. Based on what? A week of watching me from a car? Because you brought me coffee. Twice. Your name is hardly information. It's 2 syllables. He looked at the windshield. Nobody on this block has those 2 syllables. You do. That was either going to become a pattern or kill me. This is infuriating. You know that, right? This is the most infuriating thing a man has ever done to me in a car, and a man once proposed to me in a Honda Civic. So the bar was already high. That wasn't a man. That was an idiot. The corner of his mouth moved. Not a smile. Close, though. Close enough that I marked it progress. He drove. 2 syllables. Nobody else on this block had them. Chipale. I shook my head. Fine. Rocco. Rocco, who counted every sentence like it's going on my permanent record. You work at a school. You know how records work. How did you? I stopped. Oh, right. The watching. He drove. The quiet in the car was closing the distance between us in a way distance should have prevented. You're not sleeping. Not a question. A fact delivered flat, unsoftened, true. That's not a question. That's a statement. Your light goes on at 4 every morning. Your hands shake and you hide it by keeping them in your pockets or around the cup, and you checked behind you twice on the walk from the bakery, then stopped. His eyes stayed on the road. You didn't used to stop. My light. My voice had gone flat. You can see my light from the street at 4 in the morning. Yes. That's not 6 days, Rocco. You didn't learn my sleep schedule in 6 days. He didn't answer. And the thing I'd been telling myself, that he'd tracked my hunting, my rotes, my pharmacy window reflections, a week of patterns, collapsed. He'd been watching me, not my hunting, me, my window, my mornings, long enough to know when the light changed. I should have opened the door and gotten out. I should have called Marco. I should have done anything other than what I actually did, which was sit there with my skin going hot and my pulse climbing and think, he noticed. Months. He'd been watching my window for months. Are you here to hurt me? No. Fast. No pause. I believed him. I had no reason to believe him, and I believed him. And if Sarah were here, she'd grab me by the shoulders and shake, and she'd be right, and I'd still believe him. Then why? Why my window? Why 4 in the morning? Why do you know what time I can't sleep? He didn't answer. His hand stayed on the wheel, and he didn't answer. And his not answering told me more than any answer would have. Nobody noticed. My voice was dropping without my permission. Months, and nobody in my family noticed I wasn't sleeping. And a man I met yesterday knows what time my light goes on. So either you're the most dangerous person in my life, or you're the only one paying attention, and I can't figure out which is worse. I pay attention. To me. To you. His eyes went to the mirrors, both, then the cross street. Checking for something. I didn't ask what. I looked at his hands on the wheel, the broad knuckles, the proud set one, the workman's wrists where his sleeves had pushed back. In the small space of the car, with his flat diagnosis of my insomnia still in the air, the awareness was a live wire. You've been watching me a lot longer than 6 days. Yes. How long? That's tomorrow. And you never once just walked up to me? His grip changed on the wheel. No. Why not? There is nothing about you, he said, that I have ever managed to keep on the other side of a line I shouldn't have crossed. I looked at his hands. He put them back on the wheel. 10 and 2. Nobody touched. The heater hummed. The voltage stayed exactly where it was, and we both sat in it. A stalker. I was sitting in a car with the man who'd been watching my window at 4 a.m, and I was asking him why he'd never introduced himself. Like that was the problem. Like the watching was fine, and the rudeness of not saying hello was the issue. Sarah would kill me. Sarah would absolutely kill me. And I was going to be here again tomorrow. I get a question, he said. That wasn't part of the deal. You asked me 4, I'm asking 1. He looked at me, not the gauge reading, the real one. Why are you here? Because I have questions and nobody in my family. That's not why you're here. I shut my mouth. He waited. Because you didn't lie to me, I said, yesterday. Everyone I've ever known has picked comforting over honest, every time. I looked at the windshield. I don't want comforting. I want honest. He drove. His espresso was half gone in the holder, and mine was cold in my hands. I'd been holding it instead of drinking it. Same time tomorrow. I'll be here. You'd better be. Because if you're not, I'm going to ask Sal at the cafe, and Sal tells everyone everything, and by noon the whole block will know I'm looking for a man named Rocco in a gray sedan. That would be unwise. Unwise is my whole thing now. His jaw moved again, closer. Tomorrow, I said. Tomorrow. I got out on the corner of Bath and 19th, 3 blocks from where he'd picked me up, and bent down to look at him through his window. 1 question a day, I said. And Rocco? You're not going anywhere, so we're going to be here a while. He drove away, signal on. The espresso cup was still in his holder, half empty, right where I'd put it. I walked home past the bakery, past Mrs. DiNapoli's steps, the same blocks I'd walked for 27 years, and they looked different from this side of a man's car window. I had his name. I had a daily appointment he hadn't planned on, and I had questions I was going to stretch as far as they'd go, because every question meant getting back in that car, and getting back in that car meant sitting close enough to see the silver at his temples and the scar through his eyebrow and those hands on the wheel. I wasn't thinking about him. I was thinking about his hands. There's a difference. There is absolutely a difference. Unwise, obviously. Chapter 4. Chiara, come. Zia Franca's hand found my arm before I'd made it 3 steps down St. Finbar's. Her grip a little too firm, a little too high, sleeve, not hand, close enough to the wrist, close enough that my breath caught and the church steps weren't the church steps for a second. I went loud before anyone noticed. Zia, gorgeous Mass. Father DiMaggio really sold the Matthew today, been workshopping it. He reads the same one every year. The commitment to the bit, Zia, that's craft. She patted my arm. 2 taps, a squeeze, a release. Poor Chiara after everything. The engagement, the canceled wedding, flowers ordered, invitations printed, the hall on Bay 35th booked and then unbooked. Matteo's mouth running to the wrong people, the warehouse, Matteo gone to Fort Lee. The whole block had opinions. And now Zia Franca was trying to fix what 3 canceled caterers and a ring down a sewer had done to the family name. How are you doing, sweetheart? Angela's mother-in-law, right on schedule. After everything, you look thin. I'm Italian, I'm never thin. The coat is doing a lot of work. She's fine, my father said, arriving with his coat buttoned wrong. 2nd button in the 3rd hole, same as every winter since my mother stopped fixing it for him. She's good, right, Chiara? Fine. Good. He squeezed my shoulder. He loves me the way a man loves a chair he built himself. Proud, careful, certain it belongs exactly where he put it. So, Zia Franca materialized between me and the railing. I have somebody for you. Zia, Donna Lombardi's nephew, Anthony. Very nice. An accountant. She said it like other women say neurosurgeon. Good family. Bensonhurst, not Jersey, just your age. Zia, the last man who was just my age is moving furniture in Fort Lee. I'm upgrading my criteria. Zia Nunziata crossed herself. You'll be 30 before you upgrade anything. I prefer selective. Selective is a fancy word for alone, tesoro. Alone is a fancy word for quiet, Zia, and you know how much I love quiet. Quiet. Zia Nunziata looked at heaven for backup. This one, quiet. The Requiem was quieter than you. That's why I liked it. She swatted the air. Fine, laugh. Die alone with your nice smile and see if Donna Lombardi asks twice. She won't have to. I'm sure Anthony is lovely. I'm sure Anthony has a pension and a dental plan and opinions about index funds. I smiled. Tell Donna Lombardi I said thank you, and I mean that, and no. Zia Franca crossed herself. Zia Nunziata shook her head. Another Sunday, another niece who won't cooperate. Sarah caught it from across the steps, the flicker that said I heard what was under that. She didn't push, Matteo. The name showed up between one ant and the next. I waited for something. Anger, grief, even the satisfaction of the ring hitting the grate. If I were honest with myself, all I felt was relief. The empty space where Matteo used to be wasn't loss. It was a room with better air. Inside, I hadn't taken communion. Haven't since the warehouse. You didn't go up, Zia Rosa had whispered during the sign of peace. Are you okay? I ate too late last night. You're supposed to fast. That was the old rule, Tesoro. They changed it. Well, nobody told me. I'd smiled and she'd squeezed my hand and gone back to her missile, satisfied with a reason that fit inside the rules. Can't close my eyes and open my mouth for anyone anymore. My body won't do it. I stopped asking. The candles were worse. 30 votives along the side aisle, and the smell hit me on the way in. Hot wax and smoke and something underneath it that my body turned into gasoline. I picked a pew on the far side and didn't look at them for the rest of Mass. Zio's car pulled to the curb, black, tinted. He came down the steps and my father went to him before Zio had to look twice. What did Zio want? I asked when my father came back. Nothing, Stellina. He asked after you. After me specifically, or after the situation. Chiara, because those are different things, Pop. Asking after me is, how are you sleeping? Are you eating? Do you need anything? Asking after the situation is she going to be a problem? Nobody thinks you're a problem. Then let somebody say my name at that table without lowering their voice first. Chiara, nobody thinks about me at all. That's the point. Everything's fine. It's handled. Handled. The family's favorite word, and the one that makes my back teeth meet. What's handled? What specifically is handled? Because from where I'm standing, Carmine is in the ground, and nobody will tell me who put him there, and I sat in a warehouse with gasoline on the floor, and that's been handled for months, and I still don't sleep, Pop. I still check the locks. Is that handled? His face did its gentle, useless thing. You're upset. Yes, I'm upset, Pop. But what difference does it make? Nobody in this family cares. He kissed my forehead. I let him. He was trying. I have been spoken about more than I have been spoken to in this family. Sarah found me by the railing while Marco shook hands with Eddie at the bottom of the steps. Eddie in his black coat with a white bakery box under one arm, because Eddie brings sfogliatelle like other men bring rosaries. Eddie caught my eye and raised the box. For you, he said. The pistachio. Eddie, you're the only man in this family who brings me something useful. The rest of them bring opinions. I bring pastry. I know which one lasts longer. You eating? Zia Franca asks me the same thing. Franca asks so she has something to report. I ask because the pistachio's your one. He put the box in my hands. Don't share it. You okay? Sarah said. Fine. Good. She almost smiled. Her hand went to her coat, low, instinct. Marco thinks I should take it easy. Marco thinks everything is a reason to take it easy. Last week he wouldn't let me carry a grocery bag. That's love. That's Marco thinking he's helping. He hovers. I love him, and he hovers. She rolled her eyes. You should see him with the crib instructions. 3 languages, and he's losing to all of them. Did he win? He put it back in the box. The box is in the closet. We don't discuss the box. You tell your father yet? Not yet. The minute I do this, she gestured at the steps, the ants, the church, becomes the Sarah show. And I've had enough show. Tell me about it. You'd tell me if something was wrong. She looked at me straight. You'd tell me. I tell you everything. Say it again, slower. I tell you everything. Better. Still a lie. That was a lie, the first one I'd told her since the warehouse. The alternative was telling Sarah I'd been climbing into a strange man's car every morning for a week, and he knew my window and the time I couldn't sleep, and I believed him when he said he wasn't there to hurt me. She would kill me. Sarah, I took her hand. When this is over, when the baby's here and Marco stops hovering and the ants stop patting, I need to tell you something. Not now, but soon. That's not a reassuring sentence. It's not a dangerous one either. I just need time. She studied me. Sarah's study is a full-body audit. Hands, jaw, the place where your smile stops being real. She was deciding whether to push. Okay, she said, but soon. Soon. The steps emptied. My father's car pulled away. The wind came down the avenue and took a prayer card off the ground. I have a secret now. Days of a gray sedan and one question at a time, and a man named Rocco who drinks his espresso however I bring it. One sugar, never corrected, not once, and says honest things in a flat voice and watched me longer than I want to think about. Days of climbing into a car my family doesn't know about, keeping information like they keep information, locked-handled mine. The hypocrisy should have tasted worse. I was doing to them exactly what they do to me. I waited for the guilt. No guilt. What arrived instead was appetite, not hunger. Hunger is need with no address. Appetite knows where it's going. I had better questions now. I walked home the long way, past Café Trieste, past the closed pork store, past the corner where everything started. The walk was mine. The secret was mine. I turned onto 86th and the train went by overhead, the rattle filling the block, and I was thinking about appetite and better questions, and how he takes his coffee however I hand it to him when the sentence came back. We'd been on Shore Road, 2 days ago, maybe 3. My coffee in his holder, the water on the left, Manhattan across the Narrows, like something I used to know. You don't go into the city anymore, he'd said. Not a question. An observation, flat and certain, like everything he said, like he was reading it off a list he'd been keeping. I'd said something. Nothing over there for me anymore. Or something like it. Something that closed the door without explaining why the door was closed. He'd nodded. We'd moved on. Standing on the sidewalk now, the train fading down the elevated track, the sentence turned over in my hands like a coin I'd pocketed without checking the date. You don't go into the city anymore. Anymore. The last time I went into the city was Bleecker Street. A cafe with bad lighting and good espresso, and Sarah across the table with her hands shaking, telling me everything. I'd held her hands across that table. We'd planned the Mulberry Street dinner. 2 houses, 2 restaurants, 2 lies to find the leak. The next day, Carmine sent men to the restaurant. Marco got us out. And then, when we should have been safe at the hotel, Carmine's people came back and took us anyway. I hadn't been back to the city since. You don't go into the city anymore didn't mean he'd noticed I stopped taking the train. It meant he knew I used to go. It meant he was watching before I stopped, before the warehouse. Before Carmine zip-tied me to a chair and poured gasoline on the floor. He was watching before. I stopped on the sidewalk. The appetite was gone. The better questions were gone. The secret I'd been carrying like something warm and private went cold in my chest. One question. The only one that mattered now. Where were you when it happened? Motherfucker. Chapter 5. Chiara got in the car and slammed the door hard enough that the coffee in his holder jumped. You were watching me before. He didn't move, hands on the wheel, eyes forward. The same stillness he always wore, except today I wanted to crack it open with my bare hands. Before the warehouse, before Carmine. You were watching me when I went into the city to meet Sarah. Chiara, don't say my name like that, like you're going to talk me down from something. You were watching me. You saw. You knew what was coming, and you did nothing. I didn't see it. Bullshit. You were in Manhattan. His voice was flat, operational. A man filing a report. I was other places that night. What places? Where were you when my cousin zip-tied me to a chair and poured gasoline on the floor? Nothing. His jaw moved once. His hands stayed on the wheel. Tell me, Rocco. Tell me where you were, or I swear to God I don't need my cousins. I will strangle you myself right here with my bare hands. Nothing. I hit him. Open hand, his shoulder, hard enough to hurt my palm. He didn't flinch. Tell me. I didn't see it happen. Still flat, still facing forward. You were in Manhattan. I was here. I didn't know until after. After the gasoline. After the chair. After my cousin tried to fucking kill me. My voice cracked. I hated it. I hated that it cracked in this car, in front of this man, when I'd held it together through Mass and the ants and every pat on the sleeve for months. Where is here? You said you were here. Where? He didn't answer. Fuck you, Rocco. I got out. Slammed the door. Walked. He didn't follow. Never follows. just sits in that car with his hands on the wheel and his face like a wall and waits. And the waiting is worse than chasing, because chasing I could outrun. I didn't go back the next day, or the day after. Marco caught me on the stoop, not in the brownstone where Sarah could referee. My stoop. Tuesday evening, the streetlight buzzing, and I was carrying a bag of groceries I didn't need because the long way home goes past D'Agostino's, and the long way home is where my life happens now. Marco was sitting on my steps, right shoulder lower than the left, the charming face arranged for something that wasn't charm. We need to talk. Gorgeous opening. You rehearsed that on the drive over? Nino saw you. He stood, blocking the door without blocking it. Twice. Same gray car, same man. Parked off Shore Road Tuesday. Again off Cropsey Thursday. He let that settle. Who is he, Chiara? A friend. You don't have friends with gray sedans who park by the water. You don't know what friends I have, Marco. That's the fun part of not telling me anything. You have no right to inventory what I do with my free time. His jaw worked. I watched him pick between the cousin voice and the boss voice, and I watched the boss win, which it always does with Marco when he's scared. I'm asking you a direct question, and I'm giving you a direct answer. He's a friend. He's not a threat, and he's none of your business. I heard myself stonewalling him exactly like the family stonewalls me. Flat, final. The door closed with a smile that says, "Don't worry about it, it's handled." I hated the sound of it coming out of my mouth. I did it anyway. "I'm trying to keep you safe," he said. Quieter. I know. And I did. That was the whole miserable shape of it. I know you are, and I'm telling you I'm fine. Chiara? Good night, Marco. I went inside, closed the door, stood in my hallway, breathing until the grocery bag cut into my fingers enough to be useful. Then I put the groceries away, poured a glass of wine, and counted it. Sarah knocked 40 minutes later. I opened the door, and she was standing there with her coat unbuttoned over the belly she was just starting to show, holding a paper bag from the bakery on 18th Avenue, and looking like a woman who'd had a conversation with her husband that ended with her putting on shoes and walking 3 blocks in the cold. "I'm sorry about Marco." "Come in." She came in, set the bakery bag on the counter, sat on my couch like she was claiming territory, which she was. Sarah doesn't perch. She sits. It's one of my favorite things about her. "He means well," she said. "He means what all the men in this family mean. He means I'll decide what's safe for you, and you can thank me later." I know. I told him. He's driving me insane. Last week he wouldn't let me carry a grocery bag. Soon he'll have me in a plastic bubble with a security detail and a nutritionist. She rubbed her belly. "I love him. I also want to hit him with a shoe most days. You and me both." "So," she leaned forward. The look on her face wasn't worry. It was interest. Bright-eyed, chin forward. The look she gets when the numbers are doing something unexpected and she wants to see what happens next. "Tell me everything." There's nothing to tell. "Chiara Castellano, you are lying to me on your own couch in your own apartment, and you're not even good at it. Marco says there's a man, Nino says there's a man, and I'm sitting here with Sfogliatelle and time. So tell me everything." I looked at the ceiling, at the bakery bag, at my wine, which was almost gone and shouldn't be. "There's a man." "A man," Sarah leaned forward. "Who is he? Where did you meet him?" "Around the neighborhood. He's around. Very specific. What's his name?" "You can't tell me?" Sarah sat up straight. "Don't tell me he's fucking married, Chiara, because I swear to Mary and Joseph." "He's not married." "Then why can't you tell me his name?" "Because he asked me not to. It's complicated." I said it with confidence, but somewhere behind my ribs a small, cold thought arrived. Is he? I'd never asked. He'd never said. He didn't wear a ring, but men in this life didn't always wear rings, and I had no idea what his life looked like past the front seat of that car. He better not be fucking married. And there it was, the possessiveness, hot and unauthorized. He wasn't mine. He wasn't anything to me except a man in a car who answered questions. I had no claim on him and no right to one, and the thought of someone else in his kitchen still made my jaw tight. I put that away, for later, for never. Sarah stared at me for 3 full seconds. "Okay, we're coming back to that. Marco said he's older. How much older?" "Old enough to know what he's doing." Sarah's eyes went wide, not scared, lit. "Chiara, don't say my name like that." Like what? Like the ants say it, like it comes with a pat and a prayer. I'm not patting you. I'm asking. She pulled her legs up on the couch, tucking them under her like she used to when we were 15, and staying up late at the brownstone, and the world was smaller and nobody was trying to kill anyone. So what's he like? I thought about it. Really thought about it. He makes me feel awake, like I've been sleepwalking since the warehouse and somebody opened a window. Sarah was quiet for a second. Then, that's the most dangerous sentence you've ever said to me. I know. So what makes this one different? From every other man in this borough who's looked at you twice? He doesn't lie to me. That's the criteria now. That's the whole list. She got it. Her face shifted from excited to something deeper, something that recognized the shape. She'd married a dangerous man. She'd slept next to him with a knife under the mattress and learned the truth the hard way and come out the other side. She was the only person alive who understood why safe wasn't the criteria anymore. And Chiara? She reached over and took my hand. Whatever this is, you don't have to carry it alone. I've done that. It's a terrible plan. I squeezed her hand. Noted. We sat there for a minute, holding on. Then she opened the bakery bag and pulled out 2 sfogliatelle and said, "Now tell me what he looks like, and do not say older again, or I will throw this pastry at your head." I laughed. A real one. It had been months since I laughed real, and it came out too loud and half a register wrong, and Sarah heard both things and didn't say so, and that was the kindest thing anyone had done for me since tires, outside. The screech of rubber on cold asphalt, then a second sound. An engine revving, boxed, the aggressive idle of a vehicle that's been cut off and isn't happy about it. Then voices. Men's voices, carrying across a Bath Beach block after dark. Loud enough to establish authority, quiet enough to deny it later. Sarah looked at me. I was already moving. "Stay here. Like hell. You're pregnant." "I'm pregnant, not paralyzed. Move." I hit the stoop and the scene was already set. Nino's black SUV angled across the street, blocking the gray sedan. 2 of his guys on the sidewalk, dockworker builds, arms crossed, the choreography of men who've done this before. Nino at the driver's window of the sedan with his hands in his coat and his jaw locked like he'd already decided how the next 10 minutes would go. Through the sedan's windshield, Rocco. Hands on the wheel, face empty, and only I knew what that emptiness cost, what it took to sit motionless while men with intentions boxed you in on a residential block. Only I knew the hands on that wheel could have made this go differently. And he just sat there. I ran. Nino. I was between them before his guys could move, louder than the situation called for. "What the hell are you doing?" "Chiara, go inside." "I'm not going inside. I'm standing right here on a public street and you've got 2 guys blocking a parked car like he stole something. This is family business. He's with me. This is my block and my business." Behind me, Sarah on the stoop, arms folded over her belly. "Oh, for God's sake, Nino." Nino looked from me to Sarah and back. The math changed. 1 Castellano woman was a problem, 2 was a situation. "Why is he just sitting out here like a creep, Chiara?" Nino's voice was lower now. "Parked on your block, not moving, just sitting. Because he's waiting for me while I talk to Sarah and giving us privacy, you asshole. Which is more than I can say for you. Complete lie. Total fabrication." But I said it with the conviction of a woman whose entire family runs on performance. And performance was the one inheritance they'd actually given me. Nino's guys looked at Nino. Nino looked at me. Really looked the way men in this family look at you when they're recalculating and don't love the answer. "Tell your friend," he said, "that Marco's going to want a conversation." Marco always wants a conversation. It's his most charming quality. They left. The SUV pulled out slow, making a point of the slowness, and Nino's guys folded into it, and then my block was just streetlights and cold and my own pulse louder than I wanted it to be. Sarah was watching from the stoop. Her face said 12 things. I heard all of them. Nino's guy slammed the SUV door, metal on metal, and my whole body lurched. I made it look like I was turning to check the street. Sarah's eyes tracked the motion and I saw her catch it. I walked to the sedan. My hands were shaking, both of them. I crossed my arms and kept my face in one piece. The window came down. "You okay?" He looked at me, like I was the only thing in the frame, and the exposure was set for a photograph nobody else would ever see. "Get in," he said. I got in, pulled the door shut. The car smelled like his coffee and the leather and something underneath, both that I'd started associating with the only hour of my day that felt real. Drive. He drove. You should have stayed inside, he said, and let my idiot cousins do God knows what. They boxed you in, Rocco, with Sarah on the stoop. I can handle them. No, you cannot. You had better not handle anything, Rocco. I mean it. He looked at the road. I couldn't tell if that was agreement or the silence he used instead of a lie. I shouldn't have hit you, I said. I've been hit worse. That doesn't make it okay. I pulled my sleeves over my hands because they were still shaking and the car wasn't warm yet. Why are you even here? I believe I told you to go fuck off. No, you said fuck you, Rocco. That is not the same. I stared at him, his profile against the streetlight, his face giving me nothing. And somewhere in the flat operational wall of that man there was a person making a joke, or being exact. With Rocco it was hard to tell, and the not telling was the whole problem. I'm still angry, I said. I'm angry that you were watching before the warehouse, and I'm angry that you won't tell me where you were. I know, but I have more questions, and you're the only person who doesn't lie when I ask them. He looked at me, full, not a glance. The whole weight of his attention, which was a thing I still hadn't learned to carry without my pulse doing something stupid. I still get a question. It's a new day. He waited. How long have you been watching me? A muscle in his jaw jumped, the only movement on his whole face. Ask another question. That is my question. Ask another question. Fine. Are you married? He looked at me, not the flat operational look, something underneath it. No. Have you ever been? That's 3 questions. Answer it anyway. No. 2 no's. No wife, no ex-wife. A man who lived alone and watched a woman's window at 4 a.m. and had never belonged to anyone. And the loneliness of that should have been a warning. Instead, it felt like a door. Tomorrow, I said, same time, and I'm going to ask you again, how long? The car stopped at my corner. I got out, walked home. Sarah was gone. The bakery bag on the counter, the sfogliatelle untouched, a note on my kitchen table in her handwriting, you still owe me a name. I stood in my kitchen and looked at the note and the pastry and the empty apartment and thought about what I'd said on the street. He's with me, 3 words. They don't come back once you let them out. Someone knocked, not the buzzer, the door. My door 4 flights up, knuckles on wood, and my heart went to the warehouse before my head could stop it. Nobody had buzzed him in. Of course nobody had. Chiara. Low through the wood. It's me. I opened the door and he filled it. All that watching, however long it really was, the question he still wouldn't answer, weeks of that car, and he had never once come closer than the curb. And now here he was, 3 feet from my kitchen, the cold still on his coat. We need to talk, he said. Second man to say that to me tonight. The first one I'd stonewalled on a stoop. This one, I stepped back and let in. Chapter 6, Rocco, I had never been past the curb. 2 years of her window from the street, weeks of her voice in my car. Tonight the distance was gone. Her kitchen smelled like wine and sugar and her, and I stood inside it with my back to the door I should never have knocked on. She crossed her arms. Talk. Tonight has to be the last one for a while. Her chin came up. The sentence went into her like a slap she'd been expecting her whole life. Say that again. Nino made the car. The block saw you stand in front of it. By tomorrow, Marco has a description, and Marco is not Nino. I kept my voice level. The meetings stop until it cools. Until it cools. And how long is a while, Rocco? A week? A month? A year? She let that sit. You're comfortable with long. She laughed, 1 note, no floor under it. God, you sound exactly like them. You know that? It's handled. It's for your own good. We'll tell you when it's safe. My whole life of that, from every man at every table. And now you, standing in my kitchen doing the family's act. It's not an act. No, it's worse because you mean it. She came toward me. You don't get to do this. You don't get to watch me for God knows how long and answer my questions in that flat voice and make yourself the only honest thing in my life and then decide for me like I'm a schedule you keep. Everybody decides for me. Everybody. You were the one who didn't. Chiara, don't say my name like it's a hand on my shoulder. I'm not leaving you. I'm leaving the block. It's the same thing. It is not the same thing. It's the same thing, Rocco. If you're not where I can see you, you're gone. That's how it works now. She stopped a foot away, breathing hard, the fury riding on top of the fear where she keeps it. You made yourself the hour of my day that's real. You don't get to take the hour back and call it safety. I could have told her the truth then. All of it. The phone, the list, her name on it. The words were in my mouth, and 15 years of discipline held them there because the truth doesn't make her safer. The truth makes her loud, and loud is the one thing that kills her. Fine, she said when I gave her nothing. Fine, go, disappear. I'll take Zia Franca up on the accountant. Anthony, Bensonhurst, not Jersey. He has a pension, he's age appropriate. I'll marry him in that hall on Bay 35th, and you can watch it through a long lens like everything else. The sentence went through me the same as the one about the warehouse had. He can have the pension, I said. He can't have you. The kitchen went very quiet. I'm not yours to have. No, not an argument, an agreement with a fact that changed nothing. She heard it, and the fury slid into the other thing it had been carrying all night. Her eyes dropped to my mouth in the middle of whatever she meant to say next. She lost the sentence, found it, lost it again. Say something honest, she said, right now or get out. If I touch you, I'm not going to be able to put it away again. Good, she said, and closed the foot between us. She kissed like she argued. First, fast, no permission asked, because permission is a thing men use to slow her down. I stood in it 1 second, and then 2 years came off the shelf at once. I put her against the counter. Not hard, exact. My hands knew where her waist was before they arrived. 400 photographs, 40 mornings, the geometry memorized long before I was allowed to use it. She made a sound into my mouth that I will be developing in the dark for the rest of my life, and rolled her hips into me and found me hard against her and made the sound again on purpose. I have put men in the ground for less provocation than that sound. Her wrists crossed the space between us and my hands wanted them, wanted her pinned, held, kept. My hands went to her jaw and her hair instead and took everything else. Her wrists stay hers. In this bed, in any bed, that one is law, and she will never have to ask me why. The coat, she said, pulling at it. Why are you always off? Take it off. I took it off. She was already at my shirt buttons talking because she talks. I have been looking at your hands for weeks. Do you know that? Weeks. It's obscene. Hands like that at 10 and 2 like a driving instructor. I gave her the hands, one under her sweater, spread flat on the warm skin of her back, the other in her hair, tilting her head where I wanted it, and I put my mouth on the side of her throat, under her jaw, where her pulse had stopped hiding what it does around me. She gasped something that had my name in it and dug her nails into my chest, and when I slid my hand around and up and took the weight of her breast, her whole body arched into my palm like it had been waiting longer than I had. Her hands flattened on my chest. Bedroom. Now, before I say something we both have to live with. The bedroom was small and warm and hers, the lamp with the scarf over it, the window with the light I'd watched go on at 4 more times than I will ever tell a living soul. I laid her down under it, fair as fair, arms up. She put her arms up. Chiara Castellano, who negotiates with the weather, put her arms up because I set it flat, and I watched her hear herself obey and decide to be furious about it later. I undressed her slowly, which made her crazy, which is why I did it. The sweater over her head, her hair coming down wrecked. The bra, one hand, and her breasts heavy and bare in lamplight, nipples already tight, and I looked until she squirmed. The jeans peeled down her legs an inch at a time, while she informed me I was the slowest man in New York. The last of it down and gone. Every inch I uncovered, I looked at, unhurried. The exposure set long. You're staring. Yes, Rocco. I've waited, I said. Hold still. She held still. Chiara Castellano, who has never once held still and let herself be seen, bare on the quilt, flushed down to her breasts, thighs pressed together against the want, down to the small white scar on her knee she doesn't know I know about. Her breath went ragged just from being looked at, and I understood no one had ever done it before. Plenty of men had looked at her. No one had ever seen her, slow, with the lights on, like there would be a test. Then I put my hands on her and applied everything I knew. The knowledge was obscene. I knew things about this woman no lover has a right to arrive with, that her breath catches on the exhale when she's overwhelmed, that she goes quiet, quiet, right before she breaks. I kissed my way down her body and took my time doing it, her breasts, the soft of her belly, the crease of her thigh, while her fingers found my hair. Open. She opened. And when I finally put my mouth where she was wet and waiting, she said, "Oh, thank God," to the ceiling in full voice. And I stopped being anything except a man with 2 years of patience and a purpose. She tasted like the end of a very long assignment. I worked her slow, patient as a stakeout, my tongue flat and unhurried on her clit, one finger inside her, then two, curled and stroking, her hips riding up against my mouth while she narrated. She narrates. She narrates. There. No. There. Yes. How do you already know? I knew because her thighs were shaking against my ears and she'd stopped finishing sentences. She cursed me and pulled my hair and talked, and then, at the edge, the volume dropped away like a coat hitting the floor. The silence, the tell I'd have paid years for. And she came on my mouth with her back bowed off the bed and her fist pressed against her teeth, shaking, wet, magnificent. The silence was the loudest thing I have heard in 15 years of listening. "Get up here," she said when she could talk. Hoarse, greedy. "Now, I want, get up here." "Take a minute." "Don't you count my minutes too?" I got up there. "Off," she said at my belt with both hands. All of it. She shoved everything down and off and then stopped, looked at me the way I'd looked at her, slow, deliberate, her hand closing around my cock like she was settling an argument she'd been having for weeks. Her thumb moved. My discipline, 15 years of it, made a sound like ice in warm water. "Chiara, now you hold still," she said, and stroked me until the flat went out of my voice, and only then lay back and pulled me over her. She reached between us and guided me. "Look at me," I said. She looked. She'd have looked anyway. She watches. Of course she watches. She has been watching everything her whole life, waiting for someone to watch her back. I pushed into her slow, the heat of her, the tight, wet grip of her, taking me in one long, unhurried inch at a time, and both of us said something in the same breath. Hers a word, mine nothing with letters in it. She was snug and scalding around me, and her nails were in my back, and I held there, seated deep, letting her adjust, letting myself survive it. "Move," she said. "Rocco, move or I'll kill you myself." She talked through that too at first. "Finally. God, finally. Do you know how long?" "Stop counting," I said against her mouth. "That's my job." "Then work." I worked. Slow, because slow was what undid her. Long, deep strokes, my weight on my forearms, her face in both my hands, the drag and push of it pulling sounds up out of her that no photograph ever gave me. She met me with her hips, locked her ankles at my back. Harder. I gave her harder. Deeper. God, Rocco. I gave her that too. The headboard started talking to the wall. I let the starved thing off the leash, one link at a time, watching her take each link and demand the next. Never all of it. All of it isn't for beds. All of it is the reason there's a man in the bay. And somewhere in the middle of it, the talking stopped, and something else happened that I will report exactly because I saw it happen. Her eyes stopped doing the room. Earlier I had told her to look at me, and she chose to. This was not that. Nobody commanded this. In the car, at the funeral, on her own stoop, her eyes do the room. Doors, windows, exits, hands. The warehouse taught her, and the lesson never sleeps. And under me, full of me, with her breath in pieces, her eyes came to my face and stayed. No exits, no doors. The most vigilant woman in Brooklyn, her whole attention on me, because for once her body was not standing guard. I will never receive a greater confession, and she doesn't know she made it. Whose bed are you in? What? Whose? Flat against her ear, my hips not stopping. Yours. No hesitation in it, no performance. Her nails breaking skin. Yours, God, yours. I slid a hand between us and rubbed her clit in slow circles, matched to the rhythm, and watched her unravel, the quiet coming down over her again, the grip of her tightening around my cock, her spine curving. She broke with her face pressed to my neck, pulsing around me, shaking, gripping my back hard enough to leave marks I'd keep like prints. I followed her over, buried deep, her name in my teeth, emptying 2 years into her while she held on. For a while, the only surveillance in the room was her heartbeat against my chest, and I was off the clock for the first time in 15 years. "Okay," she said into my shoulder. breathless, smug. New rule, you're not allowed to leave the block ever. Noted. I'm serious. I'll report you to Zia Franca. She has a list too. I looked at the ceiling of a bedroom I had never let myself imagine the inside of. The want. 2 years of disturbance I managed, sat on my chest with her arm across it, and became something with no name for the file. I noted that too. She got up eventually, stole my shirt, and padded to the kitchen on bare feet. I heard the cork before I'd finished dressing. She was at the kitchen table with the bottle and 2 glasses, one in the morning, the radiator hissing, Sarah's note still under the pastry bag. She poured mine without asking and hers without measuring. Ask me something, she said, pouring. You never ask, you already know everything. It's very demoralizing for a conversationalist. The nun who microwaves the fish, name. Sister Pasqualina. She lit up like a struck match. In the front office microwave. My microwave, Rocco. Friday after Friday, I put up a sign. She blessed the sign. You kept the sign. I laminated the sign. It's evidence. She drank. Sal thinks you're a bookie, by the way. For the record, he's run the numbers on you. Gray car, cash, no schedule. Bookie. What do you think I am? Tonight? A very thorough man. She drank. Ask me tomorrow, the answer changes hourly. Did you know the pork store used to give me the ends of the prosciutto free? I was 6. I thought I was a princess. You were the mayor. I was the mayor. Thank you. She pointed at me with the glass. See, you get it. 27 years on this block and my own family thinks I peaked at First Communion. Sarah gets it. Eddie gets it. Now you. Eddie brought you the pistachio today. Do not. She narrowed her eyes over the rim. Nobody knows about the pistachio. That's Eddie's and mine. You know too much. It's lucky you're pretty. Tell me one thing about you, she said. 1. Free. No questions spent. I had a dog growing up. A dog. She sat back like I'd handed her the Rosetta Stone. What kind? That's a question. Cheap, Rocco. Cheap. But she was grinning into her glass. Tell me about Sarah at 15. Oh my God. She lit up. 15-year-old Sarah kept a ledger on the aunts. An actual ledger. Who slighted who at whose table, with dates. We called it the Book of Grudges. She let me hold it once. Once. What was in it? Everything. Zia Franca's potato salad review, 1997. In there. Cross-referenced. She talked. The nun who microwaves fish. And then the Honda Civic, full cast, both hands. So he pulls into the Calder lot. Romance. He turns the engine off and it keeps coughing, Rocco. The car coughed for 10 seconds and he waits it out and says, she dropped her chin, gave me the voice. Chiara, you know how I feel about you. And the ring? A whole quarter carat. He told me the price. During. As a selling point. I said yes, she refilled her glass. I was 24 and it felt like a door. Turns out some doors are lids. She laughed at her own telling. Too loud. Half a register high. Except tonight, the register was true, no gauge behind it. I sat with my 1 glass and watched Chiara Castellano be 27 years old at her own kitchen table, and I was the first person in months to see it, and the only one who knew what getting here had taken. She killed the bottle. She didn't count a single glass. By 2, she was down, heavy, in the blanket cave of a 14-degree night, her breathing gone long and even, one hand curled under her chin. The light she turns on at 4 was off. The woman who turns it on was asleep the whole way through. 4 o'clock came and went, and nothing in her moved. I washed the glasses. I don't know why. I racked them and stood in her kitchen and let myself have the picture, the pastry bag, the note, her coat on the chair. I was still standing in it when the phone buzzed in my jacket on the floor. In 15 years, the phone has rung on schedule, 200 and sometimes. It has never rung off schedule. I knew before I answered. Chapter 7. Rocco, funny thing, the voice said. No hello. A crew boxed a car on the cousin's block tonight. Guns half out, whole street watching. Over a man nobody can put a name to. Papers, unhurried. The neighborhood says the Castellano girl's got herself a boyfriend. Older. Nobody knows him. You've been sitting on her a week. How do I not have this? 3 feet of wall between the voice and her breathing. It's new, I said. True, new. A pen clicked. He doesn't like new. He doesn't like noise, and he doesn't like new. And right now, the loudest block in Bensonhurst is the one with the open item on it. A page turned. So, 2 changes. 1, find the boyfriend. Name, face, who he answers to. If he's a problem, he goes in the same hole. And 2, 2, the clock moved up. He wants it closed out, this week. The radiator hissed. Her glass was still drying in the rack. The week's fast. Fast is how it gets loud. Fast is the assignment, he said, and I'm reading it to you. He wrote it down. The girl was quiet for 4 months, and now there are guns on her block. Whatever changed, close it before it changes again. The papers evened themselves. Clean if you can. He knows you'll make it clean. You're the eyes, and now you're the hands, and honestly, the overtime's flattering. Anything unusual? No, didn't think so, this week. The line went dead. I did the arithmetic I had been doing for a week, except now every number was smaller. Her apartment is where a clean accident gets built. Home is where people slip, fall, leave the gas on. I know, I've built them. The brownstone, watched and mapped with a pregnant woman inside it. I wrote the file on its doors. The family. Loud, and loud is a location. Every place her life exists, the machine can reach, because the machine's reach is men like me. It had already reached. I was the hands, and if Friday came without her name closed out, they would stop asking the hands and send new ones. There is one address in this borough that is in no file. Mine. No lease, no name, 15 years of nobody. The only room the machine cannot see is the one it built for its own knife. She would say no. Not to the danger. She'd argue the danger, demand the proof, and the proof puts her in the street yelling, and the street is where it happens. She'd say no to the arrangement, and be right to, and be dead by Thursday. Clean. A skid on a wet curve and an obituary 4 inches long. I don't refuse orders, and I wasn't refusing this one. I was going to run it. The hunt for the boyfriend, the closeout, all of it, slow and wrong and pointed away from her for as long as the lie would hold. The lie holds longest if she is standing somewhere the machine has never seen. She had told me once what she wanted. I don't want comforting. I want honest. I could give her honest. I could not give her all of it. The difference would be expensive later. I priced it in the dark of her kitchen and paid. I went in and turned on the lamp with the scarf over it and stood across the room where a man should stand when he wakes a woman the warehouse trained, and said her name. Chiara. She came up the hard way, eyes open before her body moved, hands fisted in the quilt, breath already going. The chair arriving first, the same as it arrives every morning at 4. I stood still and let her see me and watched her check my face against everything she knows and stand down. 3 seconds. I had caused all 3. I put that where I put the things I'll answer for. Rocco, wine thick, sleep rough. What is it? The call I take twice a month came 4 hours early. It was about your block. Tonight made noise, and the people I work for heard it. She was fully awake now. The adrenaline burned the wine off her like fog off glass. She sat up, holding the quilt to her chest, and her eyes went to the window, the door, back to me. Doing the room. What people? Rocco. What people? The ones I told you about the first day, the ones who pay attention to patterns, every word level and true. They pay attention to you now. Because my idiot cousin boxed a car. That's what did it. Guns on the block, and now I'm the pattern. She stopped, her jaw set. Am I in danger? Real danger, the kind you promised you'd tell me about. Yes. How long do I have? Days, not weeks. She went white, and then she went to work. The warehouse is one good gift. She skipped the panic and went straight to logistics. Then we call Marco. We go to the brownstone. They'll put men on it. The brownstone is the first place anyone would look. It's been watched for a long time. That's not a guess. That's my work. I know its doors better than Marco does. I let the sentence sit. And Sarah is in that house. That was the lever, and I hated my hand on it, and I used it anyway. The iron came into her face, the same iron that had walked between Nino's guns 6 hours ago. Where, then? Somewhere they don't look. I know a place. Tonight until I know more. Until you know more. She looked at me across the lamplight, hair wrecked, wearing my shirt, terrified and refusing to spend it. You'll tell me everything you learn when you learn it. That's the deal. That's still the deal. I haven't lied to you yet. That's not the same as yes, Rocco. I know, I said. It's what I have. She held my eyes for a long 3 count. Then she threw back the quilt. Give me 2 minutes. She took 4, and she took them like a professional. Jeans, sweater, boots on her own feet, the coat off the chair. She reached for her phone on the nightstand. Leave the phone. Her hand stopped. Sarah will call. If I go dark, Sarah loses her mind. Marco tears the burrow apart. Phones are how people are found, anyone's people. Also true. All of it true. It stays. She looked at the phone. She looked at me. She put it down screen first, like a thing she wasn't sure she'd see again. Fine, but you're explaining this to Sarah yourself, in person, when it's over. Noted. I took her keys off the hook by the door. We went down the 4 flights quiet. The street was black and empty and cold, our breath hanging in it. While she stood on the sidewalk with her arms crossed doing the block, both corners, the parked cars, the roof lines, my own training in her posture and neither of us saying so, I locked her deadbolt with her own keys. 3 clicks in sequence, the front door last. They went in my pocket. She was in the car with her hands at the heater vents when I got in. Okay, she said. Where's this place? Not far. True. Does it have coffee? It has a machine. A machine. She looked at the windshield. I'm trusting my life to a man with a machine. I pulled off the block with the lights off until the corner, the mirrors empty, the avenue dead. At the light, I turned away from everything. Away from her apartment, away from the brownstone, toward the parkway. She turned in her seat to watch the glass behind us. You're checking if we're followed. Yes. So check properly. She twisted around, coat and all, elbow on the seat back, eyes on the empty avenue unspooling behind us. My mirror work in her spine. We're going the long way, I said. Good. The belt came up orange. Sodium lights strung out along the water. The Verrazano hung over the narrows like something patient. I took us into it, 10 under the limit, a man with nothing behind him and nothing to hide, the loudest woman in Bensonhurst riding shotgun and watching for headlights that were not coming tonight. Everything I had told her since the knock was true. I checked the mirror. Empty. I was the man they'd sent for her. The voice was waiting on a name I was being paid to find and could never give. And when Friday came empty, they'd send others. The only lie I had told all night was waiting behind a deadbolt she hadn't met yet. 20 minutes of empty lanes, I figured, before the adrenaline let her go. It took 18. You'll like Sarah, she said, to the window, the wine and the adrenaline trading places. When this is over, she keeps a ledger on people like you. You'll get a whole book, you and Eddie's pistachio, a whole... She went mid-sentence, her head tipping to the glass, the orange lights crossing her face one after another, like frames pulling through a projector. I drove the long way with the heater on and her breathing filling the car, and I did not take the exit for a long time. Chapter 8, Chiara. The engine changed, and I came up through the wine like a swimmer who'd lost the surface. Buildings. The sound was different because there were buildings, close ones, the motor bouncing back off brick instead of running away flat over water. My neck had a crick in it the size of a fist. My mouth tasted like the bottom of the bottle and sleep. Where are we? Almost there. Almost where? How long was I out? Long enough. Rocco. 40 minutes. That's not a... You know what? Fine. Everything's a state secret. The odometer's classified. Streetlight. Awnings with the gates down. A corner slid past with a street sign on it, and I looked right at it, and it looked like every corner in Brooklyn at 5 a.m, shuttered and orange and minding its own business. My eyes were open. Nothing behind them was. The car stopped in front of a storefront. Gate down, no lights, one of those stores you can't name even when you're standing in front of it awake, and I was not awake. A side door next to the gate, gray steel, no buzzer panel anywhere. He was out and around the car before I'd found the handle. He opened my door and his eyes were doing the street, both corners, the roof lines, the parked cars. Inside. Now. Walk. Don't look around. Don't look around, he says. You know that makes people look around. Chiara. I'm walking. Look at me walking. My legs were somebody else's for the first 3 steps. He didn't take my arm. He walked half a step behind me with his body between me and the street, and he had the gray door open with a key I never saw come out of his pocket. And then we were in a stairwell. Every stairwell in Brooklyn smells the same at 5 a.m. Somebody's dinner from 4 hours ago. Cold dust on a radiator. My body, wrung out and wine heavy, read the smell as ordinary and let a 1/4 inch of the tension go. Who else is in the building? Nobody. Nobody awake or nobody at all. Nobody at all. The store closes at 7. After that, the building's mine. And below us, the store. So no neighbors. I said it lightly. The piece of my brain the warehouse installed said it a second time, in a different voice, and I told that piece we'd discuss it in the morning. 4 flights, no neighbors, a door like a bank. You couldn't be a dangerous man with an elevator? Elevators are boxes with one door. Everything with you is doors. Yes. At the top, there was one door, steel like the street door, and he went past me and unlocked it. 2 locks, and then a third one, heavier, and even dead on my feet I registered it. A keyed deadbolt, the serious commercial kind, the cylinder gleaming newer than the door around it. Good, I thought. Wine stupid and warehouse wired, standing in a strange stairwell at 5 in the morning. I looked at the biggest lock I'd ever seen on an apartment door, and the only thing I thought was, good. The door opened and something was standing in it. I stopped. It was a dog. It was a lot of dog, gray at the muzzle, big through the chest, and it didn't bark, didn't jump, didn't do anything a dog does. It stood in the doorway and looked at me exactly how its owner looks at a street. You have a dog. Yes, you have a dog. I put my hand out and the dog considered it with the unhurried attention of a maitre deciding about your jacket, then pushed his head under my palm, done deciding. His ears were the softest thing I'd touched in months. Oh, you're enormous, you're a horse, Rocco, you have a dog, and you never once said. You never spent a question on it. I'm spending one now. What's his name? Dog. I turned around. The dog leaned his whole weight against my leg, 70 pounds of warm, and I nearly went over. That is not a name. It's what he answers to. You call him Dog. He's the dog. He knows he's the dog. It's never been a problem between us. What do you call him when you need him? I don't need to call him. He's always where I need him. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said, and it's about the dog. You've had this animal how long? 6 years. 6 years, and you never named him. I looked down at the dog. The dog looked up at me. Neither of us could believe it. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. He crossed to the refrigerator, took out a container, and forked something that looked better than my own dinners into a steel bowl. Dog left my leg at a dignified pace. Dog eats better than I do. That is still not a name, Rocco. We're not workshopping it. We are absolutely workshopping it. Inside, he said, and there was something under the flat of it. I'd have sworn the man was enjoying himself. You can unionize in the morning. Inside was 1 long room and 2 doors, clean like a barracks is clean. I walked it while he locked up behind us. A couch, a blanket folded like it's being inspected. 2 chairs. I touched the back of one. Who's the second chair for? The dog sits on it. He does not. He believes he does. I've stopped litigating it. You litigate with the dog. I lose. No photographs. I turned in the middle of the room. No mail on the counter. No mess anywhere. Rocco, a Marriott has more personality than this. Marriotts have staff. Where's your stuff, Rocco? Books. A takeout menu. A junk drawer. Every human being alive has a junk drawer. Second drawer by the sink. I opened it. Rubber bands, a church key, a takeout menu, 1 loose battery. I closed it, weirdly moved. Thank God, I was about to call somebody. The kitchen came with it. It did not. You built yourself 1 normal drawer like a man building an alibi. This apartment looks like it's in witness protection. You and the dog, 2 guys with no names, 4 flights up over a store nobody can describe. I heard what I was saying half a second after I said it, the shape of it, and I was too far under the wine and the hour to do anything with the shape except set it down gently. It's warm, though. I'll give it that. It's warmer than mine. Bedroom's there. He nodded at the first door. Bathroom's the other one. You take the bed. We take the bed. You were in mine 3 hours ago, Rocco. The couch is a little late for modesty. I'm not sleeping tonight. I looked at him. He said it like the weather. No performance in it, no noble jaw. A man with a list in his head and a window to stand near. You slept 4 hours in a week. Flat. Not an argument. Him reading the file out loud. One of us should remember what it's like. Take the bed. Has anyone ever told you that you fight dirty? Yes. Do you care? No. Fine. The bed. Under protest, and I'm telling the dog you bullied me. He's heard worse about me. From WHO. Nobody knows you exist. From me. I was too tired to win and too tired to hate that he knew the number. The dog escorted me to the bedroom door like this was the house tour he always gave, and I stopped with my hand on the frame. The room behind me had a bed made tight and a window with the shade already down and nothing else. I get my question. You spent it on the dog. That wasn't fine. That was worth it, actually. He's magnificent, and you're raising him in a safe house. I leaned on the frame. Tomorrow's question, then. Tonight's, whatever this one is. Who else knows about this place? He looked at me for a second. In the lamplight, the scar through his eyebrow was a thin white seam, and his face did the thing where nothing moves, and everything is happening anyway. You, he said. The word sat down in the middle of my chest and stayed there, warm, with something underneath the warm that I was too wrecked to look at straight. A building of nobody. A man with no mail and no photographs and a dog with no name, and the only person on earth who knew where he lived was standing in his bedroom doorway in yesterday's clothes. What arrived wasn't the alarm that should have come with that sentence. What arrived was the want, low and exact and completely inappropriate to the hour, and underneath it, colder, the knowledge that being the only one was the best thing anyone had given me in years, and I would have fought a woman in the street to keep it. Okay, I said, because the alternative was saying that out loud. Good night, Chiara. There's no. I stopped in the doorway one more time, because apparently I wasn't done. Toothbrush. I don't have a toothbrush. Cabinet over the sink, still in the wrapper. You keep spare toothbrushes. I keep spares of everything. Of course you do, I said, and I was too tired to hear anything in that except someone who buys in bulk. The bed was made the way soldiers make beds, and it smelled like clean cotton, and underneath, like him, and I had exactly one thought about that before the night took the rest. Outside the bedroom door, I heard him move through the apartment. Water in the kitchen, the dog's tags settling on the floor with a grunt, right up against the bedroom door, a 70-pound draft stopper choosing his post. And then the locks, front door, window, the same circuit I run every night of my life, in the same order I run it. 3 clicks and a latch, checked once and then again. For the first time since the warehouse, somebody else was checking the locks. I was asleep before he finished. Chapter 9. Chiara, I woke up at 12:40 in the afternoon and lay still, waiting for the bad sound. Every morning since the warehouse, there's a sound that isn't in the room. Plastic, pulled tight, right at the edge of sleep. I wake at 4 to get ahead of it. I turn on the light so it has nowhere to stand. 4 months of 4 o'clocks. It didn't come. There was daylight around the edges of the shade, and a smell of coffee under the door, and a dog snoring against the other side of it like a truck idling. And my body had slept 7.5 hours in a stranger's bed behind 3 locks, and it felt like being handed something back I'd stopped expecting. Then I saw the time, and the whole warm weight of it turned over. Oh no. I came out of the bedroom in yesterday's sweater with my heart doing the wrong math. He was at the counter with a cup, dressed like he'd been up for hours, because of course he had. The dog lifted his head, judged the emergency, and put his head back down. It's Wednesday. Yes, it's Wednesday. I open the office, Rocco, 7:40 every morning. I unlock the front office. I run first bell. I make the attendants 400 kids get marked present because I show up and I didn't call anyone, and the phones are ringing into an empty room. In 6 years, I have never once not shown up. Never. Not the week of the warehouse. I need a phone right now. The school called your emergency contact at 9. He set the cup down. Your father. Your Zia Franca told the office you have the flu that's going around. By 10, it was on the block. Sal's telling people you looked pale Friday. I stood there with my mouth open. How can you possibly know that? I made a call while you slept, the right kind, nothing that touches you. He poured a second cup and put it on the table like that settled it. The office has coverage. Mrs. Aiello came down from the library. Aiello can't run that desk. She lets the 8th graders sign themselves out. You cannot let the 8th graders sign themselves out. DeStefano forged his mother's name all last spring, and I'm the only one who catches it. I heard myself. Taken out of my life in the middle of the night, standing in a hideout defending a sign-out sheet. I sat down and put both hands around the cup. Okay, the flu. Fine. The flu buys 2 days, 3 if I cough at church. It buys a week. It buys 2 days because Sarah doesn't believe in the flu. Sarah believes in facts. My phone is sitting dark on my nightstand, and by tonight she'll have called it 9 times, and tomorrow she gets my spare key from Zia Rosa and stands in my empty apartment. And then, Rocco, then there's no version of this borough that stays quiet. He didn't answer. He was watching me, the full thing, total, unhurried, nothing on his face, and it hit the wrong nerve at the wrong angle. You knew that. You already did that math. You did it before you woke me up last night, so say the number. How long before I go home? When I know more. That's not a number. No. I drank the coffee because my hands wanted a job. It was good, the machine was better than the man deserved, and the ordinariness of it, good coffee, snoring dog, radiator clank, sat completely wrong against the missing parts. No phone, no keys. My keys. The cup stopped halfway down. You keep a count your whole life without knowing it, the weight of your own pockets. And my coat hung by the door, and the coat hung flat. He'd locked my own deadbolt behind us in the cold last night. 3 clicks, and I could not remember the part where my keys came back to me. I put the cup down. Calm. I'm from this family. The calm is load-bearing. Rocco, where are my keys? Here in this apartment, or here in your pocket. Nothing. Okay, I said. Okay. I stood up. The dog's head came up. I want to go home now. I need clothes. I need my toothbrush. I need my phone before Sarah dials the National Guard. 20 minutes. You can drive me. You can do your mirrors. You can go the long way. Let's go. No. Then give me my keys and I'll walk. It can't be far. I know that much. I didn't sleep the whole ride. You can't go home, Chiara. One night. My voice stayed level. That's the family gift, the level voice. We hand it down instead of money. You stood in my bedroom and said one night, until I know more. It's been a night. What do you know? More than yesterday. Not enough. That's not an answer. That's a fortune cookie. Watch this. I crossed the room and took my coat off the hook and put it on, and the whole time he didn't move, and the dog didn't move, and the apartment was so quiet, I heard the store gate rattle up somewhere under my feet, a normal store on a normal block full of people allowed to walk around on it. I put my hand on the deadbolt. There was no thumb turn. Smooth steel plate, a keyhole in the middle of it. I stood there looking at the inside of a lock built to be opened by a person holding a key, and my thumb kept moving over the plate, back and forth, finding nothing. Then I was moving. The window over the fire escape, a keyed latch, brass, newer than the frame. The second window, the same. The bathroom, a frosted pane window 2 feet out. I went through that apartment like a woman looking for a gas leak. Fast, methodical, my breath getting shorter with every locked thing, and he stood at the counter with his coffee and let me. That was the worst part. He didn't follow me. He didn't explain. He let me learn the size of it with my own hands, because he knew I wouldn't believe anything else, and dog padded after me from room to room like this was a game we were all going to enjoy. 4 flights up, keyed glass, a steel door, a building with nobody in it to hear. And behind me the radiator clanked, and the sound arrived on the wrong floor of the wrong building, and it was zip ties. It was exactly the sound plastic teeth make, going tight. My hands. I got them into my pockets before they could tell him anything, and the coat pocket where the keys live was empty, and that was worse. I turned around. He hadn't moved from the counter. He was watching me with his coffee going cold and his face flat, and I understood it whole, the way you understand a photograph, all at once, faster than words. He'd been standing there since I woke up, waiting for me to reach the door. Open it. No. Rocco. My heart was going like the train. There is a lock on the inside of your door that needs a key. You have my keys and yours. Open the door. No, you said I was safe here. You are safe here. Then open the door. Safe is the door staying shut. One night. You said one night. I said safe, he said. I didn't say when. The room did the thing the warehouse taught it, going very bright and very far away at the same time. And I looked at this man I had, last night, in my own bed, his hands, my name in his mouth, the best sleep in 4 months, the locks I'd been grateful for. That was the part that scared me, not him at the counter with his flat face and his cold coffee. Me at the door, wanting to be wrong about what this was. You put me to bed, I said. You gave me your bed, and you locked me in, and you let me thank you for it. I heard the locks, and I felt safe, Rocco. I fell asleep grateful. Do you understand what you took? Yes. Not a flinch on it. Not an apology anywhere in the building. He set the cup down. Everything I told you was true. You're in danger. The danger is real. This is the one place it can't see. And you sleeping through a night for the first time in 4 months isn't something I took. It's something I'd do again. You don't get to count my sleep like it's yours. I've been counting your sleep since before you knew my name. The sentence just stood there. He didn't dress it up, and he didn't take it back. And then he crossed the kitchen. 3 steps, unhurried, and the room got smaller, which is a thing he does to rooms, and I backed into the door I couldn't open, and he stopped 1 breath short of touching me. His hands stayed at his sides. They always stay at his sides. He brought his face down close enough that the flat voice didn't have to be anything but quiet. Hate me at the window. Hate me at the table. Hate me in my own bed, if that's where you land. You'll be alive to do it. That arithmetic holds no matter what you throw at my head. My body, my stupid, ruined, honest body, did both things at once. The zip ties at my wrists that weren't there, and underneath them, still warm, the thing from last night that hadn't finished burning down. He was close enough to smell the coffee on him, and I hated what that did to me. I stood straight with my chin out so he'd never know it. He stepped back. He'd seen it anyway. He sees everything. It's the whole problem with him. Who, I said. Say it. Who wants me dead? The people you work for, the ones who pay attention to patterns, the ones you watch for. I watched his face not move. That's the job, isn't it? You're the attention. Whatever's coming for me, they'd send someone exactly like you. They'd send their best. Why? The word came out level. The family gift. What is it about me that needs their best? Carmine talked before the bay. Flat, a report. The warehouse, what you heard him say about Adriano. It traveled. The sentence sat down in my chest and didn't leave. The words I'd choked on since the night Marco's men pulled us out, held in my mouth for months because saying them out loud was a grenade with the pin half out and 2 families standing in the blast radius. And the whole time, Carmine's own mouth had been doing the work I refused to do. He told people. My voice went somewhere I didn't put it, before anyone found him in the bay. In Atlantic City, in Sheepshead Bay, whoever would listen. And what I heard, word for word, is in a file I can't reach. The refrigerator hummed. The dog got up, crossed the room past his owner, and sat down against my leg, 70 pounds of warm on my side of the kitchen, and neither of us looked away from the other. Dog, he said. The dog didn't move. Even dog knows, I said. He likes you. It doesn't change the door. I took the coat off, slowly, hung it back on the hook, smoothed the shoulders, because my hands needed a job and I wasn't going to give them the shaking to do. Then I turned around and let him watch me do it, the way I look at a room now. Doors, windows, the fire escape bolts outside the glass, his face. Marco will find me. Sarah will take this borough apart 1 ant at a time. My family is loud. You said so yourself. Loud finds things. I know. And when they find me, whatever you are, whoever you answer to, there won't be enough left of you to photograph. I know that too. He picked the cup back up. Drink your coffee. It's getting cold. I didn't scream. I want that on the record, whoever keeps it. I didn't cry, and I didn't beg, and I didn't throw the cup at his head, though the cup and I discussed it. You're wondering why I'm not screaming. No? No? You did the math while you were hanging the coat back up. He didn't look up from the cup. The window latch is keyed. The glass brings me across the room in under 2 seconds. And if it doesn't, somebody dials the precinct, and the precinct walks into a building nobody knows exists with a Castellano woman inside it. And by dinner, the whole borough has the address. Loud finds things. Loud finds things. We'd run the same numbers and come out the same door, and I hated that more than the deadbolt. And there was a floor under the arithmetic I wasn't showing him. Screaming is for people who think they're in the wrong hands. My body had slept 7.5 hours behind this man's locks, and my body had already voted, and that was the thing worth screaming about. I still get my question. He looked up. Of everything I'd thrown at him that morning, that was the one that reached him. I watched it land somewhere behind the flat. The deal's still alive. The one door between us I hadn't slammed. Yes, if it were you. Level, family issue, load-bearing. If they'd sent you, how would you have done it? The refrigerator hummed through the whole silence. You'd never have seen me, he said. I took the answer to the window. 4th floor. The shade came up on a gray afternoon, a slice of avenue, the top of a store awning below, a corner with the sign angled away from me. People walking. A city bus. A block like every block, ordinary as bread, and somewhere out there, left or right, was everything I owned and everyone who loved me, close enough to smell. He'd taught me himself, one question at a time, in a gray sedan with 2 coffees, how to sit still, how to be furniture, how to watch a thing until it tells you what it is. So I stood at my kidnapper's window, and I started watching. Chapter 10, Rocco 11 at night, day 3. I wrote the report longhand at the kitchen table in the old code, the lamp low, her door shut, the dog lying against it with his back to me. That was the arrangement now. I had the apartment, she had the bedroom, the bathroom, and the moral high ground. The dog had chosen a side on the first morning and saw no reason to revisit the ruling. The first 2 days went like this: silence, broken by war. She didn't eat what I made. I put a plate on the table at 7, nothing fancy, pasta, the sauce from the jar because the kitchen has never needed more, and she looked at it from the bedroom doorway like it was evidence. I'm not eating your food. Then don't, but it's there. Is the pasta hostage pasta? Is this a hostage situation with carbs? It's dinner. It's leverage. She went back in. The plate sat. An hour later, I heard the fork through the door, and neither of us mentioned it in the morning. The next night, I made eggs, and she ate them at the counter, standing up, facing the window, her back to me, which she explained was not a dinner, it's a coincidence. I happened to be hungry. The eggs happened to be there. Nobody's eating with anybody. By day 3, she was correcting my grocery list. You buy the wrong bread. It's bread. It's wrong bread. Semolina, not that soft thing. The soft thing is for sandwiches and children. Are we children, Rocco? Apparently, we're shopping together now. We are not shopping together. I'm editing your list from inside a prison. It's a public service. She wrote semolina on the pad in block letters and underlined it twice. I bought the semolina. The bread improved. Neither of us discussed what it meant that the grocery list had become a joint document. The report said she was recovering. The flu, day 3, fever down, aunt bringing soup. It said the block believed all of it, which was true, because I'd built the block's belief myself, one planted sentence at a time. A lie stands up straightest when the neighborhood builds it for you. The rest of the report was the boyfriend. I'd chosen him Monday. A real man, because you never invent what you can borrow. Danny Curran, a longshoreman's nephew from Red Hook who ran envelopes for a Gowanus book until the fall, when he left for Tampa, owing money in 4 directions. Right age, right build, gone. The machine would pull his thread for days, and every day the thread ran to Florida was a day nobody stood on Cropsey Avenue. Her door opened at midnight. She came out in my shirt with her arms crossed, took the water glass off the counter, and looked at the papers under my hand. You're writing about me. Yes. Anything good? You have the flu. Still, this flu is doing years. What am I doing this week? Recovering. Your fever broke Tuesday. Franca's bringing soup. Minestra or stracciatella? I looked at her. If you're going to forge my life, she said, forge it right. Franca brings stracciatella when you're sick. Minestra means she's mad at you. If your people know my family at all, the soup matters. Stracciatella, good. What else am I doing? Rosary Tuesday with your aunt. Which aunt? Franca. Wrong. Rosa does rosary. Franca does opinions. If you put me at rosary with Franca, anyone who knows us knows the whole thing's a fake. She pointed at the papers with her water glass. Fix it. What else? Go, the soup schedule. Stracciatella through Friday. Then lentils, day 4 of any flu. Franca switches to lentils. Ask anyone on the block, it's practically liturgical. And write that I'm screening her calls, because sick or healthy, I screen Franca's calls. And if your readers know my family at all, a Chiara who picks up on the first ring is a Chiara being held somewhere against her will. I looked up from the pad. Too soon? She said. It's a little funny. Lentils, I said, and wrote it. And Thursday I do my nails and let the machine get it. Fictional me keeps my standards, or fictional me walks. She went back in and shut the door. I sat with the pen for a moment. Then I wrote stracciatella, because she was right, and because the paper had just gotten better, and because I was not going to examine what it meant that the woman I was hiding had started proofreading her own cover story through a closed door. The next morning she washed her plate. Her plate, not mine. She left mine in the sink, unwashed, with the fork crossed over it like a small monument to a point being made. I washed it myself without comment. The next morning both plates were in the rack, washed, and the fork was in the drawer, and nobody said a word, and the war moved to the bathroom. "There is one towel," she said, standing in the doorway with it. "One. How does a man live with one towel? One man. One towel. That math doesn't hold anymore." She threw it at my head. "Buy towels. 2, minimum, and soap that doesn't smell like a parking garage." I bought towels. 2, and soap that didn't smell like a parking garage, which required standing in a pharmacy aisle for 4 minutes reading labels, which is the longest I have spent in a store that wasn't a surveillance position in 15 years. I chose lavender because I had smelled it in her apartment and my body had filed it before my brain had weighed in. She didn't say anything about the soap. She used it. The bathroom started smelling like her kitchen used to, and I stood in it one morning after she'd showered and let the smell be where it was, and noted it, and left it where I noted things. In the morning, there was a sheet of paper taped to the refrigerator. "Sign-out sheet," it said, in block letters, office ruled, 3 columns, name, time out, reason. At the bottom, approved then in the blank in her handwriting, "Go to hell." I read it. I left it up. At 7:15, I clipped the lead on the dog, and before we went down, I filled in the first line. Dog, 7:15. Perimeter, approved by dog. When we came back up, someone had drawn a line through perimeter and written walkies. Neither of us mentioned the sheet. Wars have rules nobody writes down, and then they have the rules somebody does. The next night I went out alone, late, on foot, in a watch cap and a different coat, because the family had finally done what the family does. Her block was lit up like a novena. Nino's SUV sat on the long block across from the dead pork store, my spot. The exact curb, the same angle to her door I'd held for 2 years, occupied by a black truck with the engine running for the heater, which tells you everything. I never once ran the engine. A soldier I didn't know leaned on the bakery gate working a toothpick. I walked past all of it at the speed of a man going somewhere ordinary, and none of them saw me, and I felt the thing I'd been declining to feel since Tuesday. They were standing on my curb, and the curb had taken them in like it never knew me. I noted that I'd expected loyalty from a piece of asphalt, which was the more interesting fact, and kept walking. At the newsstand on 18th, I stopped for a paper I didn't need and stood a half step closer behind the toothpick soldier than a stranger stands. "You got a problem, pal," he said without turning. His neck had come up first. The animal knew before he did. "Sports section," I said, and reached past him for it, and let him see nothing but an old guy in a watch cap buying the Post. He moved to the curb anyway. He didn't know why. His body walked him out of the clearing, and I paid and went home the long way, and that was the fear I collect from strangers now, on foot, in passing, without a word out of line. Loud was everywhere. Loud was also working for me. A neighborhood full of Castellano soldiers is a neighborhood no sensible replacement walks into, for now. The morning after, the garage in Gravesend. Yuri took the cash and didn't count it in front of me, which is manners. "How long?" he said. "A while. Tarp or no tarp? Tarp. You want I should start it Sundays? Battery. Don't touch it. You got it." He looked at the sedan like a man looking at a good dog somebody's leaving. "Gray. You don't see gray no more. Everybody wants black, like a funeral." "Black gets remembered." "Black gets remembered," he agreed, pleased like I'd passed something. "Gray photographs like weather," I said. "See, that's what I'm saying." He looked pleased all over again. "You want the space in the back? Nobody walks past the back." The back. I left him with the tarp and the keys to nothing, because a gray sedan is only invisible until somebody says the words gray sedan out loud, and the family was saying them on 4 corners. The call came that night, on schedule, which was its own message. Back to schedule. Nothing to see. Talk to me about Tampa, the voice said. Curran ran envelopes for the Gowanus book. Got ahead of himself on the VIG, left in the fall. The age fits, the build fits. Nobody's seen him since. And the cousin took up with him when exactly? Between the funeral and the flu? Paper moving. It's thin. It's what's there. He came back for a week around the holidays. He was seen at the club on Stillwell twice. Ask your Stillwell people. He'll like that you gave me something checkable. The pen clicked twice. Description? 6 foot. Heavy through the shoulders. Kept a beard in the fall. A beard. Writing. Older guy? Old enough. The papers stopped for a moment, then evened themselves. Here's what he doesn't like. The girl's got the flu and the aunt's bringing soup, and meanwhile the family's got soldiers on 4 corners like it's a wake. That's a lot of muscle for a fever. They buried a cousin, guns came out over a parked car, and the girl went quiet. They're jumpy. Jumpy looks like this. Jumpy looks like this, he repeated, writing it down. You know what he said to me? He said, 15 years, I can set a watch by this man's files, and this last one reads like it was written by somebody else. The lamp hummed. The dog's tag shifted against her door. It was written in a parking lot with the engine off, I said. My hand was cold. He laughed, short, and I couldn't read what was under it. In 15 years, I had always been able to read what was under it. Sunday, he said. The boyfriend with a bow on it. Name, face, where he sleeps. Or he sends help and help doesn't write reports. It just tidies. The line went dead. I sat with the phone and did the new arithmetic. 3 days to find a man in Tampa who had never touched her, so that nobody came looking for the man who had. Behind her door, the breathing kept its new rhythm, long and even, the sleep she didn't have for 4 months happening nightly in my bed while I built false men at the kitchen table. I had until Sunday to find myself. I intended to do a thorough job. Chapter 11, Chiara. By day 4, I had reorganized his kitchen, not trashed it, reorganized it, every pot 1 shelf off. The coffee where the sugar lived, the junk drawer, his one human drawer, his alibi drawer, alphabetized, which is the cruelest thing you can do to a junk drawer. A junk drawer is supposed to be a small civic disorder. Now the rubber bands were filed under R. He opened it the next morning and looked at it for 3 full seconds. Something wrong? I asked, from the table, not looking up. No. You seem like a man who can't find a rubber band. They're under R. They are under R. I'm glad we agree the system works. Everything where you left it, everything's where somebody left it. Huh. I turned a page of a book I wasn't reading. Must be the flu. I hear it's going around. He closed the drawer. He took his coffee from where the sugar lives now, and he didn't ask where the sugar went, and that was the war. He wouldn't perform anger, and I wouldn't perform peace, and the apartment got neater and stranger by the day, like a rectory run by 2 people who'd stopped speaking to God. That afternoon, I did the rounds out loud, because doing them silently had stopped being enough. Window 1. I flicked the latch with 1 finger, walking the long room while he stood at the counter with his coffee. Keyed. Window 2. Keyed. The fire escape is behind window 2, which means the fire escape might as well be in Queens. The door needs a key from both sides, the stairwell has no neighbors, and the store downstairs closes at 7. 7:30 on Fridays. 7:30 on Fridays, thank you. And the delivery truck comes Tuesdays. I'm telling you my escape math, so you know I have escape math. I know you have escape math. I taught you the arithmetic. You taught me mirrors and reflections and parked cars. I put my back against the window and faced him across the room. The locks I learned somewhere else. He didn't answer that. He never answers the warehouse unless I hand it to him whole, and I wasn't handing him anything on day 4. Here's what I wasn't saying, my finger on his latches. The casing felt good. My blood ran cleaner doing the circuit than it had in months of freedom. That horror went on the shelf with the others. The shelf is getting crowded. The next morning I tried names on the dog. Bruno. Nothing. 70 pounds of nothing, flat on the floorboards in a stripe of sun. Caesar. 1 ear. The ear went back down. Rocco Jr. No, said Rocco from the table without looking up from his paper. He likes it. He's asleep. He's considering it. Look at his face. That's a dog considering a legacy. I crouched and scratched the gray chin, and the tail thumped twice, bought cheap. Fine. Legal names only. Salvatore. Sally for short. Sally the dog. Zia Franca would faint. He answers to dog. He answers to the refrigerator. I've seen his loyalties. They're structural. I scratch the gray chin. Gennaro. Nothing. Aldo. Pippo. Fredo. Don't give him Fredo. He should know his options. The tail thumped twice. Bought cheap. See? He's keeping an open mind. That's already more than his owner. His owner named him. It took. Dog is not a name, it's a species. And one day he's going to realize that, and there will be a reckoning in this house. I stood up. Everyone in this apartment answers to something, and none of us will say what. He turned a page, but he looked up when he thought I wasn't watching. He watches everything, and I have started watching him watch. And if either of us blinks first, the war changes shape. Every evening, unasked, he gave me the true things. That was the deal that survived the deadbolt, the honest updates, delivered flat, like weather. The first night I got the block report while he stood at the counter, and I sat at the table with my knees up, which is how I sit in this apartment now, compressed, feet off the floor, taking up less space than I deserve, and I know that's a thing, and I'm not examining it. Nino's got the long block, 2 rotating. The sedan report went up the chain. Marco's running plates on every gray car registered in South Brooklyn. South Brooklyn. That's how many gray cars. Enough to keep him busy. And Sarah called your phone 6 times today, went by your building at 4, rang your buzzer, stood on the stoop for 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Something happened behind my ribs. She stood there for 11 minutes in that cold. She went inside the bakery after. She talked to Sal. What did she say to Sal? I don't have that. Can you get it? Not without being where I shouldn't be. Where you shouldn't be is the only place you've ever been, Rocco. That's the whole business model. But I said it lighter than I meant it, because Sarah on my stoop for 11 minutes in the cold was sitting in my chest like a stone, and the wine was on the counter where it had sat since day 2, and I wanted it so badly my mouth went wet, and I didn't open it, and he saw me not open it, and neither of us said anything, and that was the night. The second night was worse because it was better. Eddie moved the soldiers off the school, he said. They're across from the rectory now, reads as parish security. Eddie, of course Eddie. I pulled my knees tighter. And the school? How's Aiello doing? The 8th graders signed themselves out twice. DeStefano. Probably. It's definitely DeStefano. That kid has been forging his mother's name since the first week of school. He does the G wrong. There's a loop on it that no adult woman alive would... I heard myself. I was sitting in a locked apartment worrying about a 13-year-old's cursive. Okay, fine. The school survives. What else? Marco's running the plates. He's up to the D's. The D's? Out of? The alphabet. So he'll be busy for a while. He'll be busy until somebody tells him to stop. Nobody tells Marco to stop. Marco stops when Marco decides the answer is satisfactory. And satisfactory for Marco means he's shaken the hand of every gray car owner in the borough. That man shakes hands like other people breathe. He's thorough. He's compulsive. It's charming and it's terrible, and it's why Sarah loves him, and it's why I can't call her, because the first thing she'd do is tell him, and the first thing he'd do is come find me, and the first thing your machine would do is follow him right to this door. He didn't answer that. He was washing a cup. He washes everything as soon as it's used. The man has never in his life let a dish sit. I'd tried leaving mine in the sink as a protest, and by morning it was clean and racked, and the protest had been washed, dried, and put away without comment. You're infuriating. You know that? You've mentioned it. Even your dishes are infuriating. A normal person leaves a cup in the sink. You rack it like evidence. It is evidence. Every surface tells a story. That's the most depressing thing you've ever said, and you once told me a man was coming to kill me over pasta. He dried his hands. He stood at the counter with the towel, the new towel, the one I'd demanded, the lavender soap still on his wrists from the dishes. And he looked at me, and I looked at him, and the apartment was too small for this and too large for anything else. Tomorrow, he said, I'll have more. You always have more. You have a warehouse of more. I've seen the boxes. Those are different. Are they? Or is everything with you a box with a label and a shelf, and I'm just the one who doesn't fit in any of them? He didn't answer. He folded the towel. He put it on the hook. He went to the couch and picked up the paper, and Dog got up and moved to the bedroom door, and the apartment settled into its nighttime arrangement. Him awake, me locked in, Dog between us like a 70-pound treaty nobody signed. But the third night broke something. Your father lit a candle at St. Finbar's, he said. Thursday. He's gone back twice. I'd been at the window, my back to him. There's one angle where you can see the corner of a street sign, and I'd been watching it the way I watch everything now, for proof that the world is still where I left it. A candle, I said. For who? For you. For the flu. For you. The candles. 30 votives on the side aisle, and the smell my body files under gasoline, and my father's coat buttoned wrong, his big careful hands feeding $1 into the box, lighting a flame for a daughter he thinks is sick in bed. How do you know? I was there, back of the church, Wednesday Mass. You went to Mass, I go to Mass. You go to Mass, you Rocco, you sit in St. Finbar's and you, what, pray? I sit, for how long? As long as the candle lasts. Which candle? His or yours? He didn't answer. And the sentence arrived fully formed, like a photograph surfacing in a chemical tray. This man has been sitting in my church, in the back pew, watching my father light a candle for me, and then staying to watch the flame, because the flame is the closest thing to me he can put in front of my father without saying a word, and the sitting is its own prayer, and the prayer is for a woman he locked in his apartment to keep alive. Okay, I said level, and got up and made it to the bathroom before it came apart. I ran the water so the room had something to listen to besides me. When I came out, he was at the window with his back to me, giving me the only privacy the apartment had left. Sarah got your spare key from Rosa, he said after. Quiet, giving me facts to hold instead of feelings, because facts are what my hands can carry. She was in your apartment 11 minutes. What did she take? Your address book and the photograph off the refrigerator, the Coney Island one. Sarah and me at 16, all teeth and terrible eyeliner. My chest did something small and mean. She took evidence. She's building a case file. God, I love her. What else? Marco has men on your block, the brownstone, and the school. 2 cars, rotating. And the aunts. Franca's telling the block you never got your flu shot. Rosa's lighting her own candle. 2 candles, 3 with yours. I pulled my knees up. Madonna, I'm a bonfire and I'm not even sick. 3 isn't mine. You said you sat. Sitting isn't lighting. It's close enough. My voice did the thing at the end, half a register high, and he heard it, and neither of us said so. The wine stood on the counter where it had stood all week. My brand. Cantina d'Oro, the rooster on the label, from the shop on 20th that stocks it for exactly 3 people, and I'm 2 of them. You went to a store, I'd said. Day 2, holding the bottle like evidence. People buy wine. People buy wine. You bought my wine. Nothing. Of course nothing. 2 years of watching, priced into a rooster on a label. I never opened it. Understand I wanted it. Some nights like air. But the counting is mine. The glasses, the not quite 3rd glass. The whole miserable arithmetic of getting myself to sleep mine. He'd taken the door and the keys and the block and my phone. He was not getting the count. The bottle stood on his counter like a war monument, and both of us knew what it was, and neither of us moved it. The 6th night I spent my question with a knife in it. He was at the table with his coffee. I sat down across from him, which I had not done all week, and folded my hands like a woman at a parent conference, and watched him understand that the ritual had just walked into the room wearing armor. I get my question. Yes. You still have to answer it true. That was always the deal. Okay, I kept my eyes on his. All that watching, however long it really was. Did they pay you for all of it? Or was some of it free? He didn't move. Rocco not moving has registers. I can read them now, God help me, and this was the register where the stillness is load-bearing. The paycheck covered your errands, he said. That was all, flat as a receipt. And the whole rest of it, the light at 4, the wine counted from a parked car, 6 routes memorized, the funeral where the only man not watching the casket was watching me, hung off the end of that sentence like a body off a bridge. The errands were paid. Everything else was free. Get up, I said. What? Nothing. Not you. Me. I got up, washed a cup that was already clean, and left the room, because the alternative was letting him see my face do what it was doing. In the bedroom, I sat on the edge of the bed that smells like his laundry and pressed my wrists together hard until the shaking picked a lane. Fury. It picked fury. Thank God it picked fury. Later, in the dark, I found the third door. I'd been past it 40 times. Behind the coat rack, half swallowed by the wall, painted the same tired landlord white as everything else. A closet. I'd filed it as a closet the first wrecked night and never audited the file, which should have shamed me because I audit everything now, and the one door I skipped was the one with the lock, a keyed lock. Small, older than the deadbolt, brass gone brown. The only interior lock in the apartment. I stood in the dark with my palm flat on the paint, listening the way he taught me without teaching me. Nothing. Rooms don't confess, but every locked door in my life has had a man on the other side of it deciding what I could survive knowing, and I stood there with my heart going and my palm on the wood, and I thought, there you are. Every man in my family keeps a room. I'd finally been kidnapped by one of my own. Chapter 12. Chiara, the dog eats at 7. I knew the ceremony by day 5, the container, the fork, the steel bowl, and the 3 seconds, timed against my own pulse, when his back is fully turned and his hands are fully occupied. 3 seconds, every evening, same as Mass. His coat hangs on the hook by the door. The keys live in the left pocket. I'd watched them go in and come out for 6 days, and on the 7th day, while the fork scraped the container and dog did his dignified, starving orphan routine, I crossed the room on the outside edges of my feet and lifted them. Clean. No chime, no scrape, my fist around them before they could speak. Front office fingers. You try extracting a confiscated phone from a locked drawer with 3 8th graders watching for it. I had the keys and my heart was a train and the door was 9 steps away. I made it to the deadbolt. I had the key in the lock. I had it turning. You going somewhere? Not loud, not even a question. He was 6 feet behind me. Nothing crosses that apartment quieter than he does. It's obscene. He's the size of a doorway. Home, I said. The long way. No, I wasn't asking. You may have noticed the keys. I noticed the keys at 7:02. 7:02. The lift itself. He'd felt it happen, or heard it, or smelled it, whatever it is he does instead of living. You let me carry them around for an hour. I wanted to see what you'd do with them. You don't get no anymore. You lost no. No is for men who don't steal keys. You're holding the keys. I stole them back. There's a difference, and the difference is the whole, and it collapsed, all of it, the week, the wine, the errands were paid, the candle, and I shoved him with both hands, keys and all, which moved him not 1 inch, which made it worse. Say something. You stand there and you watch and you wait. You've been waiting since I woke up. You wait for me at doors like the door is yours. The door is mine. The door is the problem. The door is the reason you sleep. Don't you dare bill me for my own sleep again. I was breathing like the stairs. You know what the worst part is? It's not the lock. I understand the lock. God help me. I've done the math on the lock. It's that you knew I'd try tonight. You fed that dog with your back to me like a man leaving a window open, and I still can't tell if I stole these keys or you dealt them to me. Something crossed his face. Fast, gone, filed. Give me the keys, Chiara. Take them. He didn't move. His hands stayed at his sides. They always stay at his sides. And I was close enough now to feel the heat coming off him, close enough that my body did the thing. Mid-fury, mid-sentence. The drop, low in the belly, one arriving with its coat off like it lived here, and the horror right behind it, and I hated the order they came in. His eyes went to my mouth and came back up. He'd seen it. He sees everything. It's the whole problem with him. Say, get out of my way, he said, flat and low. Say it and mean it, and I'll spend the rest of the night figuring out how to stop you without putting a hand on you. And if I don't say it, then you're not leaving. Because you'll stop me, because you'll stay. I kissed him with the keys in my fist. It was not gentle, and nobody apologized. He turned us, and my back hit the third door, the locked one. His room, whatever he keeps, and the brass knob printed itself into my spine, and I did not care. I pulled his shirt out of his waistband one-handed, and he said my name once against my jaw, like a man losing an argument with himself. This changes nothing, I said. No, he agreed and dropped to his knees. He stripped my jeans down and put my thigh over his shoulder and his mouth on me right there against his locked door. No ceremony, none needed. I had a fistful of his hair before I decided to, and the keys biting my palm in the other hand, and he ate me like the argument was still going and he intended to win it, tongue flat and merciless on my clit, 2 fingers curling into me, and I talked because I talk. I stole your keys. I'd do it again. I'll do it every week. I'll make it a standing appointment. I'll put it on the sheet. Put it on the sheet. Sign out. 7:02. Reason. He growled something against me that wasn't words and didn't need to be. Don't stop. If you stop, I swear on the rooster wine. He didn't stop. I broke fast and hard, my head back against his door, the whole week going through the wire at once, and my knees quit and he didn't let me find the floor. Up, I said when I had a voice. Get up here. Now. He got up. I went at his belt and shoved everything off and took him in my hand, thick and hard and burning hot, and squeezed until his breath changed. There. The flat cracking. 15 years of it, cracking in my fist. Look at me, I said, because he's not the only one who gives orders now. He looked at me. He never stopped looking at me. He lifted me against the door with both hands under my thighs, and my wrists went around his neck, free, always free. He has never once in his life pinned my wrists, and I have never once asked him why, and both of those facts live on the crowded shelf, and he pushed into me in one long, deep, unhurried stroke that emptied my lungs of everything, including the war. Move, I said against his mouth. Rocco, move. He moved. Slow first, deep, the door knocking its frame in a rhythm the empty building was welcome to, and I held on and met him and talked until I couldn't. Whose keys? He said, low, at my ear, hips not stopping. Mine. Whose? Mine. They were always mine. Everything you have of me was always. And he changed the angle and took the rest of the sentence, and the key's teeth printed my palm, and if you want the exact shape of what's wrong with me, it's this. Coming apart on the man I stole them from, with the evidence in my fist, unable to decide which felt better. I came with my face in his neck and my heels locked at his back, and he followed me over with a sound I'd never heard from him. Low and ruined, his forehead dropping to my shoulder. For a minute, the only thing in that apartment that wasn't ours was the room behind the door we'd fought the war against. He carried me to bed. I let him. We didn't discuss it. Your door has a dent, I said, to the ceiling. Doors heal. That's not a thing. It's a thing tonight. I turned my head. He was on his back with his forearm over his eyes, and the flat was still gone from his voice, 1 degree of it, and I decided I could live one more day in captivity on that 1 degree alone, which tells you everything about the state of my case. Later, the shower ran, and the pipes knocked, and I stood in the dark of the main room in his shirt with the keys open in my hand. The deadbolt was 9 steps away. The stairwell was empty. The store shuttered. The block asleep, and I knew the neighborhood on the other side of that door better than any living person, except possibly the man in the shower. I stood there a long time. Then I put them back in his coat, left pocket exactly as they'd been, and went to bed. I had the keys. I put them back. Whatever that made me, there wasn't a word for it in either of my languages, and I wasn't going to go looking for one. Chapter 13, Chiara. In the morning, the 3rd door was unlocked. Not open. Unlocked. He was at the counter with his coffee, dressed like the day was ordinary, and the little brass lock sat proud of the wood with its bolt drawn back, and I stood in front of it with my whole scalp prickling. Rocco, you want to know what I am? He said to his cup. It's in there. That's it? A week of Fort Knox and now it's open and I get a fortune cookie? You get the room. And if I don't go in, then I lock it and we never had this conversation. And if I go in and I can't live with it, then you'll know what you can't live with. That's more than most people get. I looked at him. He looked at his coffee. The man doesn't stand naked. He unlocks a door and drinks his coffee, and you can go in or not, and either way he'll never mention it again. I went in. The room was narrow, windowless, warm. A red bulb over a counter. Trays, tongs, brown bottles with chemical names, the vinegar bite of Fixer, a clothesline strung wall to wall with wooden pins. A dark room. Of course. The camera, the funerals, the man who watches, of course. Then my eyes adjusted and I saw the wall. Photographs, dozens pinned. Hundreds more in shoe boxes ranked on shelves, spines worn soft. And they were all, I took one down and my hand was steady, God knows how. They were all me. Me at the bakery on 20th with the string box. Me on the church steps between the aunts. Me laughing on a stoop with Lucy Pantano, whose name I hadn't said in a year. And there it was penciled on the back, El Pantano, because he doesn't know a face without knowing the name. Me in the rain under the pork store awning. Me at Sarah's wedding, mouth open mid-toast. Me in black and white in a red room. I pulled a box down and sat on the floor with it because my legs had opinions, and I went through it print by print like attendance. Here's what nobody tells you about seeing years of your own life through someone else's lens. You date it by the hair. The bob was 2 winters ago, the one Zia Franca said made me look like a widow, and there it was, box 3, the fish market, the widow bob, my mother's scarf, then the growing out months, then the bangs. The bangs were last spring. I have the receipts of regret. Box after box, haircut by haircut, and I sat on the floor of a locked room doing arithmetic on my own head, and the number came up the same every way I ran it. 2 years. Nobody had ever said it. He never said it. I'd asked him straight twice and gotten a refusal and a tomorrow that never came, and now nobody had to say it, because I was sitting inside the answer with fixer in my nose, counting my own haircuts like tree rings. My hands stayed steady. I want that recorded too. Then I went hunting, because I am my own worst idea. There was 1 month I needed to see. I knew the season. I will always know the season. I went through the boxes for the warehouse weeks for gasoline time, and I found the weeks on either side, and between them I found nothing. A gap, clean as a pulled tooth. Prints dents on both sides and a hole in the middle exactly the shape of the worst month of my life. He photographed the funeral of the man who did it. He photographed me dry-eyed at the railing. He did not photograph the weeks I was taken and priced and nearly burned because he was not there. The alibi I screamed at him for, sitting in negative space in a shoebox, found by my own hands. I put the box down and sat with it on the floor in the red light. How long have you been standing there? A while. Of course, a while. I didn't look up from the box. Everything in this room is a while. He doesn't lean. He occupies. The red bulb put the scar through his eyebrow in relief, and he watched me sit in the middle of 2 years of his sins without offering one word in his own defense. 2 years, I said. Yes, say it. You never once said it. Say the number in this room. 2 years. 2 years. I looked at the wall of my own faces. I did the math off my own haircuts, and here's what should scare us both. The number didn't surprise me. Some part of me sat here and said, correct. Like some animal part of me clocked you on a curb 2 years ago and never sent the memo up. You looked back once, he said. The funeral, 6th frame. I know the frame you mean. I'd been through the funeral box twice. It's not here. Every frame from that roll is here except one. Yes. Where is it, Rocco? My jacket. I looked at him. The wall of me, the boxes of me, 2 years of me in a locked room, and the one frame where I look back, he carries. Get it. He got it. He took it out of the inside pocket like other men take out their wives' pictures, and he handed it over without a word. And there I was at the church railing, dry-eyed, jaw set, looking across the street at the exact piece of sidewalk where he stood. 2 years of watching, and the one he kept was the one where I finally saw him. I stood up with it in my hand, and I hadn't decided yet what I was going to do with it. Now, the real question. Not tomorrow's. Carmine ran his mouth about the warehouse to strangers in Atlantic City. Fine, the aunts had that in a week. Gossip travels. But what I heard in that warehouse, what he said about Adriano, word for word, start to finish, the people you work for have that. You said so yourself, the morning I found the lock. So, my voice held, you found him. Yes. Say the rest, Rocco. He said it the way he says everything, which is the only reason I could stand there and hear it. I killed him. He talked first. They always talk first. The fixer's smell, the red light, my own face pinned at 6 ages along a clothesline. How long, I said. 9 days to find him. A room over a body shop in Keensburg. Did he know why? By the end. Did he beg? They all beg. It's not information. Did he mention me? At the end. By name. You don't want that answer. I'll decide what I want. That's the entire yes, I want it. Then ask me again when you're ready to carry it and I'll answer it true. I let that one stand in the road with the other one. The road was filling up. Give me the information. He gave up his routes, his money, the names. Then he gave up the warehouse because he thought it was worth something. The chairs, the gasoline, where he poured it. How close? A pause. The first one. Wait in it. I don't make jobs last. That one lasted. I made him tell it twice, and the second time was not for information. Then what was it for? She was not his to kill. Flat. Third person, with me standing in the room. The sentence he'd been carrying, like I carry the zip tie sound, set down between us in the red light, not dressed, not explained, not taken back. I looked at the man who said it. I looked at 2 years of myself pinned to his wall. The braid did what the braid does. Horror and the other thing plaited so tight I couldn't find the seam anymore, and I was done pretending I'd go looking for it. One more, I said. The people you work for. How do they have it word for word? Carmine's mouth reached Atlantic City. Fine. That's shapes. That's rumor with sauce on it. Word for word is something else. Carmine's mouth was working for weeks before the Bay, he said. Everything he knew traveled. I looked at him. It was true. I've been fed enough lies in my life to know the weight of a true sentence. And that one was true. And it was also a true sentence doing a job. He'd answered a question I hadn't quite asked and left the one I had asked standing in the road. Both hands steady. I put it somewhere I could find it later. Okay, I said, and I was turning frame 6 over in my hands. And that's when I heard it. The train. Through the wall, under the floor, the long rolling rattle I have heard every day of my entire life. The train on 86th, pulling out, fading down the elevated like it fades when you're standing on my mother's stoop. And underneath it, right behind it, in the gap the train left. Bells, St. Finbar's, the quarter hour. I'd know those bells in a coma, at the bottom of the bay, in another country. I counted candles under those bells. I buried Carmine under those bells and stood dry-eyed at a railing and looked at a man across the street. The store gate at 7:30 Fridays. The trucks on Tuesday, the bus sighing at the corner. A week of soundscape I'd been absorbing without letting it assemble, and it assembled all at once, standing in a red room holding my own face. Rocco. My voice came out very quiet, the dangerous register. Say the cross streets. Nothing. You unlocked the door. The room, you said. The room is still talking. Say the cross streets. Cropsey, he said, and Bay 50th. That's 10 minutes from my mother's table. 8, the way you walk. Blocks. I was blocks from home. 10 minutes on my own feet from Sarah, from my father's candle, from my own bed, and my church had been telling me the time all week and I hadn't let myself hear it. And underneath that, arriving second, the way the worst things arrive second. The corner. The street sign sliding past at 5 in the morning, orange and shuttered. I'd looked right at it. My body had known it was Cropsey like your body knows your own stairs in the dark, and I'd been wine-heavy and crash-stupid, and I'd filed my own neighborhood under nothing and gone up 4 flights into a cage 10 minutes from my mother's table. You never lied about where we were going, I said. Not far, you said. It wasn't far. It's the truest thing anyone's ever done to me, and I helped you do it. He didn't say a word. He'd watched the bells land. He watches everything land. It's the whole problem with him. He never once told me where I was, I said, to the room, to the 2 years of me pinned on the line. He never had to. I'd been the one keeping me from knowing. The bells finished the quarter hour. Somewhere below, the neighborhood went on being mine without me in it. I put the funeral print in my pocket, and I kept it. Chapter 14, Rocco. Your boyfriend holds up, the voice said. Tampa, the club, the Vig book. Danny Curran seen at Stillwell twice around the holidays, kept a beard, owed everybody. Good work. Then we're done. We're not done. A page turned. Curran left Brooklyn owing 11 grand on Stillwell. A man who owes 11 grand doesn't come back for a girlfriend. He comes back for money, or he doesn't come back at all. The old man read your file 3 times, and that's the sentence he underlined. Broke men do stupid things for women. It's half our business. That's what I told him. Papers even themselves with a tap. He's sending somebody anyway. 2 days, maybe 3. The block, the bakery, the school. Somebody walks where your reports walk and checks that the sidewalk matches the paperwork. My paperwork has matched the sidewalk for 15 years. Your paperwork never had a girl in it who heard what she heard. The pen clicked. Nothing changes on your end. You mail Thursday like always. If the block backs you up, everybody goes back to work. And if your guy gets made, a stranger on that block gets discussed at 3 bakeries by noon. Then he'd better be good. Not your problem. A drawer closed. One more thing. Stay off Staten Island. The Corsettis have federal company. A prosecutor named Russo has been walking their paper into a grand jury for weeks, and the old man's been pulling our money out from under it since before the funeral. Anything that touches Corsetti water, drop it. The line went dead. I sat with the phone and ran it back twice, because he reads everything twice, and so do I. The boyfriend had bought 2 weeks. The 11 grand was the crack in it, and the crack was fair. I'd built Curran broke, because broke men vanish, and broke men also don't cross 3 states for a school secretary. He'd caught the seam, because catching seams is what he does. Now a stranger was coming to stand on her block with her file in his head, and the file said she was home with the flu, and the flu had better have soup deliveries and drawn curtains and a light that went off at a reasonable hour. The money was the other item. The machine doesn't pull money out of a family's water to protect the family. It pulls money out before the ship goes down. A machine that's hauling anchors is a machine closing accounts, and she was the oldest open account on the books. The boxes were already going to Bath Avenue. In through the delivery cut, white string, the back step, gone by morning, the way they'd gone since the week we came up the 4 flights. Eddie never opened one and never asked. The instruction on the first lid was 1 sentence long. Eddie read it once, put it back, and never mentioned it again, which is how old men keep promises. Her door opened at 2:10. She came out in my shirt, poured a glass of water, and looked at my back. "That was the schedule call," she said. "It's Tuesday. The schedule call is Thursday." "Yes. So tell me." I turned around and told her straight because we'd buried lying at the bottom of a report 3 weeks ago and neither of us had dug it up since. They believe Curran existed. They don't believe he left. A man who owes 11 grand comes back for the money. So they're sending someone to look for him. They're sending someone to look at you. 2 days, maybe 3. The block, the bakery. I said the last one level. The school. She set the glass down. The file says you're home with the flu, I said. Franca's soup. Curtains. He walks the block, sees a sick woman's windows, hears a sick woman's neighborhood, goes home and writes that the sidewalk matches the paper. And if the sidewalk doesn't match the paper, then the paper's dead, and the man who wrote it, and the woman in it. She pulled out the chair across from me and sat, and folded her hands on the table like a woman opening a parent conference, which is what she does when she's decided to run the meeting. "Okay," she said. "Where does your report have me next week? Word for word." "Recovering. First short outing. I hadn't picked where. The school. Back pay and leave paperwork. That's real, Rocco. That's a thing the office actually makes you come in for. Angela's been texting Franca about my forms since the 2nd week." She turned the report pad around to face her and took the pen out of my hand. "You want to check on a school secretary, you have to stand at the school. And I know exactly where a stranger has to stand to watch the side door, because I've stood at that fence 11 years of dismissals. Write me in. Pick the day. Whoever they send will come to us." I looked at her. 2 a.m, my shirt terrified. It was in her wrists, and she was scheduling it. "They send a professional," I said. "They send a man to a school fence at 3:00. She clicked the pen. "There's no such thing as a professional there. There's parents, and there's everyone else. Now sit down and give me the good pen. This one drags." Chapter 15. "Chiara, read it back," I said. "Thursday. Subject expected at the school in the afternoon to collect back pay and sign leave paperwork. First time out since the flu." He read it flat, off the pad, in the voice he uses for fax. "Short visit. Front entrance." Wrong. "Which part?" "All of it, and that's the point." I took the pen. "Nobody collects back pay at the front entrance, Rocco. The front entrance is for parents and the archbishop. Staff comes in, off the side yard. past the fence where the pickup parents wait, the Di Stefano corner. Anybody checking that page has to stand at that fence to see the side door. And here's the thing about that fence at 3 o'clock. I underlined it twice, block letters, office ruled. Every adult on it has a kid coming out. A man standing there with no kid at 3:05 is wearing a sign. You're putting the reader in a box. I'm putting the reader in a school zone. It's the most surveilled 40 feet in Brooklyn, and the surveillance is all grandmothers. I slid the pad back. Now the date. Make it Thursday, because Thursday's the truck at Aiello's. And if he's thorough, he'll walk the whole fictional day, and the whole fictional day is 4 blocks of people who'd remember him. You wrote me a route once. I'm writing him one. He looked at the page, then at me. Something moved behind the flat, and it wasn't the left eye thing. It was bigger. You initialed it again, he said. I stand behind my work. The fiction went out with Thursday's report, the regular way. My school visit sitting in it like bait in a can. And then we did the worst thing 2 people can do together in one long room, which is wait. I'll say this for waiting with Rocco. The man has turned it into a food group. We waited over eggs. We waited over the crossword in ink. We waited while Dog performed his 3-part opera at the Radiator, and the sign-out sheet grew a second page, taped under the first, because wars produce paperwork. Dog, 17 perimeter, Chiara, all day, author, unpaid. Rocco 2140, mailbox, means the 4am solidarity, approved by the only honest party in this house. Thursday, he left at 2 in the watch cap and the coat that isn't his coat, and I stood at the window with my heart at a dead run and did the only job I had, which was to be exactly nowhere. He came back at 5 with the cold still on him and a paper he didn't need. Well, I had his coffee poured before the 3rd lock turned. Tell me everything. Was he there? Was he at my fence? Northeast corner, 3 o'clock to 3:20. My corner, the Di Stefano corner. I put the cup down before I spilled it. What did he look like? Like a man waiting for a kid. Except at 3:15 the doors opened and 400 kids came out, and he didn't move his eyes once. He took the coffee. A man waiting for his kid hunts the crowd. He watched the side door, the one your page told him about. And Mrs. Aiello's mother sat in her window across from the yard the whole time with her arms folded. The corner of his mouth did the millimeter. By tonight, half the parish knows a stranger stood at the fence. Sal will have him being a truant officer by Friday and a Fed by Sunday. So we caught him. We photographed him. I banked the face, the coat, and the car he walked back to on Stillwell. He said the next part in the flat that means it matters. And he caught nothing because the woman in the file wasn't there. The page held because you wrote it. I sat down. My hands were steady, and I noticed them being steady, which is new, noticing the quiet instead of the noise. Say what it means, I said. The man at my fence, in your words, it means the paper stopped being enough. They'll believe this page because the neighborhood performed it. They won't believe the next one, or they'll send 2 men instead of 1. How do we know when it's ended? They stop asking questions. That's good? No. He looked at the window, at the slice of avenue, at the ordinary dark. As long as they're asking, they're still buying paper. When the questions stop, it means the decision got made without us. The next report of the block came 2 nights later, delivered standing at the counter while I sat with my knees up, and it started the same as always, and then it didn't. Nino's still on the long block, 2 rotating. Sarah's down to 4 calls a day. Marco finished the Fs. A beat, which from him is a drum roll. And federal cars went up Tot Hill this morning. I put my feet on the floor. Tot Hill. Corsetti Tot Hill? 6 cars, windbreakers. They walked Don Enzo Corsetti down his own steps at 9:40 with his coat over the cuffs, and they carried out boxes until dark. Flat as a receipt. Wires, accounts, the Cyprus paper. Years of it. There's an AUA in the Southern District, Russo. She's been building the Corsetti file longer than anybody knew. It walked into a grand jury, and the grand jury said yes. The dawn of Staten Island. I heard my own voice go somewhere between church and Christmas. Sal must be beside himself. Sal's telling it with sound effects. The bakery ran out of sfogliatelle by 10. Zia Franca is claiming she always said so. She always says she always said so. I was up now, walking the long room because some news you have to pace. Rocco, a woman with a file, did what 40 years of guns couldn't. They didn't shoot him, they read him. I stopped at the window. Down on the avenue, the world went by not knowing anything, which is the world's whole job, paper. It was paper the entire time. It's always paper, he said. The guns are for people who can't wait for the paper. Put that on a holy card. But it came out quiet because halfway through the joke I'd caught up to why he was telling me. The people you work for, the machine, it had money in that water. It's been pulling the money out for weeks, before the funeral. He didn't dress it, he never dresses it. A machine that smells the tide coming doesn't rescue what's in the water. It closes the accounts. And I'm an account. You're the oldest open item on the books. He crossed the room and stood close, hands at his sides, where his hands stay. The federal cars bought us noise. Every cop in 3 boroughs is looking at Tot Hill, and the machine hates a borough full of cameras. But when the noise dies down, the item is still open, and the man who was supposed to close it keeps mailing in fiction. How long? Until he stops enjoying the reading. I looked up at him. The scar through his eyebrow, the silver, the face that gives the room nothing and had stopped giving me nothing weeks ago. Then we keep writing, I said. Better fiction, longer chapters. I have aunts in a parish, Rocco. I can keep a fake me busy for years. I know, he said. 2 of your aunts have files. I laughed, the real one, right volume, and took the pen back off the table. And that was the week the war got a second front and a co-author, and somewhere across the water, a Don sat in a federal building, learning what I'd learned at a kitchen table on Cropsey Avenue, that the loudest thing in this world is a quiet person's paperwork. Chapter 16. Rocco Eddie Caruso's social club has a front room for men who want to be seen and a back room for men who don't. I had never been in either. 15 years in this borough, and I had kept the one rule that kept me. Never sit down anywhere twice. I went in the back way, through the delivery cut behind Bath Avenue, and Eddie was already at the table with 2 cups, which meant the back way had never been a secret from him either. Sit, he said. I sat. You drink it or you wear it, he said, pouring. House rules. I drink it. Good start. He poured. His hand shook the whole pour and didn't spill a drop. I had watched that hand through a lens for 15 years, and I noted the same thing every time. The shake is real, and the aim is better than mine. You know why I'm here, I said. No, he pushed the cup across. I know who you are. Why you're here, you're going to have to say like a person. Marco has men on her block. Nino's crew is pulling camera footage off the fish market. 2 of his soldiers braced a livery driver on Cropsey yesterday because the plate looked wrong. I drank the espresso. It was better than mine. They're loud. They're scared. Scared is loud. Loud gets her found. Found by who? I didn't answer that. That's what I thought, Eddie said. You know the last man who sat in that chair and didn't answer that question? No. Me neither. That's how good he was. Eddie stirred his cup with a little spoon, slow, 3 turns, and set the spoon on the saucer like it had done something to him. 22 years I've run this room, he said. Every face that matters in 3 neighborhoods comes through that door, and in 15 years I have never once seen yours. He looked at me. That's not a compliment. A man nobody sees is a man somebody pays. You'd know. The room regular by the radiator, old guy, cap, racing form, folded his paper, picked up his coffee, and found a reason to be in the front room. He didn't hurry. Men his age in this neighborhood have a sense for weather. Eddie watched him go, then watched me. The girl, he said. Franca's telling the block she's got the flu. Marco's telling his men she's missing. Which is it? The flu. That's a long flu. It's a bad year for it. Worst I've seen, Eddie said, and I had the 57 flu. People forget the 57. Nobody forgets the 57. Must be. He turned his glass of water a quarter turn. Her father lit a candle Tuesday. St. Finbar's. He hasn't lit a candle since his wife. Another quarter turn. Whatever's got her, I want to hear it's something a candle helps. She's safe. Safe. Eddie said the word like he was checking it for a false bottom. There's men in this life said that word to me about people I loved. Some of them meant it. I mean it. I know you mean it. He leaned back. The chair complained. That's what's got me up nights. The ones who mean it are the ones who burn the block down, proving it. The espresso machine hissed at the far wall. Somewhere in the front room, a chair scraped, and the television said something about the point spread. Eddie let the quiet sit between us the same time I would have let it sit, and I understood we had both learned the trick in the same school, and neither of us was going to say the school's name. The girl's father, I said. How is he? Old since Tuesday. Eddie turned his cup a half turn. He asks Franca about the flu every day. Franca's running out of flu. Tell her it turned the corner. Did it? It's turning. Turn it faster. A man can only light so many candles before the church starts asking questions. Marco listens to you, I said. Marco listens to nobody. He circles back to me after to hear why he was right, he shrugged. Same thing, slower. Slow him down. Slow him down. Eddie laughed, one syllable, no humor in it. You know what he did last week, your Marco, when his wife couldn't sleep? Put 2 boys outside the cousin's building all night, so Sarah could see them from her window. That's the whole operation. Comfort. Comfort gets photographed. Everything gets photographed. Apparently. He let that one look at me a second. His cousin's gone. His wife can't sleep. His men can't find a gray sedan that spent a week parked on Benson like it grew there. And you want him slower. Fast is how she dies. He stopped. Whatever was in my voice, I hadn't put it there on purpose, and Eddie heard the whole thing. He looked at me a long time, not at my face, at my hands, flat on his table. Old men in this neighborhood read hands, the young ones read phones. You're not doing a job, he said. No. Does she know what you are? She knows what I do. She's working on what I am. Aren't we all? He got up, went behind the counter, and came back with a white box, folded and tied off with the striped string while I watched, his hands doing the bow without being asked to. He set it in front of me. Pistachio, he said, for the flu. What do I owe you? For the box, nothing. For the advice, everything. I don't collect. I looked at the box, then at him. Eddie Caruso held my eyes, and there was no question in his, none, and that was the answer to a question I had spent 15 years not asking him. Whatever you're keeping, he said, quiet, walking me to the alley door, keep it better than the last man who kept something in this neighborhood. The door shut behind me. The cut smelled like rain that hadn't started. I stood there with a pastry box in my hand and let the sentence finish going through me. He knew. Maybe not the shape of it, the weight of it, he knew, and he had known while he tied the bow. I walked back the long way, 4 blocks out of True, checked the reflections in the pharmacy glass twice, and saw nothing, which the last 2 weeks had taught me to trust less than something. 4 flights. I had my key out at the second landing, which is a habit from a life where doors have to open fast. The chain wasn't on. The chain is always on when I'm out. That was her rule, made at my kitchen table with her arms crossed like a treaty negotiation, and she had kept it with the discipline she reserves for rules that are hers. I opened the door onto quiet. Not empty apartment quiet. I know that one. I lived in it 15 years. This was after quiet, a cup in the rack, washed, the blanket folded on the couch arm with the corners matched, her boots gone from the mat, the junk drawer shut flush, which it never is because the drawer sticks and she never fights it the extra inch. Dog, I said. Nothing came. Dog's bowl stood washed in the rack next to her cup. I stood in the middle of the one location in Brooklyn that no file has ever held, the room I built so nothing could be taken from me, holding a white bakery box tied with string, and did the count I do in rooms where something's wrong. Door, window, exits, absences. Absences, her coat, her boots, the dog, the lead off the hook, and the second key. Since the dark room, I'd kept it on the nail beside mine, uncut conversation, never once touched. The nail was bare. She hadn't been taken. Taken doesn't wash the cup. She'd left. Out the front, down 4 flights, into a neighborhood with one man idling in it somewhere on the machine's clock. And she'd taken the dog, and the dog had gone. 15 years building a place nobody could find. She'd walked out the front door of it with the dog. I put the box on the counter, where she'd see it if she came back, because that was suddenly the entire plan I had. Then I took the stairs the fast way. Chapter 17, Chiara. Here is what nobody tells you about walking your own neighborhood after 3 weeks away. It fits wrong. Like a coat somebody else wore in the rain. I had Dog on his lead, and Dog walked like he'd been trained by a professional, which he had, which I was not thinking about. I was not thinking about a lot of things loudly, the whole way down Bath Avenue. The block looked like my block. Concetta's had the Easter palm still in the window from last year because Concetta throws nothing away, and the fish market awning was still torn at the corner, and Mrs. Aiello's curtains twitched on the second floor, the same as they have twitched since the Eisenhower administration. And a brown Buick was idling across from my building with a man in it being furniture. I know what furniture looks like now. That's the inheritance nobody puts in the will. 3 weeks of him teaching me to read a street like the ants read a guest list, and I clocked the Buick from 150 feet, engine on, in that cold, nobody smoking, nobody on a phone, the mirror angled at my stoop instead of the traffic. A man doing an excellent job of doing nothing. My body did the warehouse. All of it in order. The drop in my gut, the zip tie sound that isn't real, the counting. I kept walking. That was the new part. The counting used to happen instead of me. Now it happened while I worked. 4 exits. The corner, the alley gap by the fish market that isn't an alley because Bath Beach doesn't have alleys. It's a delivery cut and it dead ends, so 3 exits. Dog's ears went up. I turned us up the stoop of the Relmutos like I'd been invited, stood in the vestibule shadow, and looked at my own front door across the street. The lock was new. Bright brass in a door that's been chipped green since I was in high school. Somebody had changed the lock on my building. My family, sealing it, or someone else, preparing it. There was no way to know, and both answers had the same shape, and the shape was, the place I had walked 10 minutes to stand in front of was not mine anymore. It was a stage everybody was dressing for me. 10 minutes. That was the tax on the whole winter. Everything I owned had been a rosary's length away the entire time. Up the block, half on the hydrant, sat Nino's SUV. 2 kinds of eyes on one street, and my door in the middle, and me in a vestibule that smelled like other people's Sunday gravy, holding a stolen man's dog on a clothesline. Okay, I said to Dog. New plan. The payphone outside the laundromat on Bay Parkway is the last payphone in the borough, I'm convinced, kept alive purely so the old men can call their bookies with dignity. I fed it quarters with my back to the street and the cord wrapped once around my hand, and I dialed the number I've known since I was 9. Half a ring. Hello? Sarah. Careful voice. Unknown number voice. It's me. I heard her stop breathing. I heard, I swear to God, her hand go to her belly, the whole gesture through the phone. Chiara. Then shredded. Chiara, where are you, Marco? No, stay there, oh my God. Sarah, listen to me. I have a minute, maybe less, and I need you to be the one who listens because you're the only one in that family who knows how. Down the block, normal street. Dog sat on my foot, facing the other way. He watches the direction I can't. Nobody taught me what that meant. I figured it out on my own and then hated everything. I'm safe. I'm not hurt. Nobody took me. You've been gone 3 weeks. I'm choosing this. Do you hear me? I need you to hear both halves of that sentence. I'm safe, and I'm choosing it. Silence. Sarah silence, which is arithmetic. I heard her run it. My voice, steady. No script. No one feeding me lines. Nobody who's coached sounds this annoyed. The flu, she said, 1 word at a time. Franca's been telling everybody the flu. It's a very committed flu. Where are you? Sarah, you said safe. Safe where? Whose roof? Who feeds you? Somebody who's better at it than anyone who ever had the job. That's not an answer. That's a Hallmark card with the address torn off. It's what I have. Take it or I hang up richer. Marco has men on your block right now, Chiara. He's pulling the neighborhood apart with his hands. That's the message. I turned my shoulder into the phone hood. A bus went by and I waited it out. Tell him to stop. Tell him, Sarah, tell him exactly this. Looking is what gets me killed. Not a man. Not the man he thinks. The looking. Every soldier he parks on my block is a flare over my head. Killed. Her voice went flat in Castellano. Somebody wants to kill you, and your plan is a payphone and a flu? My plan is the best plan anyone's had for me in 4 months, and it's mine, and I'm asking you to hold my brother's leash for me because you're the only one strong enough. Strong enough. I'm 5 months pregnant. I cried at a commercial for floor cleaner on Tuesday. And you once walked out of a warehouse and lied to a hospital about it in 2 languages. Hold the leash, Sarah. He'll want proof of life. He'll want. She stopped, regrouped. When she came back, her voice was smaller and it went through me sideways. The night I called you from a number you didn't know, you picked up on the first ring. You said, "We don't ask each other where. We don't ask each other where. We don't ask each other where." She said it slow, like she was signing it. "Chiara," a breath. "Is it the man from your block, the gray car?" The truth sat right there. She'd earned it 11 times over, and Chiara Castellano can carry anything. I've seen her carry things that would fold a longshoreman. But the phone line was a wire, and wires get walked, and every fact I gave her was a fact somebody could take out of the room she said it in. So I hung up on my best friend with the truth in my mouth and stood there with my hand still on the receiver like an apology, and that one is going in my own book of grudges under my own name. "Home," I said to Dog, "and don't look smug about the direction." He was already facing the right direction, which tells you what Dog thought home meant, and Dog was right. I took his routes back. I want that on the record. Not my routes, his, the ones he drilled into me off a hand-drawn map like homework. Never the same avenue twice. Cross at the light, not the corner. Windows are mirrors. Mirrors are free. I was 4 blocks along, past the shuttered store, when the Buick man crossed the street ahead of me. Not at me, at an angle. Unhurried, hands in pockets, a man walking off a big lunch. And it was the walk that did it, because I know that walk from the inside of a warehouse. The don't worry walk, the one that's a metronome. The counting almost took me and I put it to work instead. His pace, my pace, the distance to the light, Route 4. Route 4 is the church cut behind St. Finbarr's, through the parking lot the bingo ladies use, out the far gate that never locks because Father DiMaggio lost the key during the second Bush administration. I went through it at the speed of a woman late for bingo, and Dog peeled off and stood in the gate gap with his ears flat and made himself into a problem the size of a doorway and bought me the half block. I did not look back. Looking back is banked. He taught me that, and I hated him for how well it worked. 4 flights. His stairs. My hands were doing the thing, both of them, and I climbed anyway, and I got the key into his deadbolt on the second try, and I closed his door behind me, and then I did the thing I will be explaining to a priest someday. I chained it, myself, from the inside. Everything I own was 10 minutes behind me. My kitchen, my bed, my block, my family, every stitch of my actual life, staked out by men in idling cars who price people by the pound. And this room, this monk's cell with better lighting, 4 flights over a shuttered store, with a fridge full of another person's groceries and 400 pictures of my own face down the hall. This was where my hands stopped shaking. I made coffee. I fed Dog. I sat by the window where the watching is done and watched. It was dark when his key hit the lock, and the door opened 4 inches and stopped, hard, against the chain. And I heard it, the sound of a man being told something by a door. I got up. I slid the chain. I let him in and took the bakery box out of his hands like a wife, and neither of us said one word about it, because there were no words that wouldn't say more. "You went out," he said. I went home. I put the box on the counter. Turns out I'd already been there for weeks. He looked at me for a long time. He'd run here. It was all over him, the collar, the breathing he was hiding. "The Buick on your block," he said. "Brown. Plates?" "Didn't bank them. I was busy being terrifyingly good at this." My voice came out half a register too loud, and I heard it, and so did he. "There's Pistachio. Sit down before you fall down, and I'll tell you everything I saw, and you'll tell me what it means. And Rocco, the drop, the quiet one, the register I save. The door was my idea. Don't make it weird." "Okay," he said. He sat. I put his coffee where his hand would land. "Brown Buick," I said, "across from my stoop. Engine on in the cold. Mirror angled at my door, not the traffic. How long was he there before you clocked him?" "I clocked him at 150 feet. "That's not what I asked." "I don't know. That's the honest answer. He was furniture until he wasn't." "Plates?" "Didn't bank them. I was managing a dog in a cardiac event." "Rear plate facing you or front, rear?" He nodded, and I watched the fact go into the machine behind his eyes and come out weighed. The lock. New brass in the old door? Shiny as a christening. So who changes a lock, my family or yours? Mine doesn't change locks. Mine copies the old one. The kitchen got colder without the temperature moving. So it's my family, sealing the house. Or somebody wants you thinking that on the stoop in the open with your keys out. I hate this game. You're good at this game. I hate that more. I refilled him without asking. Nino's SUV was up the block, on the hydrant, facing my door. Everybody's facing my door. It's the hottest show in Bath Beach. He was quiet a second. You went to the payphone. Not a question. Of course he knew. The quarters were gone from the dish by the door, and the dish by the door is his idea of a bank statement. Sarah, 60 seconds. I told her I'm safe and I'm choosing it, and I told her the message for Marco, and she asked me one question and I hung up rather than lie to her. Which question? Whether it's you. The radiator had opinions. Dog sighed under the table. The phone's walked back by now, he said. The location. I know, I said. I worked that out on Route 4. That's why Route 4. Something crossed his face that on another man would have been pride, and on him was pride. Say the rest, I said. You're holding a card. Your jaw does a thing. The Buick wasn't watching you. He was parked on your block with his mirror on your door and his engine warm. Men watching park cold. Warm engines are for leaving fast with something in the car. He let me get there myself, which I did, which was worse. He wasn't surveillance, Chiara. He was pickup. Pickup, I said. For me. For whoever walked up those steps with your keys. And I walked past him, with the dog, at strolling speed. You walked past him on Route 4, he said, which is the only route with the church cut in it. You did everything right. Say that again. You did everything right. One more time, slower. I'm putting it on my headstone. We worked until midnight, and at midnight, when the block report was squeezed dry and the cups were in the rack, I stayed at the table and folded my hands on it, and he read the posture, because he reads everything. The ritual's back, he said. The ritual never left. Sit down. This is a negotiation, and for once, you're the one who wants something. What do I want? Me. Here. Choosing it, out loud, on the record, which is the only way you get to keep it. I took the spare key out of my pocket, the one off the nail, the one I'd walked home and back on, and set it on the table between us. Terms. 1. This gets cut for me, properly. Mine, on my own ring, not borrowed off a nail like I'm the cleaning lady. 2. The door stays locked against the world, not against me. I know the arithmetic, Rocco. I ran it on Route 4 with your dog covering my 6. I'll keep your rules because they're good rules. But I keep them because I choose to, starting tonight, or I don't keep them at all. 3. If I ever say I'm leaving, you get one sentence of argument. 1. Then you drive me, or you watch me walk, and either way you don't get to call it protecting. He was quiet for a long time. His hands stayed flat on the table, and he was quiet long enough that I knew the answer was fighting him the whole way up. The door is mine, he said, once. The single sentence spent. The door was yours. I pushed the key an inch toward him. Now it's a house rule, and house rules get 2 signatures. He looked at the key. He looked at me. Then he put it in his pocket, and in the morning a new-cut copy sat beside my coffee on a plain steel ring. And he watched me pick it up like it weighed more than a key weighs. I wrote it on the sheet myself. Chiara. Key her own. Reason, tenant. Approved by both. Tenant, he said, over my shoulder. It's a category, I said. It's not the category. Don't get comfortable. Chapter 18, Rocco. The reports go out Thursdays, 15 years, every Thursday, and the machine never once had a reason to read one twice. That era is over. Now I write fiction weekly, and Thursday is the day I hand a loaded gun to a reader who started checking my math. She found me at the table with the report half built and pulled out the other chair like she had a reservation. Read it to me, she said. No. Rocco, it's about me. It's the official record of my fake life. I'm not asking to see the sausage get made. I'm asking to season it. She turned the pad around with 2 fingers before I decided anything. That's how most decisions go in this apartment now. She read. Her eyebrows did the thing they do at the aunt's logic. You have me at the 10:15 at St. Finbar's on Sunday. You go to the 10:15. I go to the 8:30. She tapped the pad. The 10:15 is Franca's mass. Anybody who knows me knows I take the 8:30 to avoid her. You put me at the 10:15, and whoever reads this either doesn't know me or knows me, and now knows you don't. She slid the pad back. Also, I'd never buy provolone at the fish market. That's a war crime. A yellows, and I complain about the price. Write that, I complained about the price. Noted. Keep going. What else? She pulled the pad back. You have me lighting a candle Tuesday. I don't light candles. Your father does. She stopped. Her thumb went still on the page. Fine, she said, quieter. The candle stays. Next, you've got me at Aelo's Thursday and the fish market Friday. Flip them. Thursday's delivery day. The good provolone comes in on the truck, and everybody who's ever met me knows I'm there when the truck is. The truck matters. The truck is the whole church, Rocco. Write the truck. I wrote the truck. Who reads these, she said. The voice, then him? Yes. And in 15 years, has anybody ever corrected your paperwork? No. Well, she turned the pad around and slid it back. First time for everything. You initialed it. I stand behind my work. She capped the pen. Also, if the machine ever reads it closely, I want them to know the fiction had a co-author. Let them put that in a file. That's not funny. It's a little funny. You laughed. I didn't laugh. Dog, did he laugh? Dog's tail went twice against the floorboards, bought cheap, a bribed witness. Your left eye did something. In this apartment, that's a laugh. Bank it. Oh, it's banked. It's in the vault. I looked at the report, then at her. 2 years of watching, and I had her roots, her windows, her Fridays, and she was correcting the parts you can't photograph, the grain of a life, the stuff only the person inside it knows. She was better at this than men I'd trained. I told her that flat, because it was true. Obviously, she said, I've been lying to that family since before you had the car. You surveil, I perform. Together, we're a very sick little publishing house. She initialed the corner of the page, I don't know why. I kept the page. The Buick took me 2 days to find, because the man in it was good, and I want that noted, because it's the last professional respect I paid him. Brown Buick, livery plates off a dead company in Canarsie, rotating between her block and the laundromat on Bay Parkway, which meant the payphone, which meant her call was walked back, which meant the block was not being watched anymore. It was being prepared. I sat on him for 6 hours from 3 positions and confirmed the thing I already knew from his parking. He wasn't waiting for her. He was waiting for permission. I got close because I needed the face for the file in my head. He let me get close because he'd been told about me, and men who've only been told are curious. You're him, he said, in the cut behind the fish market. The Thursday man. They talk about you like the weather. Go home. Can't. Open ticket. He rolled his shoulders loose, friendly, a man discussing overtime. Nothing personal. She seems like a nice lady. Loud, but nice. You watched her for 6 days and that's the file? Loud but nice? The file says low risk. He smiled. The file says the only problem in the neighborhood is a man nobody can photograph. So I figure I photograph him. The ticket closes itself. The cut dead ends, I said. I know. I picked it. No, I said. I did. See, they didn't mention funny. He shook his arms out, still loose, still friendly. Last chance to be reasonable, Thursday, man. Take the ticket home unpunched. Can't. It's an open ticket. Then leave it open. You know I can't. Then you know the rest. It went the only way it goes when both men were built in the same shop. He was younger. I was angrier. It's not supposed to matter. It matters. He left in the Buick with his window down and his pride bleeding. I left with a seam opened over my ribs from a blade I never saw come out, which is the correct review of his work, and I want that noted too. I took the long way home. 12 blocks of pressure and wool and arithmetic. How much longer the lie holds, how many hands the machine has within an hour of her sleep, how loud a doorman I can be before the whole building comes down. She was at the window when I came in. Then she was across the room, and her face went through 4 things fast and landed on the 5th, which was work. Sit down. It's shallow. That's not what I asked. She already had my coat half off my shoulder, and her breath came in through her teeth when she saw the shirt. Kitchen. Light's better. If you bleed on the couch, I'm keeping it. I sat at the kitchen table where the reports get written. She came back with the kit, the good thread, the iodine, and a bowl of water. and she laid them out in a row like the front office on the first day of school. Her hands weren't shaking. I looked, because I always look, steady as a countertop. "This will need 8, she said, looking at it. "Maybe 10. You've done this. I grew up with cousins. Somebody was always coming through the kitchen, leaking and swearing me to secrecy." She threaded the needle against the light on the first pass. "Sit still and don't be brave. It's boring." "I'm never boring. You're a little boring about pain. It's your one flaw. Shirt." The iodine went in like a lit match. I sat still. Her fingertips found the edge of the seam and held it shut, and she leaned in, and the lamp put her whole face an arm from mine, and she pushed the needle through my skin with the exact unbothered competence of a woman fixing a hem. "Who was he?" she said. Not a question mark. She'd already built the answer. She was auditing. "The Buick." The thread pulled. "The man from my block." "Yes." "Did you kill him?" "No." "Why not?" And then she heard herself the question, the flatness of it, who she'd been raised to be, and what 3 weeks in this room had rearranged. And she laughed, once, low, awful, wonderful. "Don't answer that, Madonna. Don't ever tell my father I asked it in that tone." "Stitch, will he come back?" she said. "The Buick." "Not him. Someone." "Someone. When?" "When the machine stops being polite." "And how do we know when that is?" "The phone stops ringing on schedule." She pulled the thread through, level as a nun. "You have a deeply upsetting relationship with that phone. It's the longest one I've had." "Had," she said. "Past tense. You're welcome. The machine doesn't do past tense. Neither do I. We'll see who blinks." "Stitch. Stitch." Her breathing had gone to a 4 count and she didn't know it. Mine went with it and I didn't fight it. And somewhere in the middle of the 8th stitch, I understood what was happening to me because I wrote the definition 15 years ago, and I've read it off other men through glass my whole career. My eyes had stopped doing the room. 15 years. Every room, every hour, door, window, exits, hands. It runs under everything. It costs nothing. It is the whole reason I've had 15 years. And it was gone. The room had one thing in it. She was bent over my ribs with thread in her teeth and iodine on her fingers, and I was watching her instead of the door, and my body, which has never once volunteered an opinion, had ruled the door irrelevant. I know exactly what that means. It means the machine's best instrument is broken. I sat in my own kitchen and felt the breaking finish, and what I felt about it was nothing the manual has a word for. She tied the last stitch off with her teeth, which is not procedure, and pressed the tape down flat with both thumbs and looked up and caught me looking at her instead of anything. "What?" she said. "Nothing's wrong with the room." That's the strangest sentence you've ever said to me, and you once said the deadbolt is keyed on both sides as a bedtime story. But she said it quiet, and she didn't move her hands off my ribs, and the lamp hummed, and the iodine and the coffee and her, the whole room had become one thing, and the thing was hers. "Chiara." Her breath changed. Both her hands were still on me. "You have a hole in you," she said. "It's closed. You closed it. You're supposed to rest. Then stop me." She looked at me for one more second, and she decided it in plain view, which is the only part I ever need. And then her mouth came down on mine, and it was nothing like the door. The door was a collision. This was slow, and slow is worse. Slow is the one with your name in it. I stood up into her. She pulled the ruined shirt off me herself, careful of the tape and nothing else, and put her palm flat over the dressing, claiming the damage, filing it under hers. And I walked her backward out of the kitchen light with my hands where my hands go, her jaw, her waist, the small of her back. Never her wrists. The list of things I will never do to her is short, and it is absolute, and it is the only scripture I keep. "Bed," she said, against my mouth. "You're stitched. We're doing this like adults. We've never once done this like adults." "Then like professionals." I laid her down. "Slow," she said. "That's an order. You're stitched and I'm keeping you." "You're keeping me." "Obviously. Try to follow the plot." I took her apart the professional way. Slow, in order, thorough. Every button myself. The lamp stayed on because I said, "I want to see you." And she went still under the words and then said, "Then look," and lifted her hips so I could pull the last of the clothes off her and lay there and let herself be seen, which for her is further than any touching goes. I looked. 2 years of her face through glass. None of it was this, and all of it was theft, and this was given, and the difference went through me like the blade had, clean, deep, no defending it. Then I put my mouth on her and paid attention the other way. Slow, greedy, exact, reading her the same as ever. The hitch, the fist in my hair, the sounds climbing her throat half a register at a time. She talks during. God help me, she talks during. That. You've been taking notes. 2 years of them. Don't stop to be clever, Madonna. Don't stop at all. She blasphemed in 2 languages. She pulled a stitch's worth of warning out of me and didn't apologize. And when she went over the first edge, she said my name like an accusation, which from her is the tender version. Come here. Her voice was wrecked and imperial. Now, carefully. You're injured. I'm not an animal. You're a little bit an animal. I contain rage. Come here. I moved up her body, and she guided me into her, and we both went quiet, the only quiet she's ever agreed to. And then it was slow, endless, her hands on my back, staying wide of the tape without once looking, because she'd memorized where my damage was the same night she closed it. Look at me, she said, my own command, stolen, hers now. I never stopped. Liar, you looked at the door for 15 years. Her breath broke and rebuilt. Look at me. I looked. She held my eyes the whole way, defiant about it, wet-eyed and furious with feeling, and refusing to blink first. And when she broke, she took me with her, and I let go inside her with her name in my teeth, and the door to the room unguarded, and no part of me caring, none, not one. After, she sprawled across my good side and put her ear over my heart. Still going, she said. It does that. Checking my work. I closed you up. I get to audit the whole system. And the finding? Irregular, she said into my chest. Everything about you, approved anyway. That's not how audits work. It's how mine work. Sleep. 10 stitches, she said, half under already. You owe me 10 answers. That's not the rate. The rate went up. There's a war on. She propped her chin on my sternum. 1. Did it hurt tonight? Truth. The ribs? No, not the ribs. The lamp was off, and the dark made it possible. Yes, the whole time. It's the best thing I have. 2. That was 2. That was 1 with a clarifying subpart. I run a front office. Don't tell me how questions work. My chest moved under her. From me, that's a standing ovation, and she knew it and collected it. 2 then. The kitchen. You said nothing's wrong with the room. What did that mean? I was quiet long enough that she started to let me off. I didn't take it. It meant the room's done being a room. I said, it's just where you are. She didn't say anything for a while. Then, into my collarbone, wrecked and furious about it. Okay, go to sleep. You can't just say things like that with 10 stitches in you. It's a safety issue. Her hand settled flat over the dressing, light as a bird. Sleep. I've got the door. She said it like a joke. She meant it like a vow. I lay in the dark of the safest room in Brooklyn, broken exactly the amount I needed to be, and let the loudest woman in Bensonhurst stand her watch. The machine was going to lose. I was the proof, and I was done being sorry about it. Chapter 19, Rocco. The phone rang on schedule, which was the last normal thing that happened. It was Thursday. The report sat on the table, finished, squared, waiting for its envelope. It never got one. He wants to see you, the voice said, tomorrow, in person. The radiator ticked. On the couch, her pen stopped moving on the crossword, then continued, 1 beat late, which meant she'd hear the rest of it through the wall of my face. There's no in person, I said. 15 years, there's no in person. I said that too, word for word. The voice sounded almost human about it, which I filed. You know what he told me? Protocol is for when things are working. Are they not working? You'd know better than me, Thursday man. There is now. A car will be at the fish market on Emmons at noon. Come alone, come clean, bring the file on the boyfriend. Papers, somewhere far away. He said to tell you, it's a conversation, nothing else. He gives his word. He gives his word. His word is the thing that built me. I stood at my own window doing arithmetic I already knew the sum of. A summons that breaks 15 years of protocol is not a conversation, it's geometry. You don't call the guard dog across town to talk. You call him across town to move him off the yard. Alone means what, I said. Define alone. Alone means alone, no dog, no shadow, and God help you, no girl. A pause with a smile in it. He knows about the girl, by the way. He'd like me to tell you the reports were his favorite reading in years. He said it exactly like that. Favorite reading. Noon, the voice said. Emmons, don't be interesting. Noon, I said, and hung up, and the apartment was very quiet. She'd heard the whole call through the wall of my posture. She does that now. I've been read by professionals for 15 years, and none of them caught the difference between my standing postures. She caught it in a week. That was different? She said, not looking up from the crossword. Your shoulders went different. I have a meeting tomorrow. You don't have meetings. You have a phone and a hatred of restaurants. She put the pen down. Rocco, it's a conversation. You're lying to me for the first time in your life, she said, and you're bad at it, which is honestly the nicest thing I've learned about you all month. I sat down across from her and told her the truth, because the truth was the only guard I could leave behind. The summons, the protocol break, the geometry. What it likely meant. That not going was worse than going, because a dog that won't come when it's called gets replaced by noon the day after, and the replacements were already in the neighborhood driving Buicks. She listened the whole way through with her jaw set. Take me with you. No, 2 moves on 1 board. You said it yourself. If we're both at the meeting, there's only 1 room to defend. And nobody defending it. The meeting isn't the danger. The meeting is the magician's right hand. Then don't go. A dog that doesn't come when it's called gets replaced, and the replacement doesn't know you take 1 sugar. That's not funny. It's not a joke. It's the file. Everything I know about you is a wall around you. The next man's file starts blank. She glared at me for a long time. I hate that you make sense. It's your worst quality. Number 2 is the deadbolt. So it's a trap. It's a move. Traps are for people they can't just call. And while you're standing in a fish market being moved, she stopped. She'd gotten there. Of course she'd gotten there. She gets everywhere first now. Her hand went flat on the table. Me. Chain on. Dog in. You open for nobody. You stand at no windows, and if the phone in the junk drawer rings, it's Marco's number in it, and you go down the fire escape and you make all the noise in the world. Talk the junk drawer phone calls Marco. She stared at me. Since when? Since I put it there. She looked at me for a long moment, and something moved behind her eyes that I didn't have time to photograph. Come back, she said. Chiara. No, that's the question and the order and the prayer. Come back. I'll be back by 2. Don't give me a time. Times can be broken. Just come back. Chain, dog, windows. I know the drill. I wrote half the drill. You improved the drill, I said. She looked at me like that sentence had no business being said by a man putting on his coat to walk into the room that built him. And she was right, and I said it anyway, because the list of things I'll tell her, without regard for my own survival, has been getting longer since the day she brought me coffee, and there is no version of this where it stops. I went to the closet for my coat. The sign-out sheet was still on the refrigerator. 4 weeks of entries in 2 handwritings, the columns getting tighter at the bottom because we'd run out of paper and neither of us had suggested a new sheet. Dog, 7:15. Walkies. Below it, Rocco, 20-meter, perimeter. Below that, in my hand, Chiara, all day, reorganizing the entire apartment under protest. Below that, in hers, dog, 3 a.m., existential crisis. Approved by, also dog. I looked at the sheet the way I look at rooms. Door, window, exits. But this time what I was cataloging was not the geometry of escape. It was the evidence that 2 people had lived here. Nobody had lived here before. I had occupied it. She had made it lived in. The difference was the sheet, and the semolina bread, and the lavender soap, and the second hook where her coat hangs, and the junk drawer where the phone sits now with Marco's number in it, which I'd put there because the day was coming when she'd need a door I hadn't locked, and the phone was the door, and the number was the key, and I'd given it to her because the version of me that would have kept it was the version that died the night she brought me coffee and asked me who the fuck I was. What did he actually say? She said from the doorway. Not the summary, the words. Come alone, come clean, bring the file on the boyfriend. Then something about my reports being his favorite reading. He reads your reports about me for pleasure. She crossed her arms. That is the single most disturbing sentence anyone has ever said in this kitchen. And Eddie once told me about a body in a trunk. it gets worse. I don't want it to get worse. I want it to get better, Rocco. That's generally how conversations about my imminent danger are supposed to trend. He knows about you specifically, not the boyfriend file, you, which means the summons isn't about finding out. It's about confirming what he already has in a room where I can't lie to his face the way I lie on paper. So he's testing you. He's already decided. He wants to watch the decision land. She was quiet a second. That's the worst kind of meeting, the kind where the outcome's fixed and you still have to walk in. Yes. I hate this family, both of them, all of them. Every man I've ever loved has a meeting like this eventually, and I am so tired of standing in kitchens being told to wait. Then don't wait quietly. I never do anything quietly. That's the whole problem. It's why I'm currently living in a building nobody can find. I put my coat on. She watched me do it, filing it, building her own version of the report I'll never let her read. If it goes wrong, she said, quieter now. If you don't come back by 2 or by 3, or whatever the honest number actually is. What do? You call Marco. You use the words I gave you. You let the whole borough become as loud as it wants to be. That's not what I asked. It's the only answer I have that isn't a lie. She crossed the kitchen and put both hands flat on my chest, not pulling, not pushing, just measuring. She measures everything that matters to her. My coat under her palms, the buttons she'd never fixed because my buttons aren't wrong, and that difference between us went all the way down. Come back, she said, and mean it this time. I meant it the first time. Then say it again. I like counting the times you mean things. It's become a hobby. I'll come back, I said, and for once let the flat go all the way out of it, because she'd earned hearing the whole sentence undressed. She kissed me. Quick, not the door kiss or the stitches kiss. A stamp, a receipt, proof of purchase, filed for future audit. That's not fair, she said to my caller. You can't say things like that and then have a meeting. I left. I took the stairs the way I always take them, fast at the second landing, hand in pocket, key between fingers. The building was quiet. The store was open below me, the Tuesday truck gone, the gate up. A normal building on a normal block, and upstairs a woman was chaining the door I'd taught her to chain, and the chain was for people who knock, and the people coming today wouldn't knock. I'd left her the phone. I'd left her the drill. I'd left her 4 weeks of a room that smelled like lavender and semolina, and the version of me that was worth coming back to. The car was where I'd put it, around the corner, borrowed, forgettable. I drove to the fish market on Emmons, with both hands on the wheel and my shoulders doing the things she'd learned to read. And somewhere behind me, the chain slid home, and the dog stood, and the loudest woman in Bensonhurst started her watch. Chapter 20, Chiara, the chain was on, dog was in, and it didn't matter, which I want on the record, because I did everything right and it didn't matter. And that's the sentence I'm going to be repeating to a therapist in some future where I'm allowed to have one. I spent the first hour doing the crossword he'd abandoned badly in ink because he only owns ink pens, which tells you everything. He doesn't believe in second chances for sentences. 7 across was a 5-letter word for fortress, and I wrote chain, and it didn't fit, and I didn't care. Dog watched me from the bedroom doorway. He does a thing where he puts his chin on the threshold and sighs with his whole body, and it's either solidarity or gas. And either way, it's the most emotionally honest response anyone in this apartment has ever produced. He'll be back, I told Dog. Dog sighed again. We were not convinced, either of us. At 12:15, the block looked like every other Tuesday through the window I was not supposed to stand at. At 12:20, it stopped. They came when he was 20 minutes gone, which meant they'd watched him leave, which meant the meeting was exactly what he'd said it was. A leash, yanked, and both ends measured before the first tug. The lock didn't slow them. The chain made one sound, one, like a cheap toy, and the whole time I'd thought of it as armor, it had been a courtesy, a thing that works on people who knock. 2 men, work coats, work faces. Dog went for the first one, and the second one did something fast, with a loop of nylon, and Dog was a shape thrashing in the corner making a sound I will hear for the rest of my life, and I was already moving, kitchen, knife block, and the first man took my arm at the elbow, spun me into the wall, professional, almost polite, and zip-tied my hands in front of me. The sound took my whole body somewhere else. The warehouse arrived entire, the chair, the smell, Carmine's voice doing arithmetic about my weight, and for one full breath, I was gone. I was cargo. I was the woman from 4 months ago. And then I did the thing he taught me at his kitchen table like a bedtime story. In for 4, out for 4. You can't stop the wave, you can surf it. I surfed it. I came back into my body in a stranger's grip in my own doorway, and I started working. 2 men, the one holding me, older, economical, bored, the professional. The one bagging dog's nylon loop and writing the lamp, younger, breathing high, talking. Easy, easy, nobody's hurting anybody, see? Nobody's hurting anybody. Saying it twice. Saying it for himself. That one. That one was mine. You're stepping on my mail, I told him, because volume is a valve, but so is contempt, and contempt makes talkers talk. We're going for a ride, the older one said. Short one. You'll be back for dinner. Then you carry the dog food down, because if he starves, the man who lives here will find you. I looked at the young one when I said it. He finds everybody. Ask around. The young one's eyes flicked to the older one. That's a tell. That's fear with a lid on it, and I banked it, and it was the first deposit in an account I intended to empty later. They walked me down the 4 flights with a hand at each elbow, and I counted the steps out of habit before I understood why. 48, the same number every time, a fact I'd never had reason to know until a fact like that became the only kind of wealth I had left. The van waited at the mouth of the delivery cut, engine running, back doors open like a mouth that had been told to expect me. Where are you taking me? I asked before the van had even cleared the block. Somewhere with coffee, the older one said. That's all I'm told to say. Somewhere with coffee. That's either very reassuring or the setup to something I won't enjoy. Depends how the conversation goes. Whose conversation? Mine or the one happening in a fish market right now? The older one's shoulders did something small in the front seat. He hadn't expected me to know about the other meeting. That was worth more than a scrape on a stair. They sat me on the wheel hump. The young one sat across from me, elbows on his knees, being reassuring at me. You want water? We got water up front. Does the water come with answers? Come on, don't do that. You said nobody's hurting anybody. Twice. Who were you convincing? Sit tight, okay? It's a conversation. That's all this is. Sure, that's why the chain's broken and the dog's in a bag for a conversation. Enough, the older one said without turning around. He talks when he's nervous, I said to the back of his head. You should work on that. It's a tell. And you don't talk when you're scared? The young one said, because you haven't stopped. I talk more when I'm scared. It's a different disorder. Ask my aunts, they've documented it since I was 6. You always this friendly, the older one said. Only when I'm kidnapped. It's a coping mechanism. Ask my last kidnapper. I let that sit. Oh wait, you can't. He's in the bay. Silence in the van. A satisfying one. She's joking, the young one said to the older one. She's not, the older one said. The young one went red. Banked, banked, banked. Nobody covered my eyes, which in the movies means they don't care what you see, and in real life means they've been told to be nice, which meant I had value today, which meant the meeting across town was the other half of one move. Him there, me here. Somebody wanted us in 2 rooms. I counted the turns. Right out of the block, Bath Avenue. Left, long straight, the joints of the belt clicking under the tires, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Off at a ramp that curved right and dumped us onto a street with a light every block. 14 lights. I did it with my breath. 4 counts to a light, and the zip ties sat on my wrists like an old enemy at a wedding. Seen, noted, survived. The last time I was in a van, I prayed. This time I did the mirrors. Somewhere around the 8th light, the young one tried again, quieter, like he'd decided I was the only human being in the vehicle worth talking to. You're not scared. I'm terrified. I'm just better at paying attention than I am at panic. That's a weird thing to be good at. You'd be surprised what a person gets good at, given 4 months and the right teacher. I watched his face do something complicated. You have a mother? What? A mother. Does she know what you do for a living? That's not... Why are you asking me that? Because you keep saying nobody's hurting anybody. And I think you'd like that to be true. And I think somewhere there's a woman who raised you to want it to be true. And I think you should call her tonight, regardless of how this goes, because mothers like that don't get enough calls. He didn't answer, but something in his jaw had gone soft, and I banked that too, and it was the second deposit. When the door slid open, it was a garage under something. Concrete, oil stains, a workbench with a clean vise, and stairs going up to a door with light under it. The older man cut the tie off my wrists, which nobody does, which meant the being nice orders came from high enough to be obeyed even out of sight. Up, he said. My heels caught. It wasn't. I dragged it along the concrete, one long scrape, right at the base of the stairs where the light would rake it. A mark, a stupid mark, a nothing mark, his mark, the kind he'd read at a walk. If he ever stood in this garage, he'd know. She came through here on her feet, working. Move it, the older one said at the stairs. The young one took my elbow, gentler than his partner had, guilt in the grip. You want some advice? I said to him, quiet, going up. Whatever's behind that door, they let you see my face. He didn't answer, but his hand flinched on my elbow, and I banked that too. Straight ahead, the older one said at the top. You want anything? There's water. Everyone keeps offering me water. Do I look dehydrated? You look like trouble. The water's a professional courtesy. Then no, professionally. The corner of his mouth moved, 1 millimeter, the most human thing he'd done since my doorway. And somehow that was the scariest thing yet, because men relax when the hard part's over, and I hadn't seen the hard part. How long have you worked for him? I asked. Long enough. That's not an age, that's a mood. Longer than you've been alive knowing his name existed. Shorter than the man downstairs. He nodded at nothing, at some hierarchy I couldn't see. You ask a lot of questions for someone in your position. Questions are the only weapon they left me. They're not a weapon. You'd be surprised, I said, what a woman can do with a good question and enough time to ask it. The door at the top opened onto a hallway, and the hallway smelled like coffee. Good coffee, someone's proud grandmother's coffee. And that detail was so wrong in that building that it scared me worse than the van had. In here, said a voice I'd never heard, from a room I couldn't see. Old voice, even voice. A voice with all the time in the world and 2 cups being set down in it on saucers one after the other. I walked in on my own feet. Whatever was in that room, it was going to meet me at full volume. Chapter 21. Chiara. The room was an office the size of a dining room, and it was trying very hard to be neither. A table. Good chairs, real ones, wood, the sort the ants fight over at estate sales. A window painted shut, and at the head of the table, pouring the second of 2 espressos from a mocha pot with his sleeves rolled, was a dead man. I knew the face before I knew it. It hangs in 3 living rooms I've eaten dinner in, black ribbon on the frame, candles under it twice a year. The Sorrentino jaw, Marco has it, Dominic has it worse. The hands. The photographs never showed the hands, and here they were, alive, setting a cup and saucer at the empty chair across from him like a grandmother. Vittorio Sorrentino, 15 years in the ground and pouring. Sit, please, he said. 1 sugar. I'm told that's right. My body wanted 6 things at once, and I stood in the doorway and let it want them. Told. He'd been told how I take my coffee. There was exactly 1 report that fact lived in, and I'd watched it get written at a kitchen table with my initials in the corner. I sat. I picked up the cup, and my hand chose that moment to be steady, my body finally learning whose side it's on, and I drank. 1 sugar. Correct. You're supposed to be dead, I said. And you're supposed to have the flu. We're both recovering nicely. I am dead. Death is the best neighborhood in this business. Quiet. No visitors. He sat, arranged his cuffs. You've been living in it yourself for 3 weeks, so you know. The rent's high. And the neighbors? Quiet, though one of them never shuts up about deadbolts. Something moved through his face. Approval, which was worse than menace. He said you were fast. His reports run dry as county records, 15 years, and then this winter they start having a pulse in them. I read them twice now. I find I look forward to them. He stirred his own cup, laid the spoon down without a sound. That was the first symptom, if you're curious, before the fictions. A man's punctuation warms up before his aim does. The door opened behind me. I knew it was him before I turned. The room told me. Rooms changed shape around Rocco. They'd brought him from the fish market, and he came in clean, unmarked, unbound, which frightened me more than blood would have, because it meant everyone in this building already agreed about how this ends, and nobody needed to be rude on the way there. His eyes did me first, all of me, one pass, checking, before anything else in the room existed. Then the room existed. Then the man at the head of it. "Sit," Vittorio said. "You know everyone." Rocco didn't sit. He moved to the wall where he could hold the door, the window, and me in one frame, and he stood there, and Vittorio smiled at the fact like a proud teacher. 15 years, Vittorio said to me, conversational. He has stood exactly there in every room I put him in, the spot with all the angles. I used to have the chairs rearranged before meetings just to watch him find it. He sipped. "I built that. I want you to understand the size of what you're sitting in the middle of, so we can be honest. I found him when he was nothing, after his own people burned him for refusing an order. Did he tell you? No, he wouldn't. He doesn't spend words on the dead. You're one to talk." He laughed. It was a good laugh, a grandfather's laugh, and every hair on my arm stood up because I know performed warmth. I grew up at Sunday tables run by a man with a folder where his heart goes, and this was better than his. Older. Load-bearing. "There she is," he said. "The mouth. Carmine's debrief undersold it." The name hit the middle of the table and sat there. "Carmine's dead," I said. "Yes. 9 days to find him. What came after, my instrument left out of the report, the first thing in 15 years he ever kept off paper. He's thorough when he's settling personal accounts on company time." He said it mildly, eyes on Rocco, and the mild was a scalpel. "You've been wondering, I imagine, up in that little room doing your arithmetic on his shoeboxes, how the machine ever learned what you heard in that warehouse. You buried it. You told no one. 4 months, not your husband-to-be, not your priest, not the Castellano girl you'd bleed for. You did everything right, and the machine knew anyway, and I'd wager my second death he let you believe Carmine talked to strangers before the bay." The floor tilted. Not the room, just the part of it I'd built my footing on. "Ask him," Vittorio said, gently, "how he knew what was in your ears. Word for word. Start to finish. You asked him once already, I think, and got a lovely true sentence about Carmine's mouth. Ask him the real one. Ask him whose handwriting your name is in." I looked at Rocco. Understand, I'd done this math already. In the red light of the dark room, sitting on the floor with 2 years of my own face, I'd asked how the machine had it word for word, and gotten back a true shaped sentence with a hole in the middle, and I'd filed the hole, because that's what you do when the man you love speaks in holes. I had the answer already in the account. What I didn't have was his face while it got said out loud. "It's true," Rocco said. No wall in front of it. No sentence after it. "The debrief," he said. "Keensburg. He gave up what he'd said in the warehouse before the end, and I reported it because I have reported everything for 15 years, and I typed your name into the middle of the machine myself, 3 weeks before they gave me the file with your name in it." His eyes never left mine. "There's no version where I didn't know what I was doing. I knew what the machine does with names. I wrote yours anyway, because I was still its man. That's the whole of it." The room was very quiet. Vittorio drank his coffee in it like music was playing. "So when you found me at your car window with 2 cups, I said, and my voice stayed level, which I will be proud of when I'm dead, you weren't watching me. You were fixing your paperwork. I was standing between you and my own signature. You could have said, yes. Every day, every single day in that apartment, the questions, the one a day, the honesty rule, your whole church of never lying, and the collection plate was a lie the size of the building. Yes, I hate that he doesn't defend himself. I've said so. It leaves you swinging at air. It leaves your rage with nowhere to be buried, and you have to just hold it in your lap, in a nice chair, in front of a dead man enjoying his coffee. Well, Vittorio said into the silence, now everyone owns their sins, which is more than most families manage at table. So, business. He refilled my cup without asking, 1 sugar? And the courtesy was the cruelest thing in the room. You are a loose end, my dear, in the oldest file I keep. But you're also, it turns out, the only object in 15 years my instrument has ever lied to me for, which makes you the most useful thing either of us has ever put our hands on. So I'll offer once. You walk. Tonight. Alive, home, done. The file closed with a pen instead of a shovel. Your family none the wiser. Your flu cured. Everything goes back. He set the pot down. And he comes back to work, fully. No fictions, no Thursday novels, my eyes, my hands, mine, for whatever years I have left in this pleasant neighborhood of the dead. He never crosses the bridge to Brooklyn again. You never learn where he is. On my word, and my word, unlike my death, has never once been false. And if I say no, then I have 2 loose ends in one room, Vittorio said, pleasant as a waiting room, and a great deal of coffee left. You'd waste him, 15 years of building, for me. I wasted 15 years of building the moment his punctuation warmed up, my dear. Now I'm just choosing what to salvage. And if the salvage refuses? Men I build don't refuse me twice. Ask him about the first time. I looked at Rocco, 15 feet away, hands loose, face flat, and I've had 3 weeks of graduate school in that face. I could read the vote in it, take it, walk, live, be loud somewhere I can't hear it. He'd already decided, the arithmetic already run. Him for me, the only currency he's ever had, spent without a counteroffer, and he'd stand in that corner while I got escorted home to my bright new brass lock, and he'd go back into the glass, and the last true thing between us would be 10 stitches under a clean shirt. They walked me out while the coffee was still warm. Nobody's hands on me, the being nice orders held to the door. On the stairs I passed the young one, and I looked at him until he looked away. In the van I didn't talk. I want that on the record too, because it has never happened before. The young one watched me the whole ride with his reassurances ready, and I sat on the wheel hump with my hands in my lap and nothing in my mouth. I tried to count the turns and lost them at 4. I tried the breathing, and it came apart in 3s. Everything he taught me works, and none of it worked, because the machinery he built me runs on one fuel, and the fuel was back in that room, standing against a wall, buying my life with the rest of his. The van, the turns in reverse, my block, my stoop, the lock they changed, opening to a key they handed me like a hotel. Home. 4 months I'd have paid anything for it. I stood in my own kitchen, everything exactly where my mother's daughter keeps things. And it was a museum of a woman I used to be, and the silence had teeth, and somewhere across the bridge a door with all the angles was closing on the only room that had ever felt like mine. I did not cry. I sat at my table in my coat in the dark, and I started, because I am my mother's daughter, but I am also, God help me, something new now, to do the mirrors. The mirrors gave me the block. Nino's SUV gone off the hydrant, called somewhere, which meant something was already moving. The Buick's curb empty, and my own kitchen ticking like a museum after closing. I put my coat back on. His routes took me to Cropsey and Bay 50th in 19 minutes. Never the same avenue twice. Cross at the light, windows are mirrors. Mirrors are free. And my key let me into the stairwell because I have a key now, cut and logged on the record. 4 flights. Dog hit the door like a freight elevator and then stood very still while I held his enormous head and told him we were going to work. The junk drawer stuck the extra inch. It always sticks the extra inch. The phone sat under the rubber bands filed under R, charged, 1 number in it. And I stood in the dark of the apartment where my hands don't shake and wrote 6 sentences on the report pad. Block letters, office ruled, because you don't call the angriest man on the Belt Parkway and improvise. 6 sentences. The garage, the route, off the belt at the 5th click of the joints, 14 lights, the ramp that curves right, the stairs, the door with the light, the count of the men, what Rocco is to me, in 4 words, so nobody got clever. And the last one, the one I'd written first, come loud, loud is the point. Marco picked up on half a ring, the unknown number pickup, the careful voice. It's me, don't talk, write. He wrote. I gave him 4 of the 6, the wrote, the count, the door, the 4 words, because the 5th was the address of the safest room in Brooklyn, and the 6th he'd figure out when he saw me standing in it. Then I told him the corner where he could collect me, hung up on my cousin for the 2nd time in 1 winter, and went down the 48 stairs with the dog and the phone to go get my man back. Chapter 22, Rocco. They gave me a room over the garage with a cot and a hook for my coat, and it was a fair copy of every room I've slept in for 15 years, and I lay on it in the dark, doing the only job I had left, staying bought until the purchase cleared. Her file was closed. I'd watched Vittorio sign it, an actual pen, an actual folder, the theater of it for my benefit. He'd given his word. His word is the thing that built me, so I know its load rating. I gave it until morning, because here's what the machine never learned about its instrument in 15 years of reading my Thursdays. I plan like I shoot, both hands. 9 days I'd spent in Keensburg with Carmine, and 8 nights of them I'd spent on the other thing, the shoe boxes, copied, keyed, boxed, and lodged with the one man in Brooklyn whose back room nobody audits. I'd carried it in over 3 weeks, pistachio by pistachio. Eddie never opened a box and never asked, and the instruction was one sentence, the kind he'd honor because it was shaped like a promise. If a Thursday ever passes without me, the boxes go to the brothers. Then I'd miss Thursday on purpose. The dead man's switch had been the plan since Keensburg. The offer only changed what I was buying with it. Walking into service was never the price of her life. It was the down payment on the machine never having a Thursday again. At 4 a.m., her hour, I keep it now like a mass, the building changed sound. Doors, a phone ringing in a room where phones don't ring, the van cold starting in the garage under me. I lay still and read the house through the floor. Fast feet, no voices, drawers, the sound of an institution learning it's on fire. The boxes had landed, the lock turned, and the older professional stood in my door with a light behind him. He wants you down. We're moving. No, I said. You're moving. That's not how this works. It's exactly how this works. Listen. I held up a hand, and we both listened to the building empty itself. That's the machine leaving. Your staff. I'm inventory. Inventory stays for the count. Get up, he said, and put his hand where his gun lived, and made his second mistake of our acquaintance. He was good, I've said so, and he was already reading the room right. Me on the cot, hands loose, all the time in the world, when the street outside filled up with engines, not sirens. Worse. Family cars, driven angry, doors opening before the wheels stopped. And over all of it, up the garage ramp and through the floor and into the room like weather, a voice I would know through 6 feet of concrete, at a volume I'd once ordered her to never use again, aimed like artillery. Nobody move. God help every man in that building. She'd counted the turns. The professional made his choice, the smart one, the door, and I came off the cot and made it the wrong choice for him. Quiet, fast, a debt from a fish market cut settled in full, and took the stairs down into the war. The garage was full of Brooklyn. Nino and his crew at the ramp with guns half up. 2 of the machine's men face down on the concrete, developing opinions about their career. Marco in the middle in a coat over pajamas, murder all over the Sorrentino jaw. Eddie by the workbench, of all people, hands in his pockets, having apparently decided that 81 was a fine age to attend a battle. And at the base of the stairs, between everyone's barrels and me, in her good coat, stood Chiara Castellano with the junk drawer phone still in her fist, like she'd beaten the door down with it. There he is, she said to the room, at announcement volume, not turning around, having heard my step on the stairs at the same room-changing frequency I hear hers. Nobody shoot him. I just got him back. You're standing in a gun range, Marco said, strangled. I'm standing in a garage full of family, which is worse, and I'd thank everyone to remember I know all your confirmation names. She does, Nino said to nobody. She uses them. Anthony Gabriel, she said, and Nino's gun came down the rest of the way. Chiara, Marco said, very carefully, the voice of a man triaging heart attacks. Step away from him. That man is mine. She said it at conversation volume, which from her stopped the room better than the shout had. Then she turned around, put her back square to me, her body a wall between mine and her own blood's guns, and faced her family. He's with me. Anyone with a problem can take it up with me, and I want you to look around this garage and think very hard about how I got everyone to this address. Marco, how did I get everyone to this address? Marco's jaw worked. You counted the turns. I counted the turns. Blindfolded. No, worse, they didn't even bother. That's how little they thought of me. I read the belt through the floor of a van. I marked the stairs. I called you on a phone I wasn't supposed to know existed and gave you a route in 6 sentences. Her voice cracked on nothing. It went the other way, lower, and the room leaned back from it. I'm a Castellano, and I promise you, after the winter I've had, I'm worse. So everyone put the guns down before somebody scuffs him. She had 6 lines, Marco said to me, over her head, somewhere between fury and something that had stopped being fury. She used 4. She saves, I said. 4 sentences, and one of them was the exit off the belt. He looked at his cousin like the ants look at weeping statues. Who taught you the belt has a sound? You're standing in his garage, Marco. Keep up. Whose garage? Whose? Marco stopped, looked at the workbench, the vise, the stairs with the light. Madonna, the machines. Welcome to the tour. Mind the shells. You knew where he lived, Marco said. All this time you knew where he... I've known for a week, and it kept me alive, and that math waits for daylight. Eddie made a sound into his collar that in a smaller man would have been a laugh. Chiara, Marco again lower. The men in this garage work for the man who ordered you dead. Worked, she said. Past tense. The paperwork's on Eddie's table. There's 15 years of it. Take it up with the archive. You're defending him. I'm standing in front of him. Defending is what lawyers do after. From the ramp, Nino. Somebody want to tell me who the guy on the stairs is? The boyfriend. Chiara said, That's the boyfriend? Nino. The flu boyfriend? The gray sedan? Nino, I swear to God. No. Nino lowered the gun a whole inch. It's a good match. You're both terrifying. Where is he? Marco's eyes had already gone past all of us, up the stairs to the door with the light under it, and his voice had left the garage and gone somewhere 15 years old. Where is my father? The room above was empty by then. I knew it the way you know weather. But the mocha pot was still warm, and the window painted shut for a decade stood open, and Vittorio Sorrentino was in the wind exactly 9 minutes ahead of his sons. 9 minutes after 15 years. The boxes had done that. Her turns had done that. He's mine to find, I said, and every Castellano and every Sorrentino in the garage turned and looked at me, the stranger, the gray sedan, the man from the reports. 15 years I kept his calendar. There are 4 holes he can still crawl into before water, and by dawn there'll be one. I looked at Marco. You'll want to make a call to Tot Hill. Tell your brother to put on coffee. I'll bring him to Richmond Road myself. And if I say no, Marco said, if I say he answers to this family first, then you'll be right and slower. He has 9 minutes and 4 holes. By the time your men find the first one, he's water. I've hunted for that man's enemies for 15 years. Let me do it once in the right direction. Marco, Eddie said. 1 word from the workbench, in the voice he uses on men 40 years his junior when they're about to be stupid. You knew, Marco said to him, not turning. We'll be having that conversation. We will. Over food, like people, after you make the call. You're very calm, Eddie. I've waited 15 years for tonight. At my age, this is what calm looks like when it finally sits down. Why yours? Marco said. Not hostile. Weighing. Chiara's hand found mine, in front of everyone, in the middle of the powder smell and the engines, and held on. Because I helped build the grave he's been living in, I said. I'll be the one to put him back in it. Marco looked at Eddie for a long moment, then at his cousin's hand in mine, and at her face, which was daring him, which is the face she was probably born making. Dawn, he said. Richmond Road. Don't make me regret the strangest night of my life. Chapter 23. Chiara Dominic Sorrentino's house on Tot Hill has a dining room with a table built for 12, and at 10 in the morning it held 9 people, 8 espressos, and 1 ghost. The house used to be Enzo Corsetti's. The neighborhood is still deciding where to put that sentence. When the government finished carrying boxes out of Tot Hill, the lawyers started on the rest, and the short version, the only version anyone offers over espresso, is that the daughter kept the house because her father won't be needing one where he's living. Valentina runs it now like she was born to it, which, if you think about it, she was. The doors to the garden room stood open the whole morning, the only doors in that house that did, and on the table inside in the morning light, a row of dictionaries in 5 languages, spines gone soft from use. Rocco had brought him in at dawn, alone, from a boat slip in Garrettson Beach. The last hole of the 4, just like he'd said. Nobody asked what the ride over was like. Vittorio came in with his coat folded over his arm like a man arriving at his club, and if 15 years of death and one night of losing everything had marked him, he decided not to wear it. I wasn't supposed to be there. I made the same argument I make everywhere, which is that I was already there, and Valentina, who runs that house like a chess clock, set another cup at the table and settled it. Here is who sat at Dominic Sorrentino's table that morning. Dominic at the window end, his back to the garden, his face doing the math on 15 years of candles. Marco to his left, sitting still, which is a frightening thing, all that charm with the engine off. Sarah beside Marco, 4 days past a phone call on a payphone where I'd told her to hold the leash. The leash held, her hand resting on Marco's arm like an anchor she was also considering throwing. Don Castellano, Zio, Sarah's father, Adriano's father, on Sarah's other side, closest to the door, here for an accounting he didn't yet know the size of. My father, coat buttoned wrong, at the far end, because my father always sits at the far end and lets the room happen to him. Eddie between the families, where Eddie always is. Valentina standing at the sideboard, arranging the cups nobody had asked for. And me at the corner nearest the door, because I sat where Rocco would have sat, and he was standing against the wall behind me, holding the door and the window and me in one frame. Vittorio poured his own coffee. Nobody offered. 15 years, Dominic said, finally, to the glass. We buried a casket. I carried it. Do you know what it weighed? To the ounce, Vittorio said. I filled it. With what? Sand. Ballast. A coat I liked. For the sentiment. We were boys. You were liabilities. No apology in it. No cruelty either. Just a reading of old weather. Half the eastern seaboard wanted your family's blood, and the only version where my sons lived to be dangerous was the version where there was nothing left to avenge. So I died. I watched you both from the ground, and I kept the wolves fed elsewhere, and here you are, alive, rich, married, dangerous. You're welcome. Say what it was, Marco said. The account with my name on it, 15 years of quarterly deposits I found out about from a burner phone somebody left on Eddie's back step. Say it at this table. Insurance. Vittorio arranged his cuffs. I incorporated Rio Servo when you were 13. When I died, I put your name on the account that fed it, because a dead man can't sign and a 17-year-old doesn't read bank mail. Your brother wanted out. I let his exit money route through my own machine, so even his leaving paid my rent. The deposits kept the account breathing, and the account kept both of you exactly where I could reach. Every dollar this family ever moved passed through a company none of you knew you owned. He picked up his cup. You're not angry that I built it, Marco. You're angry that it worked. You put a kill order on a 27-year-old girl, Marco said, for hearing a sentence. I run a machine. Machines close files. She's family. Everyone is somebody's family. That's what makes files. The cards, Dominic said from the window without turning around. Sicily. The beach, your own toast in blue ink in both our mailboxes. I wanted you looking. Vittorio turned his cup a quarter, unhurried. A family that isn't looking is a family something else finds first. You're welcome for that too. You're going to want to stop talking, Dominic said from the window, while the room still likes the plan. And that's when I stood up, because if I didn't do it now, I was going to carry it for the rest of my life, like I'd carried it since the warehouse, and I was done. Done carrying it. Done being the woman who keeps quiet so the men at the table can decide what gets said. I have something to say. The room looked at me. 9 people, 8 cups, 1 ghost. My father's eyes went to me and then to Marco and back, the reflex. Is someone going to handle her? Nobody moved to handle me. That was new. In the warehouse, I said. The night Carmine tied me and Sarah to chairs and poured gasoline on the floor. While he was deciding what our lives were worth per pound, he talked. He talked a lot. He liked the sound of his own math. My voice was level. The family gift, the one I'd been spending on silence for months, spent now on this. He said, his exact words, and I have every one of them, because I took attendance while men poured gasoline at my feet. Sarah asked him who put Adriano in the ground, and he said he got too close to something he shouldn't have. And when she asked him what the hell that was supposed to mean, he said, Word was he was nosing around the Sorrentino's affairs. That's all I know. So could have been Marco, could have been Dominic, could have been anybody. The room was very quiet. Zio's cup had stopped halfway to his mouth. Could have been anybody. Except in this life, anybody has a name. And when Carmine said it, the words came out worn. Like the truth was less interesting than the lie he'd built on it. I've had months alone with that sentence. Here's where it goes. Adriano didn't overdose, I said. Everybody in this family grieved a boy who lost his battle with a habit he never had. He was 23 years old, and he never touched anything in his life. The habit was a story. Somebody built it months before they needed it, so when Adriano turned up dead, nobody asked a question, because the question had already been answered before it was asked. I looked at Vittorio. That's how your machine works, isn't it? You don't kill people. You kill the story first, and the person just catches up. Vittorio stirred his espresso. The spoon made no sound against the cup. You have a remarkable memory, my dear. I have attendance. I took it while my own cousin was threatening to burn me alive, and I have had every word of it sitting in my mouth for months, and I kept it there, not because I was afraid, because Marco is married to my best friend, and his baby is in her belly, and I was not going to drop a grenade in the middle of a family I love to punish a family I don't. My eyes stayed on Vittorio. But you're here now, and the room is here, and I'm done keeping your file for you. Chiara, Zio's voice. Not the parlor voice, not the how's my favorite school voice. My name flat, and I don't know that I'd ever heard him say it without the sugar on it. Zio, say it again, what he said about Adriano. He said he got too close to something he shouldn't have. He said it could have been anybody. He said the word was. The word was, Zio repeated. He set his cup down. His hand was shaking. Not Eddie's shake, the one with aim underneath. This was a man's hand learning something his body had already understood. Whose word? Nobody answered. Nobody had to. Every eye in the room went to Vittorio, and Vittorio lifted his cup and drank from it, and the not denying was louder than any confession I've ever heard in a church. There's a page in the boxes on Eddie's table, Rocco said from the wall. Flat. A report being read. Mine, from before the wedding. The week Adriano Castellano started asking the terminal's manager about invoices, I filed it, because I file everything. 3 days later, I was moved to Sheepshed Bay and told to write nothing down. In 15 years, that instruction came once. When I came back, the boy was dead, and the story of what he died of was already old. Zio looked at the man against the wall for a long moment, then at the ghost at the head of the table, who did not look back. Zio stood up. I have seen Zio stand up from a table 1,000 times. Christenings, Sunday dinners, the head of every room he has ever walked into. He stands up the way he signs things, measured, final, already decided. He didn't stand up measured. Don Castellano. Marco was on his feet. Don Castellano, not here. My son. And the older man, the man I have never once in my lifetime heard raise anything louder than his eyebrows, put both hands flat on Dominic Sorrentino's table and looked at the ghost who'd known what killed his son before the ground closed over him. You ate at my table. You drank my wine at my son's christening. Then you died, and half of Bensonhurst stood in the rain for you. I stood in the rain for you, and from the ground you put my boy in the dirt and let me think he did it to himself. The boy was pulling at a thread, Vittorio said, and for the first time his voice had something underneath the courtesy. Not fear. Arithmetic. A man recalculating the room's weight. The thread led to infrastructure that protects your family as much as mine. If he'd kept pulling, he was 23. He was a problem. I don't enjoy problems. I solve them. Zio moved, actually moved, his chair going back on the hardwood with a sound like a shot, and Marco caught him, not roughly, not a hold, Marco's hand on his arm the way you steady a man on ice. And Dominic came off the window and stood between the two ends of the table, and the room held its breath. Don Castellano. Marco's voice had left the boss register and gone somewhere I'd never heard from him. Quiet, almost gentle, the voice of a man talking to his wife's father about the worst thing his own blood had ever done. He dies in Terracini, or he dies here. Either way, your granddaughter grows up without a war. And either way, Adriano stays gone. Zio looked at Marco, at the hand on his arm, at Sarah, who was sitting very still with both hands flat on the table, not on her belly, on the wood. A woman whose ground was moving under her, deciding to hold the table down with her own weight. "My boy," Zio said, lower. The room was so quiet, Eddie's cup clicked against his saucer. "My boy. Every morning since we buried him, I prayed a rosary for a soul I thought died in weakness. Every morning, asking God to forgive a sin that never happened. You took my son and you took my prayer, and you sat in the ground collecting interest on both." Vittorio said nothing. This time the silence wasn't strategy. It was a man running out of room. "Zio," I said it small. "The way you talk a man back from a ledge you never once imagined him standing on." "Zio, sit down." He looked at me. Not through me. Not past me to Marco for instructions. At me, the actual woman, the one who'd been carrying the truth of his son's death in her mouth like a communion wafer she couldn't swallow for months, while the family lit candles and patted her sleeve and told her it was handled. "You knew," he said. "Not an accusation. A discovery. All this time. I buried it. To protect Sarah. To protect the baby. To protect you from exactly this room. You carried my son's murder to protect me. Somebody had to, and nobody in this family has ever once asked me to carry anything, so I volunteered." Zio sat down. He sat down the way a building sits, not because it wants to, but because the ground under it has shifted, and sitting is what's left. At the far end, my father had both hands flat on the wood and his coat buttoned wrong, and I didn't cross the room to fix it. There are times a man needs his coat to be wrong without anybody correcting it, and this was the first one I'd ever let pass. Sarah hadn't moved. Marco's hand was still on the Don's arm, and Sarah's eyes were on the table. And I watched her do the math. The Sarah math, the ledger math, the one that runs everything in columns that have to balance. Her husband's father killed her brother. The marriage she fought and bled for and chose was brokered over her brother's body. The baby in her was a Sorrentino, and the Sorrentinos took the first one. Sarah, Marco said, not the boss, not the broker, the man. She looked at him. I know Sarah's face in every register. The bright one when the numbers are interesting, the flat one when she's deciding, the Castellano one when somebody should be afraid. This was none of them. This was the face she wore in the warehouse, the night I held her hands while gasoline sat on the floor between us. The face of a woman running math that doesn't have an answer and refusing to stop running it. I already did this, she said. Quiet. To him, but for the room. I did the version where a Sorrentino killed my brother and I had to decide what that meant for us. I did it with a knife under my dress, and I did it for months, and I came out the other side. I'm not doing it again. Sarah, your father did this, not you. Her hand moved from the table to his arm, exactly where his hand sat on her father's arm, and the geometry of it. 2 hands on 2 arms, a Castellano woman and a Sorrentino man on each side, holding the line against a gravity that wanted the whole room on the floor, was the most exact thing I've ever watched her build. And if I let his sins pull me back into the math I already finished, he wins twice. Once for Adriano, once for us. She looked at Vittorio. You don't get us. You got enough. Vittorio set his cup down. I don't think anyone had ever spoken to him like that in a room he considered his. I watched him look at Sarah. Really look. The same look he'd given me at the table with 2 coffees, the professional appraisal, the man who reads rooms for load. And I watched him arrive at something he hadn't calculated. The Castellano women, he said, mild to nobody, to the espresso. I should have put them in the file. You should have run, I said. Dominic turned from where he'd been standing between the table's 2 hemispheres, holding the whole room in place by being too solid to move through. He looked at Valentina first. One glance, the length of a breath, and she gave him the nod. Small, clean, a piece moved. Whatever the sentence was going to be, it was going to be theirs. You died 15 years ago, Dominic said. Stay dead. The room held still. There's a plot in Terracini with your name on it and a view of the water. You'll go tonight. You'll be a caretaker, a pensioner, a nobody with a garden. Eddie's cousins will know your face and your habits, and the second either changes. My brother and I stop being sentimental. No phone, no mail, no accounts. By Friday, you won't buy an espresso without a cousin pouring it. The first envelope that leaves that house, the first visitor who isn't blood, the garden gets a second plot. He came and stood over his father, and for one moment the jaw was the same jaw twice. The machine is ash. The accounts are ours by Friday. The Rio Cervo infrastructure, the terminal, the permits, every wire Rocco ever filed. Consider it back rent. And the man you spent like a tool for 15 years walks out of your life owing you nothing. That's the whole deal. The alternative is I let my little brother be who Papa raised him to be. Marco smiled at his father then, and it was the worst thing I've ever seen done with a smile, and I've been to bridal showers in this family. Don Castellano. Dominic turned to him, and the room turned with him. Your son is in this accounting. Is it enough? Zio was looking at the table, at his hands, at the cup he hadn't finished. I wanted to cross the room and tell him it was going to be fine, and I couldn't because it wasn't, and the new version of me doesn't say fine anymore. Don Castellano, Eddie said from his end, the old voice, the careful one, the one that's been holding both families' secrets for longer than most of us have been alive. Your son, I knew him. I knew what he was looking for when he started asking questions, and I should have stopped him, and I didn't, and I have carried that debt at this table since the day they buried him. If there is an accounting owed to your house, start it with me. Zio looked at Eddie for a long time. Then he looked at Sarah, whose hand was still on Marco's arm, then at the baby Sarah was carrying, invisible under her coat, present in every line of her body, then at me. Is it done, he said, to me, not to Marco, not to Dominic, not to the room, to me, the woman who'd been carrying it. It's done, Zio, and the man, he didn't look at Rocco, he didn't need to. The one who kept you alive while this was in your mouth, that's him, Zio nodded, once, the small nod, the one this family signs treaties with. Then he picked up his cup and drank the cold espresso, and that was the Don's verdict. Not forgiveness, not fury, cold coffee, swallowed whole, which in this family is the way a man signs a treaty he didn't write but intends to honor. Vittorio looked around the table. His sons, his keeper, his instrument, and the two Castellano women who should have been closed files and turned out to be the room's load-bearing walls. And I watched the arithmetic run, and I watched it finish, because whatever else that man is, he can count. Terracini, he said, and drank his espresso like it was signed. I had tomatoes there once, before all of you. He stood, took his coat, and at the door he paused. Valentina was at the sideboard. She hadn't spoken through the whole reckoning. She'd run the table, the cups, the room itself. She runs everything like that, the chess clock ticking behind her eyes. Now she looked at the man who'd run the machine for 15 years, and her face did something very controlled and very deliberate. The archive, she said. Rocco's boxes. 15 years of files. There are other answers in them. It wasn't a question. Vittorio heard what was underneath it. The Corsetti thread. A mother dead under circumstances a daughter has never been able to prove or disprove, and inclined his head. Some doors are better left shut, my dear. That's not a no. No, he said, it's not. Valentina held his eyes one more second, then turned back to the cups. She'd gotten what she came for, not the answer, but confirmation that the answer exists. What she does with that, in Terracini or after, belongs to her and Dominic, and a file nobody else in this room needs to open today. At the door, Vittorio paused by Rocco. Close. An old man and the weapon he'd built. He said something in Sicilian too low for the room. Rocco answered in English, flat, for everyone. No, you built the aim. She's the reason it moved. The door closed. Nobody breathed for a second, and then Valentina said, there's food, because she is the only person in that house with any sense, and the room remembered it was a family. Before it finished remembering, Dominic crossed it. He didn't say anything. He put his hand on Marco's right shoulder, the one that sits an inch lower, the one with the bullet in its history, the exact spot, and left it there for one breath, and Marco let him. That was the whole conversation. This family settles things by hand. I took attendance, and I don't think anyone else even saw it happen. Eddie was the other reckoning, and the families had done it in the cars on the way over. I heard later. 15 years of knowing, one deathbed promise to their mother that her boys would never learn their father's grave was empty as long as empty kept them breathing. Marco hadn't spoken to him for the whole ride. Then at the gate, he'd gotten out, opened Eddie's door himself, and said, "You're sitting at the table," which in this family is an acquittal, a sentence, and an "I love you" all three in 5 words. He found me on the back terrace an hour later, where I'd taken myself and a plate I wasn't eating because rooms full of my own relatives being right about everything are exhausting. Cold light on the lawn, winter finally loosening its grip on the burrow. Dog was somewhere on the grass, disgraced and intact, chewing a stick the size of a curtain rod that Valentina's groundskeeper would be hearing about. Zio had left by then. Marco walked him to the car, and they stood at the gate for a while, and I watched from the window. And Marco was talking, and Zio was listening, which is a direction that conversation had never once run before. And then Zio put his hand on Marco's cheek. Once, brief, a gesture from the old country that means something between absolution and a toll, and got in the car and left. My father stayed for the food, at the far end of a calmer table, coat wrong, letting the room happen to him, and I let it. We stood at the rail, not touching, both of us watching the dog instead of each other, because some conversations need a third party, and dog has seniority. "It's done," he said. "Is it? He's going to a beach town with a garden. My cousin went into the bay in pieces. Explain the accounting. Carmine died for what he did. Vittorio's going to live with what he is. Ask me which one I'd rather carry." I turned that over. "You've thought about this. 15 years. And Terracini has 1 road in," he said, "and Eddie's cousins are very attentive. It's done." I turned my cup. "You know what I keep landing on?" He poured me coffee, 1 sugar. He was going to have me killed, and he learned my coffee for the meeting. I laughed, and it came out at the right volume, which is new. "Your 15 years were with that. My 15 years were with that." Okay. I set the cup on the rail. Then I get to ask it, the real one. I've been carrying it since the garage, and if I don't put it down, it's going to grow teeth. I turned and faced him, and he turned and faced me, and gave me the whole face, the one nobody else gets. "If it ran again, all of it, the file lands on the cot, my name in the middle, close it clean, this week, knowing everything it costs you, would you take me again?" I watched the question go all the way down. He didn't flinch from it, and he didn't rush it, because he knew what I was really asking, not "Are you sorry?" Sorry is for men who choose differently. I needed to know what I'd married into before there was anything to marry, the truth of him at the bottom, with the paint off. "Yes," he said, no apology in the building. And God help me, the air went into my lungs like the first breath after the warehouse. Because a no would have been the lie, the pretty one, the one you serve to wives, and he will not serve me lies, not even the flattering kind, not even now. That's the vow underneath any vow he'll ever make me. "Yes," I repeated, "you'd steal me off my own block again. I'd do it better. You've seen my roots now. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said, and I want you to know that's a diagnosis, not a compliment." I wiped my face with my sleeve, elegant as ever. God, 2 espressos and a stolen woman. That was the whole courtship. There was a dog, I agreed. Threw the whole thing over the top. The dog was cover. The dog is a full partner in this firm, and you'll speak of him with respect. He ate a stitch kit, allegedly. My eyes were doing something embarrassing, and I let them. "So whose, then?" He looked at me. The terrace, the cold light, my whole ridiculous family through the glass behind us arguing about food, and Rocco took my face in both hands. Jaw, temple, the geography his hands have kept since before I knew his name. Never once my wrists, not once, not ever. "Yours." It always was. 4 words. He spends them like blood, and he just opened a vein. And I've heard men give speeches at weddings, at funerals, at parole hearings, and nothing's ever knocked me flatter. "Okay," I said, wrecked, furious about being wrecked. "Okay, then you're mine, and I'm keeping the dog, and we're getting a real chain for that door, one that works. The chain works fine. It's for people who knock. Then we'll get one for people who don't." He kissed me on Dominic Sorrentino's terrace in front of the cold lawn and the disgraced dog, and it turned out at least 2 ants' worth of witnesses at the window, and I heard the muffled commotion start behind the glass and did not care even slightly. The conversation Marco had been promising since a stoop in the winter happened that afternoon in Dominic's study, and I was not invited. and I know every word anyway because Eddie was pouring. My brother, because that's what Marco is, the brother the paperwork calls a cousin, sat across from the man who watched him for 15 years and asked his questions in Marco's register. Deals, rooms, angles. "What are you?" Marco said while Eddie poured. "Whatever's left over." That's not an answer. It's the honest one. I was his eyes for 15 years. I burned that this week. What's left is what she'll take. You watched my wedding. I photographed your wedding. Your photographer missed the best frame. Your wife during the vows checking the exits. Ask her about it sometime. A silence reportedly you could have parked a car in. "And what do you want?" Marco said. "What's the price?" "Nothing you're holding. She already paid it." That's not an answer either. It's the only one there is. "The promise," Marco said. "To my mother. Say it to my face, not the summary. The words. She asked me to see her boys grown and breathing, whatever it cost and whatever it took." Eddie set the pot down, and his hand did the shake with the aim underneath it. "People made that woman a lot of promises, Marco. Mine's the one that got kept. And I know what was under that sentence, even secondhand, even poured, because reading what's under things is my job now. 40 years, and he never once put it anywhere anyone could see it. And he'd have called the mention of it a theft from a dead woman. So I'm not mentioning it. I'm keeping the file." 15 years, Marco said at some point to Eddie, quiet. "He stood outside every room in my life, and now he wants to be in one." And Eddie, 81 years old, hands shaking, the man who kept both secrets and buried neither, set the coffee down and gave the vouch 5 words, the same size as an acquittal. He was never outside hers. Not forgiven. That word never made it into the room, and it wouldn't have survived there. This family doesn't stock it. What Marco gave him instead, at the door, with the handshake and the held eyes, was the thing that actually exists in our currency. Accounted for. Ask anybody from my neighborhood. It's bigger. We drove back over the bridge at dusk, the whole span lit up gold, and I fell asleep at 18 minutes exactly, because my body only knows one route home now, and woke up under the streetlight on Bath Avenue, with his hands steady on the wheel and dogs snoring in the back like a man drowning. 4 flights. Our stairs. The apartment took us in the same as always. The good dark, the radiator's opinions, the red glow off the dark room he leaves unlocked now always, the door open an inch like a standing confession. I hung my coat on the second hook. There's a second hook now. Revolutions come in hardware. "Get the glasses," I said, and took the Cantina d'Oro off the counter, the rooster on the label, the monument that had stood there since day 2. "You're opening it. The war's over. The monument comes down." I pulled the cork and poured us both full, no measuring, no arithmetic, and we drank it standing in the kitchen where the reports used to get written. I didn't count. There was nothing left to count for. "Come here," I said. And this time, with no war under the floor and no clock in the wall and no file open anywhere in the world with my name in it, the man took me to bed slow. Slower than the Stitches' night, slow like we were owed it, and we were. He undressed me like unwrapping something he intended to keep the box for. I got loud. The neighbors don't exist. The shuttered store downstairs heard things that would have moved product. And when I was under him with his mouth at my ear, he did the thing I'd never once had to teach him. He gave the surveillance back. "You hum when you cook," he said, into my skin, moving in me, unhurried, ruinous. Off key, same 3 songs your mother hummed. A slow, deep stroke that whited my vision at the edges. "You count wine you're not drinking. You bank exits in churches. You laugh half a register high when it costs you, and nobody in that family ever heard the difference." His hand slid up my spine, spread wide, claimed it. I heard it from 100 feet away. 2 years. Every laugh. "Rocco, they watched you your whole life," he said, "and never saw you once. I saw you the first day. That's not the crime I'll answer for. The crime is, I'd do it again." I came apart with my face in his neck, saying his name at a volume that finally matched the size of the thing, and he followed me over with my name in his teeth like something he'd stolen fair. After, in the dark, in the tangle, his heartbeat doing its slow professional count under my ear, I looked across the room at the shelf where the funeral print had stood propped against the spines of the atlases since the week I found it. The only photograph of the 400 where I'm looking back at the lens, the beginning of the whole file. The picture, I said, from the funeral. I get to decide. You always did. I got up, crossed the cold floor in his shirt, and picked it up. Me, in black, 6 days ruined, looking across an avenue straight into a stranger's glass, into the eyes of the man they'd sent, the worst thing that ever happened to me, holding still so it could become the best. Burn it, and the file dies clean. Frame it, and we keep the evidence. I took it back to bed and set it on the nightstand facing us. Frame, I said. We were never going to be the people who pretend. You're sure? I'm sure. Evidence stays in the file. I settled back into his side. Besides, I look incredible in it for a woman on the worst day of her life. Second worst. Excuse me? The chair was worse. You've ranked them. Out loud, in the bath. The bath is privileged testimony. Then stop deposing me in it. Framed and he listens, I said to the ceiling. The ants would riot. His arm came around me in the dark, and the radiator ticked, and Dog sighed on his blanket like a man paying taxes. And the last thing I thought before I slept the whole night through, no light at 4, no zip tie sound, just the long, even dark, was that every woman in my family got given her man like a verdict. Mine, I chose. Eyes open, evidence framed. Let the ants put that in the record. Epilogue. Chiara. The baby screamed through the entire baptism, which everyone agreed was an excellent sign. Strong lungs, strong opinions, a true Castellano. Father DiMaggio raised his voice over her like a priest with this family's acoustics memorized. June light came through St. Finbar's, the color of honey. Sarah stood at the font in blue with her daughter roaring in her arms and Marco beside her looking like somebody had hit him with the softest truck in the world, and I stood godmother, which had made Zia Franca cry into her good handkerchief, the one that only comes out for sacraments and grudges. I lit a candle after, at the rack by the side door. Just one. The wax smelled like wax, like church, like June, like my mother, and nothing else, and it had taken a year, and I wasn't going to make a thing of it. But I stood there an extra second anyway, and from the back pew, the man in the gray suit watched me do it and had the sense to let me. He sits in the pews now. 3rd row from the back, aisle seat, all the angles. Father DiMaggio has stopped pretending not to know him. The ants stopped pretending months ago and have moved into the acquisition phase. Zia Rosa has asked him twice about a niece in Sheepshed Bay for a friend, undeterred by the fact that he's married. To me, she was at the wedding. She catered part of it. The ants regard marriage as a strong opening position. Outside on the steps, the family arranged itself into the after-church shape it's held since before I was born. The men down by the curb solving the world, the ants at the doors running the actual world, kids in the middle at ankle height, Eddie holding a white box with striped string that everyone was pretending not to track like a raptor. Dog lay at the base of the steps in the June sun with the patience of a working man on his day off. He can't be on church steps, said Zia Rosa, who says this weekly. He's not on the steps, Zia. He's adjacent to the steps. He's a wolf on the steps. He's an usher. He has a collar now, good leather, and a brass tag Sarah had engraved for the wedding, and the tag says dog, because some things get named and some things get confirmed. It's not a name, I told them both. They outvoted me. He spent 15 years as nobody, and he gave his dog the dignity of exactly what he is. And honestly, in this family of double names and triple lives, an animal in plain text might be the sanest one on the steps. Sal has opinions about the dog. Sal has opinions about everything. That's his ministry. That's a wolf, he said to me on the steps in the same tone as last week. He's a good boy, Sal. So was my cousin Vito, still a wolf. Vito ran numbers, Sal. And this one ran what? Sal looked at Dog. Dog looked at Sal. Neither blinked. See? Wolf. Dominic and Valentina came down from the hill for it. Valentina in something structured and gray that made every other woman's outfit look like a costume. Dominic with his hands in his pockets doing the thing he does at family events, which is stand slightly apart and watch the whole scene like a man auditing an investment he made a long time ago and still isn't sure was wise. Godmother privileges, Valentina said, kissing my cheek. You get to spoil her rotten and someone else gets to deal with the consequences. It's the only good deal in this family. I learned from the best. You spoiled my cousins for a decade before anyone noticed. I deny everything." She looked past me at Rocco, who was crouched low, letting dogs supervise the sfogliatella distribution from his post at the bottom step. "He's settling in. He's still finding the angles. He just does it from a pew now instead of a car. Dominic does the same thing." She said it low, almost fond. 30 years out of his father's house, and he still clocks every door in every room. Some training doesn't wash. Does it get easier? It gets quieter. She looked at the church at the light, at the family on the steps arguing about pastry. Quieter is close enough. Sarah found me by the door with the baby finally asleep on her shoulder, the whole morning apparently downgraded to someone else's opinion. "She screamed at the bishop's part," Sarah said. "I've never been prouder. She's a Castellano. We object to authority at the font. It's tradition." Marco cried. Marco did not. One tear. I banked it. She bumped my shoulder with hers, careful of the cargo. "You're next, you know. Franca's doing math on the church calendar, out loud at the deli." "We're married, Sarah." She was there. "Baby math, Chiara. Madonna. Franca can do math on my calendar when she learns to knock." "So there's a calendar. There is math being done," I said. "That's all anybody's getting." Zia Nunziata found me by the punch bowl, working her way toward the point the way she always does, in widening circles. "So," she said, "a year married. No news?" "Zia, I'm asking a question, not making an accusation." "You're always making an accusation, Zia. You just dress it as a question. It's a very effective disguise. You should patent it." "Donna Lombardi's nephew got married in the spring. Anthony, the accountant. I'm so happy for Anthony. His wife is all ready. Zia, I love you, and I will feed you cake, and I am changing the subject now. How's your hip?" "My hip is fine. Don't change the—" "Rocco," I called across the steps at full volume entirely on purpose. "Zia Nunziata wants to know about your 5-year plan." He looked up from dog with an expression that, on a lesser man, would have been panic. "Traitor," Zia Nunziata said, delighted despite herself, and let me escape toward my father. My father came down the steps, buttoning his coat wrong, one off the whole way, and I fixed it without either of us saying anything, the same as my mother used to, and he let me the same as he let her, and that's the treaty. He and Rocco talk about the Mets. Two men who between them have maybe 40 words a day for other human beings, and they spend them on middle relief, and it works, and nobody's asking it to be more than it is. "Papa, the coat. It buttons fine. It buttons wrong. Your mother said that." "I know," I said, fixing it. "I know you know," he said, and let me. The espressos came up the block at 11:40, the way they do, 2 cups from the Trieste, carried at a pace that has never once spilled anything, 1 sugar in mine, 0 commentary. He handed it to me on the church steps in front of God and the ants. Nobody blinked anymore. Somewhere in the last year, Chiara's husband stopped being a sentence the neighborhood said with its eyebrows and started being a sentence it just said. "You're late," I said. "The 8:30 ran long." "The 8:30 never runs long." Franca cornered the new deacon. "You were at the 8:30? I'd been at the house with Sarah since 7, buttoning a screaming infant into heirloom lace. "You went to Mass alone?" "I sat in our pew." He drank his coffee. "Somebody has to hold it. Your family expands. Our family." He looked at me over the cup and tried it like a new route. "Our family," he said, twice through the machine and then his. Eddie found us as the crowd thinned, the box long gone, powdered sugar surrendered to the June breeze. He had the look he gets at the end of things, pleased, tired, a man doing the math on how many more of these he gets to attend. "Good crowd," he said. "You brought the good sfogliatelle. Everyone shows up for the good sfogliatelle." "I brought the good sfogliatelle because it's a good day." He looked at Rocco, at Dog at the bottom of the steps, at Sarah wrangling the world's angriest infant into a car seat, while Marco held the door and looked like he'd won something he hadn't earned and knew it. "I've buried a lot of people from this church, Chiara. Some of them I loved. Some of them I helped along, and God and I have an understanding about that." He turned his cup a slow quarter. "This is the good kind of Sunday. I don't get many. I try to notice them when they come. You're getting sentimental in your old age, Eddie. I'm 81. Sentimental is the only luxury I've got left that doesn't cost anything. He patted my hand once and moved off toward the espresso cart before I could answer, which is exactly how Eddie ends every conversation he's decided has gone on long enough to matter. Then came the part I didn't know was coming. Picture. Zia Franca, marshalling, handkerchief redeployed as a flag. Everyone, on the steps. The light's right, and the baby's dressed, and half of you will be dead by the next one, so move. The steps became a shoving, laughing, sugared chaos. Eddie in the middle. I'm not the middle, put the baby in the middle. The baby is the middle, Eddie. You're next to the middle. The dog is licking my shoe, Sal announced. He's blessing it, Sal. Hold still. The men got dragged up from the curb. Sal held dog, under protest. Both of them. Eddie got put front and center and pretended to mind. Sarah and Marco and the christened tyrant in the middle. Dominic and Valentina off to the side, his arm around her waist, her spine straight as a chess piece. My father, beside me, coat rebuttoned wrong again. Papa, the coat. It buttons fine. It buttons wrong. Your mother said that. I know, I said, fixing it. I know you know, he said, and let me. And I felt him start to step back. His whole body did it, the old physics, quiet, automatic, out of the frame, over the edge of every photograph in every shoebox, 15 years of never once existing on the paper, the step that says a man like him doesn't get developed. I caught his hand before it finished. I didn't look at him. I just held on, thumb over his knuckles, my whole grip saying the 4 words back. He stopped. He came back. He stood on the church steps in the June light with his hand in mine, in the second row, next to the Castellanos, in front of God, Father DiMaggio, and Zia Franca's nephew with the good camera. Nobody move, said the nephew, and beside me the most dangerous man in 3 neighborhoods breathed out and held perfectly, professionally still. The shutter went. It's framed now, that picture, in the living room of a 4-flight walk-up over a store that's a bakery again, next to a smaller frame with a woman in black looking across an avenue. The before and the after. 400 photographs of me exist because a machine wanted an accounting, and 1 photograph of us exists because my aunt wanted the light. You can see everyone in it. The baby is screaming. Eddie's laughing. Sal and dog have identical expressions. My father's coat is wrong again, 1 button whole way down. And on the end of the second row, in a gray suit, is a man nobody sent, holding the hand of the loudest woman in Bensonhurst, looking straight into the lens. Present, accounted for, chosen. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Burning Vows, written by Gianna, narrated by Isadora Blythe.